โชว์หลังบ้านไปทีงงไปหมดยังวันนี้ DRX กับ Bleed แล้วก็ Gen G กับ RQ ครับยังไม่ได้เปิดเสียงนะอัสไลทายพลาดไปคู่หนึ่งเพราะพีดิกทีมบ้านเกิดตัวเองเรียบร้อยเจอทารอนเจอพี่ทารอนเข้าไปเดี๋ยวผมไปลบไลฟ์เมื่อกี้กันทำไมไลฟ์เมื่อกี้นะไม่เป็นสาธารณะไปก็เลยเก็บไว้งั้นนะสงสารเครื่องเซิร์ฟเวอร์ YouTube ไงต้องลบให้เขาหน่อยเจอพี่เอ๋ยเข้าไปพี่เอ๋ยคือที่สุดถึงการเจิมสดเจิมเปื่อยเจิมไฟไหม้เจิมน้ำร้อนเลือดน้ำร้อนเลือดเจิมไปหมดวันนี้ไม่มีภาคเหรอมาวันนี้บลีดตบ DRX เอาวะต้องขนาดนั้นเลยใช่ไหมคือรองานคอลแลบโอ้จะช่วยเซตยิงแมปละ34ตัวโอ้ยนะเซตจะยิงเพื่อนเก่าขนาดนั้นเลย ตึ๊ดตึ๊ดตึ๊ดตึ๊ดตึ๊ดตึ๊ดตึ๊ดตึ๊ดรอคนเล่นโครบอยู่นี่ไงแอบอยากเห็นโครบเหมือนกันนะไหนๆก็
ไม่แน่วันนี้ไม่แน่
ไม่มีอะไรละ หยิบมาชิลก็ได้แต่เจนจีมันยังต้องการที่หนึ่งอยู่นี่หว่าหรือว่ามันไม่จำเป็นละเพราะว่าเมื่อวานไอ้นั่นแพ้
นะ
ตืดอ้าวผมลืมเปิดเสียงเลย
But I just feel like, you know.
เราหาคลิปไฮไลท์เมื่อวานดูเดี๋ยวว่ามันยังไงคลิปไฮไลท์ในช่องในรอบ7 วันที่ผ่านมา
barely deserves.
อ้าวไม่มีอะไรเลยนี่หว่า
Stop with that paddle away.
ไอซ์โค เดี๋ยวลองดูดิ7 วันที่ผ่านมา
Well, Global Esports actually said, you know what, they're gonna
เฮ้ยตัวลิขสิทธิ์เนี่ย
today for you guys. Anything you want to
I honestly don't care about it, so whatever you say, bro.
ไอซ์โคกดเจอเรียบร้อย นี่เดี๋ยวเมื่อวาน
talk to Borkin a second ago, and he said he wants anyone but talent in the playoffs. So, anything you want to say to him?
Who?
Well, Borkin, you don't know him?
Who?
Borkin who?
Who?
Okay, never mind.
Who? ลิเบนาจีนี่เมื่อวานนี่ยังเดือด
You can see that they're just
เอ้ย
trying to clear up as many angles as they possibly can, and Laz,
ตัวละนัด
another one as he pushes forward, and he's just picking up all the kills, charging up that tour de force if he can. And he's so aggressive too, might be able to catch.
Who? บอกคุ้มกูต้องดูช็อตจอกิโมเมื่อวานใครได้ดูบ้าง แบบว่าโคตรเดือดอะเดี๋ยวผมหาให้ดูหนึ่งมันอยู่โซนไหนวะ VALORANT NA
เฮ้ยคู่เจน GRQ มีสิทธิ์โคบอยู่นะ เพราะว่ามันแบบมันจบแล้วอะทั้งคู่แบบบทความหมายแล้วลำดับ
พี่
มัน
เอ๋
ล็อก
ได้
แล้ว
ดูพี่เอ๋ได้ดูเมื่อวานที่จอกิโม
But I
เก็บ
think
เอ็ด
that
ป่ะ
it's come to a point that
ดูแล้วเมื่อกี้น้องส่งมา
โหยังตึง
มันมีแต้มเซอร์กิต
หาแบบ
แต่ถ้ามีแต้มเซอร์กิตเจนจิวก็ชิวๆอ่ะ
ว่ามันถ่ายช่องไหนวะVALORANT NA มันไม่มีอ่ะมันไม่ใช่ NA นี่มันต้องบอกว่าอเมริกาเนี่ย
เซน
จ
เท
อ
เน
แล้ว
ลต้องเอายอยไปแก้สถาน
คลิป
การ
ดูบ้าง
ณ์
อะ
ปีนี้ตกเทออฟถ้าแถมเป็นเพื่อนเซลซิต
เฮ้ยแปลกๆเพลง
เอาไปแทนใครอะ
ไม่ได้เลย
ถ้าแทนก็ต้องแทนเพื่อนสนิทเซลซิตเท่านั้นอ่ะ
เวอร์จัด
สวัสดีครับน้องคีโยโตะ
It's been turned up. Wild now display. Jorgamo with the bucket in his hand. He's even dodged the flash.
มาดูแต่แรกเลย
In the heat, it's been turned up. Wild now display. Jorgamo with the bucket
จัด
in his hand.
ไม่จัดบักกี้
APM off the bloody
บักกี้เอาไปหนึ่งแล้ว
sky. And now wants to pave the way. Committing one of the blades. We're moving away from that dart. Nades flying through and forward. This is a site that's going to be gained now for them, and they're already getting that plant down. Demon
เดมอนวันแม่งก็
Take
เปิด
matters
มีด
into
กัน
their
นะ
own hands here. A chance
จึ๊บ
for
นี่
Iraq
อันนี้เดมอนวัน
control. Crashes.
เนี่ยจอกิโม
Firing line. Making sure that nobody can really take it. Adjustments.
คัดด้วยนะดิโหคือเหลือจะเชื่อเพลงก็เลยต้องโดนไป NRG ก็เลยต้องโดน EG ไปเหมือนมันพลาดไงไม่รู้นะ คนที่แบบว่าเอาตัวคนใน EG ไปแม่งไม่เอาโจกิโมไป โอ้โหโคตรโหดเลยตัวนี้ แปลกๆเฮ้ยทำไมภาพทวิตมัน ผมต้องอยู่ในทวิตกันนะการดีเลย์นะ
Yeah. I really do wonder.
โอ้ยไม่เอาดีแล้ว ให้โจกิโมอยู่กับ ใครนะ มันก็เปลี่ยนยกเซตเลยนี่หว่า ยกเว้นโจกิโมคนเดียว ให้อยู่กับพอตเตอร์โจกิโมก็อยู่กับพอตเตอร์ไป พอตเตอร์ก็ยิ้มกลิ่มแล้วโหชนะ NRG ที่ได้เดมอนวันไป พอตเตอร์นี่ยิ้มกลิ่มเลยโอ้โหลารู้สึกดีไลน์อัพใหม่ฉันตบไลน์อัพเก่าได้ โอ้ EG มันงบหมดด้วยแหละครับ ต้องบอกงี้ จริงๆ ค่าเข้าแฟรนไชส์ลีกมันก็ค่อนข้างราคาแพงอยู่นะคิดว่านะ มันก็เลยแบบเป็นทีมถังแตกอะจอเล่นเป็นดูเอลเต็มตัวเลยใช่ไหมครับ ใช่ครับผม นี่ดีกว่ามาดูคู่นี้
Side. I think for Bleed, obviously, it just hasn't been much time, right? 2 days ago,
Blim
they actually played
Stone.
DRX here. Obviously, not too much success on this bind map, but they'll just have to retool what they prepped that day and bring it now forward against DRX. Of course, the biggest difference here being no Sentinel on the side of Bleed. While Foxy9, he's probably going to be vying for that Showers control once again.
And at the same time, yeah, Foxy9 has been such a monster, sometimes on his own. Although we don't really have that Sentinel on the side of Bleed Esports, you know, I'm kind of looking at players like, you know, maybe Scary or Retla to really perform in that sort of pseudo role in a sense. But I do really want to point out, you know, on the other hand, for DRX, when they did
DRX
play
มันก็
this map,
สกอร์เยอะแล้ว
I
แต่
have
เชียร์
to
บีท
think
ไปไม่รู้ว่า
that's the
เชียร์แล้ว
reason why they picked
ได้อะไร
this.
ตอนเนี้ยมัน
They
แบบ
played it against Genji and they did a
ยังไงมันก็ตกรอบอยู่แล้ว
phenomenal job. Not only did they
ไม่ได้
frag
เข้า
out,
อยู่
you
แล้ว
know, players like Foxy9,
DRX ก็ยังไงก็เข้าอยู่แล้ว
well,
ดู
when you're
ชิวๆแล้ว
comparing
ดูออกมัน
players like, okay, actually, I don't really want to compare them, Will, but Stacks and Zest. Stacks had 20 assists as the KO here. This is such a big deal because it speaks volumes as to how DRX really operates as a whole team.
And you have to recognize that this is single initiator, right? So
Yep.
Stacks has to be really cautious with when he
ครับพี่
uses
เมื่อวาน
util.
พี่แดง
If
อีกแล้
you
ว
let them get away
ใช่เหรอ
with setting up
พี่แดง
the
เหรอ
lurks,
เออ
with a little bit of
แดง
contact
พี่แดงของ
early,
จีนเหรอ
and he can save
หรือ
all
ว่า
his util for the executes for the
เนี่ยจะ
retakes,
ทีเผลอ
then
เปล่า
he'll rack up those
น่าจะโดน
assists. But if you
ทีเผลอ
can force him to have to
เมื่อ
use
กี้ผม
that
เปิด
to
คลิป
gain
ของลี
information
กเนี่
early
ย
on,
คือเพลงขึ้นมา
maybe
แบบ
that's when
7
things
วิ
get
แร
a
กเล
little
ย
bit easier. That's what I would love to see from Bleed
โอ้โห
today. Last time they played Paper X, they focused a lot on A short and B short, but we know on Bind, you gotta get that teleporter
แกให้
control on
DRX
the
แพ้
extremities
2-0
near
รอบ
B
ที่ออก
main,
จะได้
and
ไม่ให้
Showers
ทารา
at
เวีย
some
ไป
point
โอ้โห
to apply that pressure as the attacker.
I mean, that's the thing about
Bleed
Bind.
2-0
You
ใหญ่
always want to keep your
ทำอะไรได้แต่
options
คลิปต่อไม่ได้
open. You don't have that teleporter, it's going to be a
คือใครไม่รู้
long
คลิปหลังจากนั้น
route
คือมัน
เอา
จะ
ออกไม่ได้ด้วยใช่ไหมเพราะว่าเกิน
By that
เวลา
ออกไม่ได้
point, you're
10 ชั่วโมง
timing, you're getting improvements, right? But right now we're starting things off. That's right, going up into B long. Love that Zest is using the Trailblazer just to create a little bit of space, but DRX is very aware of this.
Okay, but what they've already done is
เดี๋ยว
they've
นี้รอ
gone
อีกวัน
and shows them to 0 point as well. Yes, it's the pistol. Obviously, too early to read into too much. But I will just commend
ผม
Bleed.
หาไม่
Last
เจอ
time they
ไอ้
played
กรอบ
Paper X,
ส
they
ตรีม
kind
เด็
of
ก
wait.
เอา
And
นี่
then they
ลอง
say,
กั
okay,
น
let's
สอง
re-clear
วง
B main step by step. This time they throw the Dizzy out early. They're trying to apply, the pressure that, hey, we're willing to take some
เอา
actions
พี่ย้อย
early
ออก
on
นาทีดีเล
throughout
ย
this map. We'll see if that works against DRX.
เอาพี่
Obviously
ย้อย
now,
ออกนะ
with
หา
the
น้อง
audio cut, DRX no
หา
big
น้องๆให้
reason
โซน
to
เราเข้า
shift
ไปเล่น
up.
อีกครับ
The default, but a nice pickup from
ห
Scary.
รือว่า
That's
พี่
a
พี่
great
ย้อย
hit,
ผี
and
เข้าผี
now
ออก
we've got, only a couple players on the site itself. You have that toxic screen that
โอ้โหเห็นหม
allows
ด
them to creep in towards
Foxy
lamps,
Nine
but also the camera from Foxy 9. So he spots every single one of
Oh.
them. Bane is prepared.
Oh.
Oh, it's a triple. Foxy 9 on the
โอ้ย
other
ยิงอย่าง
side as
นี้
well finds one of
เป็น
his
ตัวจริง
own.
เลยดีกว่า
Derek
ยาว
too. So all it comes
Oh.
down to is the final peak, and DRX picks up the pistol.
Oh, that's devastating. Because here's the thing: as long as you could just leave maybe one, maybe two people in lamps, the rest back out. Maybe one of you guys wraps around towards showers. It wasn't a bad
ยิงอย่างนี้
post-plant
นี่
start here
คน
for
อื่นสะ
Bleed.
เทือน
You
เลย
got the plant with 5 members still alive. You got the 5v4 ready for you. But Bane just holds that angle, and the reason he's
Oh.
holding it. Yeah, he's not even looking for extra kills. I was just wondering if Bane,
Bane.
Bane sometimes pops off. I wanted to hear what he had to say.
A little bit early.
Yeah, but
ไม่แน่อาจจะได้เปลี่ยน
he was really just trying to hold
But,
it to make sure the rest
yeah,
of
it
the backup
go.
can come in the form of stack. But he actually just gets 3 for all his troubles.
Great
ไอ้
crosshair.
แต่
ไม่
ให้
น่าได้
ฟ็อก
กลั
ซี่
บ
ไน
มา
ไป
แฟน
All the information from Foxy 9, but
มันน่าจะเสียโอกาสนั้นไปละ
ไอ้แฟนแบ็กมันคนละโลเนี่ย
You've got that sky smoke.
แต่มันก็เปลี่ยนยากอยู่นะ
มันเปลี่ยนยากนะ
Don't want to let
Foxy มันเฟกให้
Dude, and this is something that Paper X did so
เว้น
well
แต่จะเอา
as
บัต
as
ออก
well.
เอาฟ็อกซี่
His
ไปดูเอล
ult orb was free for Paper X on that
ยิ
defensive
งยาก
side.
เลย
แต่บัต
Sure,
ก็เข้า
right now
มือเลยตอนนี้
Seiko, but
บัตรกำลังเข้ามือ
He's
เลย
gotta do something about that in the
คือยากเลย
rounds, 'cause otherwise, or at the very least, they're trading orb for orb, so I like that. But if you keep giving that B space for free, this map gets a lot easier
อาจ
for
จะ
the
เป็น
defenders.
มาโกะ
Just trying to switch
แต่
things
ยาก
up
อยู่
a
ดี
little. I do like that Ye was trying to,
แล้ว
toss
Foxy
some
ไป
advantage, fire out
เฟก
some
แทน
sheriff
Foxy
bullets
เล่น
up
โกล
against, Stacks.
คือเหมือนมันลงตัวแล้วเลยเนี่ย
Too much. It
Mm.
wasn't really, consequential or anything like that. So just
ฟ็อกซี่
biding their time
สลับ
right
กับ
now,
แฟลชแบ็กอะผมว่า
trying
มี
to
ภาพอยู่
find
ถ้าเป็น
a
เซน
bit
ติ
of
เนลนะ
space. It's the same creep
Yeah.
up, and they're gonna spot that tripwire. It's been spotted now. Mako's very much prepared for it. Here comes the
อาจจะเปลี่ยน
spectacle.
มาโกะไม่ได้ละ
Okay.
Down A.
เนี่ย
We
เขาเปลี่ยน
are
มาโกะ
firing
ยิงไป4
off on this weapon
จะเปลี่ยนผม
right
เหรอ
now. Red
นี่มัน
Line
เหมือนไม่ได้ยิง
fighting
เลยอะ
back.
เอาไป5เลย
Classic, but it's gonna
อย่า
be
เปลี่ยน
the
กู
ace
อะไรอย่างเงี้ย
collection
แหละ
from
แล้วก็ยิงโชว์ที
What is going on with the aces, right? Yesterday, today, we're getting quite a
Phải lên
few
là khăn
back to back, but can get
Chụp
things
đấy.
off nice and easy.
Nói học
5-1
thật cái
for
lên.
Mako, 3-0 for Bane. The controllers are going to get those big impact,
ตอนนี้
especially
คือดียกเว้นว่า DRX ไปเจอทีม
quite early.
ผม
Now,
กลัวว่า DRX มันจะไป
obviously, yeah, Taiko, you gotta
พอมัน
expect
เข้าไป
close
มาสเตอร์แล้วจะ
quarters.
เจอโซนอื่นแบบ
Bleed, I
Oh,
can
you got it.
imagine what they were
Clear
trying to
it.
do is they cut the trap wire, and then they say, okay, don't throw util, we'll just try to get him on an off timing. If Ye doesn't get the kill, we go
ยาย
for
ต้
the
องอยู่
trade.
รอบ
But
ลึกๆอ่ะ
Mako is on point. Just one magazine, that's all he
แต่
needs.
บัตเขาบอกว่าสัญญา
That
หมดปีนี้นะ
spray
เป็นคน
transfer
เดียว
was
ที่ไม่ต่อสัญญา
Masterful
อ๋อ
stuff.
นี่ก็ชัดแล้ว
Now you've got Buzz on the outlaw. 2 shots. He might be able to take off the
ชัดเลย
head.
อ้าวนี่ไงเรียบร้อยเลย
เรียบร้อย
He managed to make it work.
ละ
Darian, unfortunately,
น่าจะ
though,
เป็นบัตดูจาก
not
ทรง
quite able to
เล่นไล่ผู้เล่นออก
Ye who takes the hit.
ฟ็อกซี่ไปด้วยลิท
ปกติจะมีเล่นไล่
Maybe a
โค้ด
little bit too fast for comfort. Toxic screen got propped up, so Bleed's gonna have to reassess their options.
Yeah,
Đi
without
lên lay
that
tụi anh Ngọc.
raise, you're going to have to make sure that you push and pull a bit more. They've already gotten Shower's control, though. And this is interesting, because When there was a
เฮ้ย
sentinel
ไม่
on
แน่
the
ไม่
other
แน่
side when DRX was playing
มัน
against
นำปี
Gen G,
เก่าๆ
Foxy
เรา
Nine,
เรา
he
ลบภาพ
threw
ปีเก่าๆ
everything
กัน
he had,
ไม่แน่
including
ว่า
his life, to
ปีนี้
protect
DRX
Showers
อาจจะ
both
เอา
on the attack and defense. But they're willing to leave it
แต่
open.
ดู
And
สไตล์การเล่นของโซน
ไม่
อื่น
อนา
โซ
คน ตแฟบ
โซน
กลับ
แป
มา
ซิ
อยู่
ฟิ
แล้ว
ก
ครับ
ไม่เหมือนกันนะ
Love to
มัน
control
ไม่
short,
ค่อย
right?
เหมือน
That's
กัน
all we need to block off. Until you really tell me that you're a force to be reckoned with in showers, I'm not even going to deal with it. No reason to spread myself thin. And this could bite him.
บอก
This
ที่
could
นาย
bite
ดรอ
him
ป
in the
เฟก
end.
เหมือนกันดรอปไม่ถ้าเฟกแรกๆมัน
See
ดรอป
that
อยู่แล้วครับ
happen. I mean,
มันต้องปรับ
these
ตัว
are
แป๊บ
all
หนึ
the
ง
adjustments that come through. And if Bleed does, invest more resources into this Showers take,
30 seconds
they might
left.
be able to
Ui,
overflood
gong
Foxy
mình-
Nine. He's
Oh!
kind of banking on that CQB
Đã
duel,
đồn
but
rồi.
Retla picks him up right off the bat.
Now, this was all off of a fake with the Trailblazer over on B main, so Bleed banking on the fact that it should be a weaker
Okay.
sight.
Rotations go
Hey.
through though. The site is slightly weaker,
gotta
but
push
let's see
him
if
out.
Mako can do anything.
Let's
It's not
get
quite
that.
gonna happen because Retla has snuck behind him. It's all down to Bane now. He's only got the incendiary.
Lên đa rồi, nhìn
Pushed
mấy vụ.
out. It's gonna be Scary who takes out his counterpart.
Well played by Bleed. Correctly noticing that Showers has been left open, right? They've been actually pushing
ทำไม
through this
ปี
even
นี้
in
ไม่
the
มี
previous
ที
round
เอสเหร
as
ออ๋อ
well.
มันยัง
So
เป็นโซ
now
น
that you've
ยัง
let
เป็น
that
โซ
go
น
two
แยก
rounds
โซ
in
น
a
อยู่
row,
บี
I
ต้องมาดู
imagine
สัญญาครับ
Foxy
ว่าทีม
Nine
มันเซ็น
starts
กี่
to
ปี
maybe
TH มันอยู่
cam in showers or
เอ้ยเดี๋ยวผม
maybe
ไปดู
he
ส
starts
กอ
to
ร์
push out a bit earlier,
ยัง
things
อยู่
like
ยัง
that.
เย
If it's not that, at least make
ไปดู
sure
โซน
you're
ส
holding
กอ
on
ร์
to
โซน
B
อื่น
main.
ให้
'Cause this time they tried for a bit of a different play on the anti-eco with the outlaw over by Hookah. Doesn't work out so well. And Retla,
ดูสกอ
let's
ร์
give him the props he deserves because he looked a little quiet in the beginning of the stage, but he has been doing his job as we get to the end of stage 1.
That's right. He's always got those
it's all
clean
about that.
mechanics, and as long as he's got the positioning, he's able to strike them down as they come. So on to the next round now, and you're exactly right, Will. I do
โอ้
love
ยอย่างนั้นถ้า
that
อย่างนั้น
DRX
บีไม่กลับ
are
แล้วครับ
trying
ถ้า
to
2 วัน
adjust
จบ
around this. Maybe it's not Foxy 9. He does
Ôi,
have the
khói
triple,
xài
but you
BP
also have Mako, and that's such a
Man.
big thing because the snake bite can delay, but it doesn't
ทำไมเป็นงั้น
matter
น่ะ
if VA just gets the heads up tool against you.
Okay,
Even
but
flashbacks away.
Trips are still online, and here's the
They
thing: is
been
that Bane has now returned to the A
Or
site.
maybe-
He has that orbital
Okay.
strike to the
Ooh.
speed, not
Khói thôi,
on
khói
Bleed's
thôi.
side, and
There's that trip.
yeah, not able to clear that. It's
ช็อต
right
นี้
outside
ช็อต
the
นี้โคตรสวย
entrance.
All right, now it gets cleared. Wingman will get the plant down unless the shot
โอ้
goes
กดช้า
through.
ไปช็อตนี้
Bane will prop up the orbital strike just to deny a bit of space. But unfortunately, the duels aren't quite going DRX's way just yet. Foxy 9 still holding up around Dice, able to take down Scary.
เอ้า
Red Leather watching the back will be able to deny Buzz any form of entry, so it's a 1-on-3. 8 rounds in the mag. He flicks over. He's able to get the third kill, but not
ถอดสาย
quite.
เสียบไหม
Red Leather shuts
Bang Lee
him
went
down
wood.
and denies DRX any comeback.
This was Bleed just recognizing that DRX is playing a little loose on this A side, right? Sure, that late trip, it gets Yay.
อ่า
But the
เหี้ย
thing
จอ
is
แม่ง
that
เดี้ยง
they
เลยทีนี้
recognize you've always put that Brim smoke out on B main early. So the Brim's going to be away from the A site in the beginning. We're going to push this through. Then you break the trip, but you still send the
Jò
wingman. So
ดี้ย
it's
ง
a
แล้ว
little hard
เช็ด
to tell exactly where the plant's coming through. And DRX greeds for it. They throw the fragment on the spike plant, but then the orbital strike to
มาแล้ว
catch whoever's
โอ
planted
เค
and
มาแล้วมาแล้ว
lamps. They actually get neither. They're not able to capitalize on any of that
น้อย
utility.
เจ๊เว้ยนะครับ
I think DRX has to recognize that if you leave that space open, this Bleed will punish it. Yeah, so now we're seeing them on that eco bunch up towards showers, bunch up towards hookah, and then you're just leaving B main open this time with the Cypher utility.
And you really gotta admire it, Will. I mean, Bleed are being proactive across the map. You mentioned it before, that Trailblazer or the Guiding Light just to toss in a bit of presence around the B site and then the hit on
Esport
A.
now
Now
we-
they're adjusting back towards B. And Stacks along with Foxy 9,
เฮ้ยทำไม
they've
กรุ๊ปอัลฟา
adjusted
มัน
their
เดือดจัง
positions
วะ
because now they're on eco. They don't
Yeah,
quite
yeah.
have the resources to fight B long to really control hookah. They're trying to with a crossfire setup right now, but Bleed is very aware.
Yeah, it does do a lot of damage. Now, Stack's got a nice tag onto EA as well, but the heals come back up. And
ผมเพิ่งรู้ว่าผู้เล่นตุร
I
กีเย
mean,
อะมาก
this
เลย
is DRX
ไอ้
reading
วันแร
that
ก
Bleed. They will stick together, right? They're
Well,
not
well,
too
well,
complicated in their calls.
Okay.
ผู้เล่นในลีก
But
อะ
here comes
โอ้
the
โห
thrash.
เป็นสิบอะ
Hey, they get
Does
one, but
tag Buzz.
all these mollies, you can't capitalize on it.
Good
Mira,
job
todo
by
duro.
DRX. They are fending them off. Ye still trying to get the wall back.
Lot
But it's
of
not
ammo
quite
now.
going through. Buzz will toss out the paint shell.
You hear how many weapons there are on this side. If you're
Okay.
Bleed, if I'm Bleed, you've
30
got
seconds
weapons.
left.
Go in as a death ball through the TP. Yes, you have no information on the A side.
Now they go.
Yeah, but you heard minimum 3 sheriffs being fired off. As long as you stick together, this should be safe.
Should be able to make it work. I'm curious about Scary's
Ui.
positioning though. I mean, Stacks is. He peeks out at the right time, able to take down Ye. But the spike plan goes through regardless. Daria now rears his sights back over the short, able to take down Foxy 9. The rest of DRX trying to go for that high and low peak. It doesn't quite work out.
Oi,
Buzz only
ma
able to
bây
pick
giờ,
up the
Bleed.
one. Mako tries to
Thằng
fight
này
back,
đi
but
tưng
Scary
chửi.
is too
Ừ.
darn good. Bleed, take the lead.
Listen, this is what Bleed is good at. They
กรุ๊
have
ปอัล
great
ฟาอเมริ
individual
กา
players. If
ค
you
รู
stick
จัดไป
together,
4-0 เลย
you're gonna be okay
Good,
for the
yeah.
most part. Are you
ได้
gonna
เต็
be
ม
the
มาจัด
strongest
ตอน
team
นี้
in Pacific? Not yet. But listen, we all have heard even from the players from the coaching staff that they're working on the basics right now. They're trying to come online as a team. They've had to go through roster changes time and time again starting from last year. And so you keep it simple and you say, okay, you know what? It's just like too much util rather than trying to go in with some fancy set execute, try to go in for some crazy trades. We just say, did we hear 3 weapons? Sure. Then it's a 5v2 on the other side. We rotate and you stick as 5. You don't try to go too deep into the site. I love what Bleed did in that previous round.
Deathball strat, you know, keep it simple. They watch each other 6s. Everything works out because, again, it's up against an eco. So they feel
ผู้เล่น
confident
มัน
and
ก็ต้อง
safe
พัฒ
enough
นา
to
ตัว
make
เอ
it
งเพื่อ
happen.
ที่
But
ให้
this
เล่นใน
time,
ลีกได้แบบ
adjustments
ยาว
out from DRX. You've got the Sky Smoke outside of Showers now. What does that say, Will?
You know what's interesting about this is that it seems that Bleed's game plan coming
Oi.
into today was target Fox
เอา
Right? It's not about being
แย่แล้ว
nice cover from Darion as well. So they're even able to sneak out the ult orb. I mean, listen, it's not the fanciest of things. I know what people are thinking. They're thinking, well, we've seen this kind of play done and before. But the thing is, for Bleed, this is a step forward, right? To have
ตอนนี้
these
อ่าน
extra
ขาดกัน
layers,
ไป
to have a couple more options early on, right at the 1 minute mark. This is big. Now they're going for the execute.
Again, you know, you mentioned it. Focus on players like Foxy9 or extremities of the map. If they can find those numbers, if they can deny those
What
trades,
bad.
that is huge for Bleed. Now Ye has to showstopper. Props
ยิง
to
เขาเลย
Clear it.
เฮ้ย
Bane's trying
เฮ้
to
ย
stay
กล้า
hidden
ยืนตรงนั้นได้ไง
inside
วะ
the Sky Smoke. Get the peek up against the Spike Planter, and he
ของจริง
does. He actually takes down Ye and Scary. A
ช็อตนี้
double kill
ช็อตนี้
now
บ้า
going
จัด
through. Spike planted though, so there is a bit of a hold coming out from Bleed. Stacks trying to get a bit of space up around lamps. He has to be very careful. There might be a bit of utility tossed his way, and unfortunately he's not quite able to deal with it just yet. Down to the 1-on-3. Bane playing up around Dice, goes in to try to isolate the angles, takes down Zest, and 2 targets left, but the zone's a little bit too hot. He's running out of time. He's thinking about the save.
Listen, I've been giving Bleed their medals, but for now, we gotta praise Bane. This guy is so good. Sure, he's not gonna be able to clutch up the round with an ace, but he is clean. And how does he do it coming back into this team after so long? His first time on Tier 1 against some of the best players around the world and in Pacific for sure. But overall, this plan to target Showers, make Foxy9 uncomfortable. They even get Mako as a bonus. But this is Bleed's plan. They recognize that we can shake up Foxy9. He's always on his own on these lurks. He's always on his own in these anchors. It doesn't necessarily mean that he's the weakest player, but if you break it, you absolutely break the weakest spot on the map. It's a good read from Bleed.
Very good point. You break that link, the rest of the chain will start to fumble. But that's the other thing as well. I mean, very incredible stuff. DRX's players are always individually skilled too, and Bane having the confidence to go for that peak. You know, even when you're staring down the barrel of a showstopper, a rocket launcher, he manages to make it happen. That said, though, you're absolutely right, Will. Bleed does pick up the round. It's going to be that eco for DRX. You've got a Stinger, you've got a couple of Sheriffs, you've got a Vandal. Is it going to be enough for DRX to, claim a round back against from Bleed?
Well, with the setup is very good, right? That Hero Vandal gets sent out. You just say, you know what? If you lose it, too bad. We're saving up for the next round. Yeah, Buzz already has his cleared. It's a stack over on the B side. It's a tag.
เอาแล้ว
Not too
ได้เล่น
bad. He actually gets the
ได้
info
เล่นอย่างนี้ได้
and
เล่น
he's prepared for the hit. The Stinger shots will fire through.
ได้เล่น
Swats
ละ
over to the Vandal that
โอ
he's
เค
picked up. Now Foxy9 is going down on tear.
โอเค
The Fox in the hen house
มันคนเดียวเลย
again. An ace against Bleed.
2 aces for DRX so far.
สวยจัด
Only 7 rounds in.
เกตยังไม่
Foxy9
หยุด
didn't like what happened in that previous round, and he says, you guys can't just target me
น้องหมุ
every
น
time.
น้องหมุนเหรอ
This trap was expertly set up by DRX, and they did everything perfectly, right? They push out of ace showers to make sure that they know that this is going to be a B hit. The tripwires, they're further into the site, so it's a little bit harder to read. You don't even actually put it up. You're letting the rays get in because you're watching with the cam, and then he gets the upgrade. He's just dancing back and forth. The coverage is there through the smokes. It's a good round from DRX.
Unbelievable.
Foxy9 ไม่ใช่คนเดิมหรอก
Laser focused right now.
เมื่อก่อนมันบิ๊ก
3
บ่อย
to 4
เดี๋ยวนี้ไม่
DRX
มี
Bleed.
โอ้โห มัน
DRX are still
โคตร
trying
โหด
to
เลย
switch things up. I mean, look
ปี
at
นึงแล้ว
Buzz
ไง
on the operator right now.
พิสูจน์ตัวเองเรีย
Should
บร้อย
have caught sight of this, I believe, even though it gets
บัตร
taken
นี่นั่ง
out at a
ไม่ติด
distance.
เก้าอี้แหละ
Yeah, so they're a little wary. You can see they're really keeping their distance away from showers. Now, I do want to say the previous round, Bleed going to that B site was a good call, right? They absolutely targeted showers a
เย่
couple
ไม่
rounds
ควร
in
จับ
a
อะไร
row.
นะตอนเนี้ย
And they try to shake things up, and now they'll
คือ
have
ถ้า
to
มัน
go for a bit of
ถ้า
default
อีก
to
คน
make
เป็น
sure
บั
they
ต
get
จริ
a
ง
better
อ่ะ
read on
เกาหลี
DRX's
เข้า
เขา
บี
side.
ออก
ทำ analysis อะ เหมือนแบบ
ดู
ดูฟอร์มดูค่าสถิติตัวเลข
They don't want to commit too early because that's just going to be too darn risky. But at the same time, DRX are doing such a good job. I mean, that hold really changed everything because now you've got the economy, you've got the
เอ้ย วัน
rifles,
นี้
you've got
ได้เห็น
the
ตาเย
operator,
ครึ่งหนึง
and they are not
ปกติ
just
ไม่เห็นอะไรเลย
switching things up in terms of weapons or positioning. I like that Buzz is going out on little solo missions to get information. Now that they've kind of spotted and time has passed, it's going to be that B commit from Bleed, and Foxy9 is once again prepared for the hit. Bane is supporting him with the off angle. 7 rounds left in the mag, and again, the choke point is
อันนี้
just
ก็ยิง
too
ไม่หยุด
darn
เลย
tight. Bleed
ผมอยาก
cannot
ให้เด
rush
ยอน
out of
ไปเล่น
hookah.
ด้วยมาก
You got
มา
to
กกว่า
save
พี่
here. I think it's a 2v4,
ใช่
only 20 seconds.
ถ้า
Yeah.
เป็นเลสเด
The
เด
only
ยอน
way to get to a site is to
เดี๋ยว
make
กว่า
a lot of
สง
noise.
สารน้อง
And your credits
เหมือน
aren't
โดน
looking
กดพลัง
that
ไว้
great. I mean, most of you will scrape
ต้องมาเล่น
by in
อะไร
the
เนี่ย
next round.
ให้ลุง
But
ไปเล่น
obviously, Darion only sitting
10
at
seconds
600. And while Bleed had a lead,
ฟ็อกซี่ไง ฟ็อกซี่ แจ้งเกิดจากดูลิส
so with this default, we go back to seeing the
Foxy
weaknesses
Duelist
that
เป็น
Bleed still have to
ดู
deal
ลิส
with,
แบบ
right? Because he can't go with
W ค้าง
crazy
อะ
mid rounding, they're currently not in a state to go with the most complex of strategies. They go test the water on one side, once it's the default, then they wait, they rotate to the other. That second time that you see that utility come out, that's usually a good sign that it's going to be the entry. And as long as you're holding back and just make sure that you have the site covered in half like DRX did here, right? They have the octagon side covered with both Foxy9 and Bane. You're able to have a crossfire. They're going to have to come through a choke point, and you're running
สำห
out
รับ
of
ผม
time with that smoke. So
ใน
you weren't
ใน
able
อุ
to
ดม
ส
ค
ไตล์
ติ
แบบ
เลยนะ
เป็นเหล็กเลย
ผู้เล่นที่เล่นเฟกที่เก่งที่สุดในโลก ผมยกให้
left in the
เจ
hands
สัน
of
อยู่ดี
DRX.
for
I
the
think
kin
that's why it's just a little bit difficult for Bleed right now too. I mean, not only
ฟ็อกก็
are
ซิง
they
ครับผม
working against odds or working against
ของจริง
difficulties like
คือ
communications issues and whatnot,
ซิงมาก
the fact that they
ผม
are
ว่าไปเป็นเล
kind
ขาด
of
ใครได้
holding
นะขาด
back
เจสัน
and just
แทบจะ
trying
ไม่
to
ได้
play
เลย
it passively or trying to play it
คนหนึ่งที่
safely,
ขาดไม่ได้
it
คือเจสัน
allows for DRX to push out a little bit. It allows for DRX to, gather information on the other hand, and that's why Buzz does what he does. That's why Foxy9, with those spy cameras, is always prepared for these hits coming through.
Yeah, I mean, you have double initiator on the side of Bleed, and you have the Gecko who gets the cooldowns. I would love to see them try a couple rounds to be a bit more aggressive with that util. 4 stacks or Bane to have to use all of their util early on so they can't hold on to it to the very last second.
I see what you're saying, try to tickle
Hey.
them down and
มีเยเท่ากับมีเทคพอร์ตพี่ปิดเสียงเทค
เฮ้ย
พอร์ตนี่
อันนี้ก็มาใช่ไหม
มีลุ้นผมเคยโดนเทคพอร์ตสักอันหนึ่งไม่รู้อันนี้เปล่า
หรือว่าแบบจบคู่หนึ่งก็ลงทีม YouTube ขึ้นใหม่เหรอ ทำไมพี่เบนของเอฟมันไลฟ์สดเป็นคู่อ่ะ
อ๋อเมื่อวานน่ะเหรอเมื่อวานผมบินไปรอบนึงไงแต่มันบิน
อ๋อ
ตอนที่พักพอดี ก็เลยขึ้นคู่ใหม่ก็ได้
เข้าทางเลย
เข้าได้ สตีฟแม่งบินเฉยเล่นอยู่การ์ดจอแม่งแฮงสแต็กใช้คีย์บอร์ดอะไรบูตติ้งนี่ว่ะสีดำเฮ้ยของผมสีขาวผมลืมเปิดกล้องอยู่แล้วว่ะแชทอยากดูไหมอยากดูหน้าไหมสภาพหน้าตอนนี้คนไม่อาบน้ำคนไม่อาบน้ำ
ช่วงขาลงครับ เป็นเรื่องปกติ ก็เวลาติดแดงคนไปดูย้อนหลังจะไม่ได้เงิน
เฮ้ยอันไหนอ่ะมีทุกอันยกเว้นอันที่ใช้ไม่ได้เสียบสายเหรอหรืออะไรวะผมมีกล้อง4 ตัว โอเคไว้นี้แล้วกัน เทพไม่อาบน้ำ นี่ดูอวดโอ้ยเหี้ยกล้องล้มเลยอวดทีเดียว ลืมไปว่ามันทับสายอวดลืมเสียง
Because you saw him spraying through. And the Trailblazers get taken out before it can even trip up one of the traps as well, so they're not quite sure where the Cypher setups is. Because here's the thing, you saw both the Brim and the Viper over by the A side. You gotta imagine the Cypher's on the B side, but where are the trips? They're trying to get ready for the TP. Trying to target the shower. Wow! Here comes the Thrash.
Although
เรียบร้อย
he misses, he was
บัส
fast with the blast
แต่
back
เย
to
ตาย
get
นะ
away,
Mako มา
and
ช่วย
then the thrash goes through, but Mako's already on site to receive. And look at this orbital strike from Bane as well. Buys a bit more time. The entire site engulfed in
30
smokes.
seconds
Mako holding the angle just to watch up around lamps, but Bleed at the very least have managed to take the first half of the
Ui.
site. And along with Wingman
Oh,
and
the
everything
double
else, the
flash.
plant goes through. Double flash up now, and then Bleed peeks out. At the same time, because the spike is planted, because they have the control, Viper's Pit goes down. Scary holds from lamps and ensures that DRX does not make it out any further. They're going to have to walk into the pit. Can they survive? No, sir. Retla denies any form of entry. It's all down to Foxy9, 1 against 3. Tries to find them. Can't see
Huh?
anything. Walks past the spike.
Oh,
Spots a
someone
little barrel.
someone
Takes
ยิงก่อน
down
อะ
Retla. Now turns back around. But again, it's just too much, too many angles to cover. Scary swings out
ดู
from
คัดยากนะ
Showers
ไม่รู้นะ
to take him
ถ้า
down.
วางตัวเนี้ย
Bleed keep the lead, right? They don't let it get past them. They took it over
Funny
on that
pop here.
4-round win streak, and now they'll only allow the tie. It's back to a 5-4. And even though they get stopped, the orbital strike was great from Bane. It's what keeps both Mako and Buzz alive. However, Bleed doesn't panic. They wait, and I love the double flash. The dizzy and then the pop flash over with the guiding light by Zest as well. He doesn't, convert it into more than one kill, but it's enough just to hold them at bay and allow Retla to set up the pit. It's a good plan from Bleed, but now they got to deal with the ultimates on the side of DRX. They only have the orbital strike on their side. I mean, again, when you have that orbital strike, it's great for the post plants. You could go for a rush, and it looks like they're trying to put some earlier pressure this time around.
It's not too bad. I mean, it's one of those rounds where you feel that impact from Coach Lagia's timeout. Actually, good job from Bleed.
เออ
Like you mentioned,
Bleed
those
ขาดตัวบัฟ
ultimate cycles now from
Bleed นี่
DRX,
เป็น
they have to watch out for it.
นักกีฬาสุ
Trying
ภาพ
to
ทุ
run
ก
for
ค
a
น
bit
เลย
of a
นะว่า
rush, but I think, it's just a little bit too hot from DRX. That utility from Stacks just spots out everything.
I would love to see Retla
Hey,
right
Seth,
now
give him a
go
bump.
back to Showers on the minimap.
Oh.
Go back,
Hey,
clear
Seth, bump.
that entrance out, and see if you could
พู
go
ด
for another rotate.
พูด
You still have a minute
พู
on
ด
the
ยังไม่
clock.
ยังไม่ได้ยิน
Just
เลยเซฟ
sticking around here with no audio is not going to fake out a team like DRX. And
หน้ายังไม่
what's
ขยับ
more
เลย
so
ตอนเล่น
is they can just hold on to their defaults. Oh,
Okay.
well, that changes things a bit.
Not a bad idea. And
Stacks
again,
his position.
he's just that good. Goes in for the dive right now, but yeah, Stacks right underneath the
Oh,
window.
Kalulu.
Actually able to take down Ye. Does tamper with the timing for a little bit because Darren able to find back a trade. But Bleed does not want to commit quite
ยังไง
yet.
บ้าง
Retla has
Retla's already
managed
in.
to sneak in. That's right. Can he get the heads up duel against
อ่าน
Mako?
ขาด
They're
ครับ
not
แน่นอน
quite.
จริงว่ะ
โอ้โหแล้ว
Mako
เบรก
still
ยาวๆ
Johnny on the spot with this. He's ready for any hit that comes his way. He knows his
Oh.
role and he's going to perform it to the best of his ability. You've got
Oh, the
those
one
trips,
way.
you've got the off angle, and he goes in for the spray. But going for Wingman and Darian, it's a little bit too much. Darian takes him down.
โอ้เดยอน
Going into lamps, Darian does it all. It's all down to Buzz. And it's a little bit tricky. He's coming from the round back
เฮ้ย
of
ผิดทาง
Market.
ไอ้หนุ่ม
Thrash
อุ้ย
goes out. And he's kind of been spotted from Showers, but dives straight in just to
เฮ้ย
eliminate Darian.
คู่หู
Back
เพื่อนซี
down
เพื่อนเก่า
against Zest now.
รู้กันรู้กัน
Ex-teammates.
ช็อต
How
นี้
do you make
รู้
this
กัน
work? Zest is trying to take the initiative against it.
อุ้ย
Sneaks outside of Showers now, and Buzz has no earthly idea. A little bit of a ring around
Ow.
the rosy moment. Buzz just watches the angle.
โอ้โห
Easily nails it down. Buzz! What have you done?
Oh man, Zesak, the reposition to triple was so good from Zest, but what that meant was that he now had to worry about 2 angles on the fake. Oh, didn't quite think
Feels
that far.
bad.
I mean,
It looked good on paper.
I mean it did, but
คื
in
อจริง
hindsight,
จริงเมื่อ
yeah,
กี้เซฟ
right? It
พีค
makes it
มา
tougher
เห็น
if
ส
Buzz
ไปไม่
goes
กู
to
ก็
a fake. How do you make sure you
Hold
hold on
up.
to that? In hindsight, obviously, if he actually just wrapped around to backside, yes, and he doesn't have to deal with
แต่
the
ต้องดูจอมันเห็น
50-50.
สไปหรือเปล่า
But Zest, in the heat of the moment,
เนี่ยมันเห็น
just
แล้ว
wanted
เนี่ย
to make sure he checks the spike nice and clear, nice and early. And at that point, doesn't have a clue.
Just, again, ex-teammates.
Stacks a little mad. He said he's getting a little pissed off. I mean, listen, I think if you're a DRX, you should be pissed off. Letting Bleed get away with a 4-2 lead, a 5-4 lead in the first half on the attack, where Bleed, I mean, they're the ones who have to make the decisions, and they're not known for the fastest of decisions. I mean, this is not where DRX wanted to be 11 rounds in.
On their own map pick as well. I don't think they expected this whatsoever, but I mean, Bleed are just doing such an incredible job. Still a little bit tricky though at times. Again, Buzz was just an absolute monster in that final clutch. On to the next, and Bleed go back to a bit of that, full squad march upwards. DRX trying to tamper with it.
Yeah, but the timings are right now still too good from DRX, right? You kind of trade between the Brim Smoke and then the one way with the Poison Orb. It is just infinite smokes right now on the side of Bleed. With that smoke, you know that they're trying to target. I love the sneak in here. It's a good read from Mako. He gets one, he gets two.
And then Foxy9 on the other side as well. Bane coming in to support. It's too much for Bleed. The death ball doesn't quite work out because DRX gets the read on it. DRX knows how to play off the smoke timings, and they read every situation so darn well. Buzz now going through the showers. You've got the pop flash from Stacks, and Des is in again in this situation where he's up against these old teammates. Feels that it's a little bit too much, and he holds back. Goes in for that guiding light. A second one tossed out now, but again Stacks is just trying to tap this fight. Zest doesn't care, doesn't get phased by it. Now hears it, and Buzz is just caught.
Hey!
The mind games are too good for Buzz. He fakes it once, but he'll stick it the second time.
ไอ้นี่ก็คิดเยอะเกิน
I can't blame Zest, man. I can't blame Zest. The previous round lives rent-free in his head. He just doesn't want to make the same mistake. He doesn't want to run around the wrong side.
อันนี้มันแตะยาว
Oh, dude, Buzz just straight up told Zest to sit down with that play. Holy.
Yeah, it's my lift, my elevator. I'm gonna step out and in whenever I want to.
บัตร2เซต0
That's unfortunate.
รู้มือ
Oh, you see Buzz. He's happy with that decision. He knows exactly what he did.
Might have died at the very least, you know,
I mean,
so
it's
Zest picks up the kill.
It's an absolute brain destroyer from Buzz on that one. That hurts if you're Zest.
Hey, but still, 6-5. This is not,
31
you know,
ตอนนี้กลายเป็นเย่
one-sided match by any means of that word. And now, Bleed still stand a chance at turning this into a 6-6. Picking off that early hit up against Buzz. Scary. Managing to win out in the one-on-one.
เสมอตัวเนี่ยถ้าได้6
to get the drop on Retla.
Yeah, I mean, Retla, he read the timing. I don't blame Retla's decision, but the drop from the box messes up his aim a little bit. Can't stabilize in
แต่
time.
สถิติเคยไปดูมาเป็นการ 5-1 6-4-9
So now overall a 4-4. Obviously, Buzz getting taken out nice and early by Scary over by that B side. Forces Stacks to have to sit up, but again, Stacks can sit on his util. And while Bleed's been overall getting some good
เขาเรียกว่าอะไร
rounds,
นะ
I
กลายเป็นด่าน
worry
กันอะ
in the future,
เขาเรียกว่า
right?
สถิติ
And
พังยับ
also
เยิ
for
น
DRX, if they're not tested for what happens when you run out of the util, curious what's going to look like in the future.
Gonna have to wonder about that second half, but for now, the last round of the first. And you have to imagine DRX is trying to set up for stalls, delays, and maybe a bit of a retake hit as well. Stacks has the ultimate, the Viper's Pit, although it was down, he just denies it completely, along with his showstopper. Foxy9 though still trying to stay hidden inside of the smokes. Bane actually finding 2 kills through the smokes up against Gate as well as Darian. Now Foxy9 swings out, gets the drop on Zest. It's all down to Scary, the clutch master. 1v3. Can he make it happen? He doesn't have the time, and DRX just stay away. Coming in with the swings at the last second. It's a 7-5 first half for DRX.
Oh, Bleed.
พรุ่งนี้วันอะไรวันอังคารใช่ไหม
ก็บอกหลายทีแล้วนึกไม่ออกเลยว่าเด็กจะแพ้ไง
DRX DRX now, they'll have the initiative to really try to make Bleed's life miserable on the defense, especially with no Sentinel. That's a big weakness. You're going to have to try to push out to gain some space.
I mean, you got those 2 initiators, you know, you can try to get information off of some of that utility. I have to imagine Bleed is going to try to do whatever they can, but again, this was one of those sides where they kind of struggled against Paper Rex. They only won 1 round on that defense because, you know, Paper Rex on the attacking side. So Bleed going to have to do whatever they can. I don't think
เบนยิงขนาดนี้นี่ตัวจริงใช่ไหมเนี่ย
Yeah, with the toxic
That's
screen set
ignorant.
up, they're trying to make it look like the default's always the same for their pistol, right? So that they're going to try to go for a TP
เรา
play,
สองซื้อ A
but they'll
Red
try to do some sort of pressure over onto A Showers. But quite frankly, this is a good screen, but DRX reads it. They actually just meet him 3v3. It's a shootout.
It's a shootout that DRX wins. I mean, Bane able to pick up the first one, and then although you have a couple players from Bleed trying to trade, it doesn't quite work out. There's a little bit of space from Zest right now, and he's able to push outside of Showers. But guess what? DRX has already made their way into the site.
Yeah, this is a bit of a rough one. I mean, Foxy9 even just digging deep, even though the round is pretty much said and done already with the postman situation right now on A. It's a good hold from Zest, but look at this. Foxy9 knows exactly what he's doing right now. He just needs to buy time, right? They already pretty much have the round secured. All he needs to do is tie someone up in Showers and make them scared of that flank around.
Unbelievable. I love that from Foxy9. And of course, it's quick work from the rest of DRX, just holding out around the spike, knowing that it's up to Bleed to make the move. I mean, I feel like a Foxy9 from last year might have made that peak. And if you think about it, these two players, Foxy9 was the one who kind of got subbed in for DRX, and Zest had to step out.
ผมว่า
Sure, I mean, yeah, they were trading
ผมว่า
plays
มัน
a
หมดยุ
little
คเก
bit,
แล้ว
but Foxy9
เอาจริง
he's come to his own
สำหรับ
for
ผม
sure.
นะ
I
ผม
mean,
ว่าหมด
I
ยุค
think,
เกแล้ว
you know, I don't think we need to talk
ไปหา
about
ผู้เล่น
last
เทีย
year
ร์สอง
anymore,
ที่
right? He's
ค่า
really shaken
ACS
it up.
เยอะๆมา
Obviously, big
น่า
role
จะ
change as well.
อาจจะโหดกว่าด้วย
And he's been finding that patience as that sentinel. This is what Stack
Just a
said there, but I
ผู้เล่นใน
think
ไทยเยอะแยะ
I think there's a lot on Stack's mind
ต้องใน
right
ไทยหรอก
now. He
โซนเรา
really
อะ
wants
โห
to send
เดือ
a
ดๆทั้งนั้น
message over to this Bleed squad. I mean, it's not just Zest, you know, it's Ye, it's Bleed overall.
อารอนกับเบน
DRX trying to send a message to the rest of Pacific as well. Zest in a good position.
เรื่อง
to
เรื่อง
peek
ยิง
from
ให้เบน
Retla.
วะ
DRX should know this though. Yeah, the anti's there.
Ooh, good little flash, but the peeks out along with the classics. The range not quite there. Retla able to pick up the only one. DRX makes it a quick trade, and of course they still have the option to go through the teleporter if they want to. Foxy9 able to take control of the Showers. Does have that ghost. They're trying to get the drop onto Retla, and they will. The dive in
เรื่อง
works
สแตท
for
เอ
เดี๋ยว
เมันก็
เดี๋ยว
ส่วนหนึ่งนะเรา
Ghost
ต้อง
might
ดู
not
เรื่
be
อง
able to
ความเล่
connect
น
onto
เข้า
Scary
กับทีม
just
ด้ว
yet,
ย
so Bleed able to fight back.
พี่
Got
กับ
those
ดีพี่
shares.
ให้ใคร
But as soon
เป๊ะ
as
ไป
they
เล็กกันเหรอ
peek out, it's easy work for
Maybe
Bane.
like
A couple of bursts, and it's going to be a 9-5 to DRX.
I mean, it's some damage. Obviously, 2 Vandals will still be carried over. DRX making a big investment going with the
Beat
triple
gang
rifle
idea
buy in that
ตอนนี้
previous round, I believe. So they'll be okay with it. Not giving any free upgrades
คือ
either.
ได้ในมองพี่
I
เลย
did
นะ
set play early
แต่เรา
on,
ไม่รู้หลัง
right? Again,
ไม่รู้ข้างหลัง
really
คุยยังไง
utilizing the double initiator. At the very least, Bleed is
แต่
sticking
ยัง
to
ต้อง
the strengths
ดู
that
เอ
their
วอะ
top has. If only they had something other than classics, that could have actually been some more kills off of that Dizzy. Unfortunately, yeah, they can't go for it, and Buzz just asking for the plant as well to make sure that they bank up the creds. Now, what I really liked there was Stax's flash over the wall was in perfect timing for Buzz. I mean, DRX continued to impress in their timings.
Again, I mean, the way that they work together, the way that they time everything together just shows why they are so strong, why you cannot allow them to set up for such set plays. Bleed are, you know, being a little bit passive, and they're doing that because they want to hold on to any advantage that they have. You know, this is their buy round right now, and they have to make it count.
เดี๋ยว
At
จ
the
บอันนี้
same
ก่อน
time,
เดี๋ยว
DRX
บอก
wants to complete this entire map as quickly as possible, but Ye's not going to allow
So,
that, not too easily. Finds the drop against Buzz, so no more dive entries for DRX.
โอ้โห
Foxy9 though doesn't care, pushes out of
ยิงไม่
Showers
สู้
on
เลย
his
อะ
own. The great pop flash from Stax just to support him, and it gives them a lot more space. The spike plant goes down now for
Good timing.
DRX.
Oh, Darion lucky to stay alive there. That's a bit of a choke point, but he'll get out. You've got the region coming in from Zest.
Okay, let's run this one.
Still a 1-2 split though for Bleed, right? And obviously, yeah, it's double initiative. They'll try to do what they can with the pop flash to take control of backside, but Retla's gotta start to
Okay.
run here.
They've managed to push a couple players back, and Retla might be able to catch Bane like a deer in headlights if he finds the timing on it.
Yeah, but there's
Or
the trip.
There is that trip. Bane just fires off the incendiary at the right time, peeks up again. Darian and Zest continue to push up, just buying the attention away. They actually managed to make it work, but they got to work against the spike. Bane is just toying with them, playing around his
Oh, the
safe
orbital
cover.
strike.
The orbital strike now goes in and lands down, able to call out the bomb. Darian does not
No
have
time.
any more time.
Oh.
No health remaining either, and Bane just patient in the clutch.
Dude, Bane's calculation on the timing for the Molly, I thought he was just tossing it early
ตัว
to
หลัง
make
เก็
sure
บ
he
เบ
can
น
cover
ไม่
the
ได้
play,
จบ
but it
เลย
was perfect. It stays online all the way to the end, and then he's got the orbital strike. I mean,
Awesome
very,
stuff.
very well read. Obviously, the couple kills help as well for Bane, but it's tough to get through here. And now, Foxy9 there on the showers, I mean, they had a bit of a mind game between him and Scary, trying to go for wall shots against each other. But Foxy9 knew, because of where the Tracers were coming in from, that he was continuously pushing him backwards. And then he just takes the lead.
What?
He's just having
That's
fun
not
here.
a pop-up.
Oh,
That was
man.
awesome and monstrous from Bane. I mean, you're absolutely right. He's miles ahead, streets ahead, and ahead of Bleed right now. If Retla got the drop against him, then that might have been a different story. But unfortunately, that's not quite meant to be just yet. A bit of a judge by from Bleed, but of course, they're also pushing out along with some upgraded pistols. It's going to be a contest for market, and Bleed continue to march up front. They managed to make a trade happen. They're looking to pick up a
อุ้ย แผ่น
weapon,
ตบ
and
ปื
they
น
managed to do that. Ye will
Okay.
be glad with that Vandal.
But with that, Bleed, their ideal scenario was that you make them panic, drop a weapon, and force them to rush into A, making it look like A is weak. But now that time has passed and you didn't see all 5 members, there wasn't a push out of B main. DRX has to be very wary of this, but oh my, that's a lineup from Retla. Takes down Bane from afar.
Wonderful stuff. I mean, he does it from defender spawn. And now we got a plant coming right back in, but it's a 3-on-4 scenario. You've got quite a bit of utility as well, though, so I wouldn't count DRX just yet. Bleed has to be very careful in how they want to take these fights. Now just holding up around the judge. They're denying DRX any form of
แรง
sight
จัด
control. So a bit of kills. Ye in with the paint shell.
ขนาดไม่โดน
And
ฮิต
the
แรกนะ
final shot from the top of
แต่มัน
heaven. Ye
กลางกลางดง
coming
เลย
through
กลาง
to
ตี
put
นเลย
Bleed back on the board.
A great push out from Hookah. Just very patient from Scary. I love that he never peeks out. He never thinks like, oh, do you think they're in the site now? Like, no. You know what? If they plant, they plant.
Classic
I only get a
Scary
kill.
stuff.
Yeah, I only get a kill if they come into lamps.
ไม่
And the
มา
thing
ว่ะ
is
ลูก
he
พี่
was
เย่
อันนี้มันยิง
tagged
กับ
for
ระเบิด
zero
โอ้โห
points. Foxy9 knew
พูดถึง
that
จังหวะ
somebody
แบบ
was there. That's a great
Ui.
lineup.
Bad
ยิ
pack
งมาจากมันยิงมาจาก B ด้วยนะ
I
ไอ้
mean,
ไวเปอร์
Foxy9
พินเนี่ย
Enemy remaining.
สเน็ก
อ๋อ
ไฟ
Bad pack อัน
Gets
ต
a
รง
little
ตี
bit too curious. It's good utility on the retake as well from Bleed. And you know
โคต
that
รดี
if you
อะ
give
ส
them
เน็กไบ
that
แบบ
opening, that
ตาม
they
มาช่วย
will strike back. So DRX, now that things have stabilized a bit, you got to start to think long term, right? Okay, maybe we can't close it out too fast. You got to start to do a little bit of conditioning because the early couple rounds it was determined on the early duels.
I gotta love this from Bleed, though. They are taking the initiative up against DRX, not allowing them to set up
รัวจัด
around
รัว
the
จัด
reload. But Mako caught in the reload.
Yeah,
Ye
that was super.
has to step back, and Mako just capitalizes on that
You have
moment.
to suspect this. You have to.
Oh, no.
Bleed thinks that they made enough noise to make it look like
สงสัย
they
หน่อย
returned.
สงสัย
Bane's
ข้างหลัง
already in the site.
okay,
They have no idea.
No, I thought he was watching the angle, but Bane, he
Top
just
boy.
swings up from behind them. The double kill, the micro flicks. Bane is on
Oh,
a
doing a lot,
tear
right?
on this map. And even with the incendiary just to
Man on
block
top.
off Retla, what can you do against? It's 24 kills right now,
Yeah,
only 8 deaths.
As a Brimstone, Buzz has been very quiet this game, and Bane just says, it's all right,
play.
I'll do it again, I'll help carry the team again.
Do it for you, big brother.
Yeah, I mean, Bane, you know, he talked his
เติม
talk in
เรื่อย
the
ๆด้วย
winners
ไม่ให้
interview
เดิน
last time. He said, you know, I got to help carry some of my older brothers here. Made it look like they needed a lot of help, but boy, is he backing it up. We got a lot of people on stage this last weekend of the regular split, talking the talk and walking the walk. Bane's one of them.
You really got to admire how he manages to make this work on the controller roll.
I
At
mean, it's
times,
just-
it's the calculations. At
Yeah,
other times,
it's
it's the way
the-
he peeks out of the sky smokes.
Yeah, it's the decision that he chooses to go into hookah nice and early, right? You see the push out. Instead of saying, hey, I'll come back you guys up all the way back, let's create our own crossfire, he just says, listen, back off, chill off. Not sure why Foxy9 died there. That's a bit of a problem. But we won't focus on it too much. And he just digs in deep, right? Because you've already lost 2 people. You want to make sure the spike was spotted as well. You want to make sure that you trap them in there, create an opening.
형, 나 심장도 200이었다 총 쏠 때 진짜.
What? He said something was 200 when he was a teen.
What does
I
that
think
mean?
maybe something about his score or his reaction
Okay.
scenes, but I didn't hear the beginning part. But I think just saying that he's always had the mechanical skill to be there.
Right, one way or another. I mean, now Zest is on the
แต่
other
เด็กๆแบก
side.
ไม่หยุดไง
DRX has some open slots, and Bane just fills those shoes really, really well. Again, only 8 deaths, 24 kills, and now DRX potentially knocking on the door of map point. I love that Bleed is trying to be proactive, but what can you do when DRX is just on the ball with things?
อืม
The jump peak gets spotted. Can't be as liberal with those guiding lights anymore with the current sky.
Oh boy.
This pop flash is going to be right over the wall.
จำครับ
Right,
จำครับ
just
ป๊อ
for
ป
the
แปด
octagon first. They had the earlier one for right over the wall. See if they go for it time and time again.
Zero
กำลัง
point
ศึก
lands
ษา
perfectly as well.
KO
They know
อะ
that they've hit
รู้เมื่อกี้
red
ที
line
เด็ด
at the
เลย
very least.
And here's the thing that they were pinging for the dizzy over the wall as well, right? For that counter flash. And they don't see it come out. So they're thinking, okay, no pop flashes in sight, but there's one. The anti's ready.
Wow!
DRX not ever letting go.
you
Just so prepared. A showstopper right off the bat as
Oi.
well. But scary
Ui.
with the incendiary kind of
Long
catches
length.
them at the choke point as they try to walk through.
ได้ยิน
it's
แค่
not a
you
barbecue
แล้วก็ตายไป
roast
เลย
for
เคิว
Bleed right now, and
30
DRX
seconds left.
has to, evacuate the sites.
Ui.
They're trying to call out a bit of a fake, and Bleed just continues to put in the pressure.
Good job.
Redla holding out from elbow, manages to take down 2 more to find that 3rd kill. Bleed not dropping just yet.
Oh, man, that
เขาเมาสโมกออกมาเหยียบไฟ
that
เหรอ
hold right there,
They
especially
got
once you
lineups.
Yeah, once you hear the TPS,
น่า
well,
จะ
yeah, the lineups have been
น่า
good.
จะ
But
ไฟ
hey,
หน้า
you
ส
got
โมก
double
เลยนะ
controllers, you gotta use them, right? If you don't have a sentinel, you gotta make sure that you can support pretty globally. That's what makes
อ๋อ
some of these
โดน
controllers
นี่ด้วย
so good.
พิษ
That's what makes Viper
คอมโบ
so
คอมโบ
amazing on almost
นี่คอม
every
โบ
map.
ไฟ
With
พิ
the
ษ
current map
แรง
pool,
จัด
that's why Astra for a while was so strong. It's about the global presence. And now you're having that with the lineups. You love to see it from Bleed, catching up 7 to
ยืนได้
11.
ไม่ถึง
Now
สอง
got the
ไม่ถึงวิอ่ะ
showstopper
ผม
for
ว่า
you
นะ
as
ไอ้
well.
คอมโบเมื่อกี้
Another
เหยียบ
broken
เหยียบก็
bot
สลาย
from
แล้ว
DRX.
เมื่อกี้มันเหมือนเหยียบมานานแล้วด้วยก่อน
Just
ออกส
know
โม
that
กอะ
if you keep your
แล้วก็มาโดน
distance,
พิษอีกโอ้โห
you get that early info. This round should be yours, Bleed.
Bleed is definitely capable of it. I mean, that previous round, that was green flames. It was a combination of utility, both the snakebite and the incendiary I just noticed. Buzz tries to dive in though, tries to play off of
ไม่เอาอยู่ดี
yeah,
ไม่เอาอยู่ดี
tries to get the drop
โดนตันก็
Yeah,
ช่าง
they
มัน
don't even repeat
เอา
it,
เมื่อ
right?
กี้
They
โดนแน่นอน
no reason to repeat
Wow.
it. Force him out of there.
And then off the orbital strike too,
Oi.
Ye pulls out the rockets, now kind of trying to look for the Viper Spit deployer, but unfortunately Mako just still stays tucked away. The spike still ticking
Oh,
off.
yeah.
Bane from short finds a kill with his ghost.
Still got snakebite as well.
Okay, Mako.
I mean, time is not on Bleed's side. They can't wait for all the utility to land because it's going to be a little while.
Redla pushes up. We'll be able to eliminate that shower's angle at
Whoa.
the very least. But
takes out
look at the
Wingman.
spike. I mean, it's still up there, and it's taken away. Zest comes in just at the right time. Bane cannot find the angle. He's smoked off completely. And
ทัน
Bleed
ทัน
will, along
มา
with
เซต
the
บอกทัน
teamwork this
โอ้โห
time,
หนีกัน
manages
ใหญ่
to
เลย
sneak around away once more.
ไม่รอกูเลย
Wasn't on point yeah, with that timing.
But the Pam
Because here's
Wingman
the thing is
man.
because I think Bleed was counting on the fact that little bro is not going to get taken down by the second snakebite. So I think they were trying to exploit that advantage that they have. But the shots were
But-
perfect. Wingman goes down instantly.
So it's a little bit of like panic, a little bit of nerves, but at the very least, you have enough players. Zest, able to read the situation correctly, makes the decision to sit on that spike, and of course the coaches heave a sigh of relief.
I love that little head tilt. Look, he was like, you know what? We
alright.
take those, you know? I mean, it was a little dicey, but overall, still good, right? Doesn't panic on the Viper's pit. You don't just try to barrel through. I love that Ye doesn't hold on to the showstopper just for the Viper because he spots stats and he says, I gotta send
เซตบอกว่าโอ้โหแม่งเก็บข้าวเก็บของไม่รอกูเลย
And then you accept, okay, the lineups are gonna come. They're probably on their way. How do we make sure that we can defuse immediately afterwards? You send in the wingman on that second snakebite, draws out some gunfire, so you know where they're positioned. Overall, and I know some people are thinking like, it's not like Bleed's playing out of their mind. It's not like they're bringing out a new meta. But overall, it's a big improvement, right?
Yes.
From the previous Bleeds, that they're really getting some good reads on what DRX wants to do. And more than anything, I mean, listen, they are playing to their comp's advantages. And you love to see that.
Those lineups, Zest and Darian as well, double
And
initiator.
here's the thing. I mean, Stax and Buzz are sitting at 6 kills. They're getting shut down, right? With 13 deaths. Bleed's doing whatever they can to try to get back into the lead.
That's an incredible point. I didn't notice that until now. Bleed have been doing such a good job at making sure that DRX doesn't have any safe entries. But this is the round after Coach Termy's time out.
Oh, there's
so you
no
have
drones
to wonder
here.
what the adjustment is. No
Hey.
drones, no nothing, but a good pop flash along from Stacks sets up for Buzz's success, and now they have a little bit more space. That flash just pushed Ye all the way back through the teleporter. So now DRX has the timing for the spike plant against Bleed.
Stax' flashes have been so good, and now the post plant, not the best for Bleed. You even have that operator. Sure,
Okay,
you have
I
the
like that.
Seekers, but we'll see. Paint shows just to try to disperse him a little bit. Trailblazer trying to clear out early
Oh,
on.
little
With the
angle.
up, he gets spotted,
Whoa.
and that's just the wall bang right through the corner. Ye has no idea.
My goodness, Buzz just continues to thread the needle. Unfortunate for Ye, but at the very least, Seeker sent out, and you have a little bit of space up around elbow now. Bleed continues to try to push through, but look at how Mako just marks the angles. Buzz gets off of his sniper's nest and continues to move around now. Spike continues to tick away. Bleed knows that it's just exits. It's going to be a save, so they don't have the option. Going to have to tuck tail and turn away. Meanwhile, DRX, they will reach map point.
Yeah, overall, listen, Bleed, they have the creds. They had to go for it, right? Even though it was a tough one, even using the Seekers, the idea was sound. You send the Seekers, then just try for a really high pop flash. The guiding light actually doesn't quite make it over the corner, so it doesn't flash Buzz. But you're drawing all this attention over to defender spawn, because that way you can set up for elbow. You go for the double flash with the Dizzy. The idea was all there, but unfortunately a couple misses on the util and not able to get the early duels. And the retake falls, they'll escape with the operator that still gets them the buys to try to counteract this map point on DRX's pick.
At the same time, I mean, it's also that timeout from Coach Termy. You know, he just kind of gets a read for Bleed setups, and they just make that call for Stacks to pop flash through, get control over B long, and they manage to walk through that. And because of that, they managed to get the side in the previous round. But now we've got Retla with the Viper's Pit. We've got Ye on the operator up around A short. We're controlling both extremities. You've got that toxic screen just out around showers as well. DRX are scratching their heads.
Yeah, and look at Bleed's control, right? You said it's extremities, and they have the information.
What?
Yeah, overall, it's just a short giving up. Buzz does fly through, but Scary's waiting there right with him. At an off angle, he should have a better angle here as well. You'll pick up Bane.
Good hold. All down to Mako. Able to isolate the first duel, but still, dude, like 4 targets, Will.
I mean, Mako's done it before. It would be crazy.
โอ้ไปเป็นลิกไม่น่าพลาด
But if there's anyone to clutch on DRX, it's always been Mako. He does get spotted. That makes things significantly more difficult. He will get a third with the op.
I wanted to believe that op was a little bit too oppressive, and now DRX very aware of Bleed's tools in these current rounds. You've got that toxic screen. It's always something that, you know, extends out through showers. You're always going to wonder how, or if you should even go in for showers control. And then you've got this op in addition to that.
The op shots have been good, so I'm glad that they're able to try to stick with this, that they're able to carry it through, because that's what they'll need to move forward. Now, they did have to use an ultimate as well, and a timeout comes out from Bleed. Curious to see what Legia heard in that last round. Because overall, I mean, listen, the pit, I thought the holds were pretty good, right? You get the pit, you get the nice peek from Ye, and at that point, they actually chose to leave short open. That was the only part, because they had hookah cover with a toxic screen. You had Zest spotting for Retla in the side of B. You had showers control. So it almost felt like they purposely herded DRX into A short. So I thought it was pretty good, but maybe it's something in the comms, or it might also just be Legia trying to get a read on what DRX is coming up with in the next rounds with the ultimates and things like that on the timings.
You are absolutely right, Will. I have to imagine this is some sort of a preemptive timeout, because you are looking at just 3 rounds to push this into overtime. Bleed can taste it. Bleed can smell it. And they definitely want to make it happen. I mean, if you push DRX into that breeze and you have a map against them, you might actually be able to take this win, and then Victoria might actually be able to get our prediction right.
There is a chance. It's still alive. It's still alive. There's that orbital strike online for Bane. So one thing that you definitely have to consider is that there can be a very, very hard post plan set up here from DRX. That's something that Bleed will have to be prepared for. They've already lost control of showers. That Cam online finally fights for it back.
Foxy 9, just a little bit around showers. We're still going in for that stable.
He saw the foot
and the angle, but a great jump peek, and it's a little bit tough to land the shot. But at the very least, now DRX is very aware. Got that operator up around B. How do we work against it?
Okay, they drew out both snake bites. Yeah, that's actually really early. And they don't know how many crosses. This is a crossfire set up for Ye. It's a lot of pressure, and there should be another pop flash coming. It's right over the wall, and the orbital strike!
The orbital strike! It pushes Ye off. Buzz will dive in. The trades come through. Mako! A bit with a double. Zest manages to hold down 3. We're back to a 2-on-2. Through the teleporter goes Foxy 9, just to rendezvous with his teammate. The spike goes down, and they are now trying to control the site. Mako, he doesn't have any more snake bites left.
ถอดไปเล่นกับเพื่อนครับ
No post plan to worry about in terms of lineups, but they heard the TP. I love Foxy 9's rotate over to main. You're making them think that it's going to be a split onto Hookah. Only Mako shown so far. And he lands the first shot and the second as well.
ไม่นำจังหวะเลยเล่นเลย
ทำไมให้เล่นมันชิงจังหวะเล่นก่อนเลย
I mean, this entire map, Bleed has stuck it in. Bleed has continued.
แล้วพิษตรงนั้นเล่นง่ายเลยไงจี
แล้วเดมอนวันเลสอะเป็นไงบ้างวันนี้มีปืนอะไรขายบ้างเข้าไปดูซิ
3 ทีมครับ รอบนี้ไป 3 ทีมครับ น้องโฟ
ไม่มีภาพเยวีสองใช่อ่ะเดมอนวันนี้คือเยสภาพเดียวกันเลยเขาบอกว่าเดมอนวันเยไอเดมอนวันเลสนี่พอๆกับเยเลย หนักกว่าเยอีก
มันสายแบบโดยลิสายแบบว่าวางเป้าแบบระดับเดียวอ่ะให้แบบผิวๆอ่ะ
มันเล่นเจ็ตได้ก็ดีแค่ไหนแหละเดมอนวันเลสมันผมว่าเลสมันต้องบูมเมนต์เยอะกว่าเจ็ตนะผมว่าเวลาแบบบาร์แพ็กมันต้องก้มสุดอะไรเงี้ยแบบมันใช้เป้ายากกว่าเอ้ยฟอร์ซเคนโอเปอเรเตอร์มาขายสเปกตรัมเฟนทอมมาโก้ว่าแล้วเมื่อกี้
ดูทีเซอร์บันเดอร์ใหม่ป่ะ
เจ็ดดิฟไหนอุ้ยแรงค์มันจะรีแล้วเหรอพี่
วันพุธ
เอ้ยผมขาด25ผมจะเซนเดนสอง
เห็นแล้วอยากกลับไปเล่นไพ่นกกระจอกโห
ไหนลองฟังเสียงเป็นท่อมอย่างเดียวเหรอหรือเป็นดอลวะน่ะอุ้ยเสียงแบบว่าอุ้ยเชลิฟไอเสียงแต้งใหม่ก็มันจะมีอะไรมาแทนอันนี้ได้จริงๆเหรอวะ Prelude of the Prelude to Chaos เนี่ยกับไอ Vandal Palm ของผม นี่ไงไอ Vandal Helicopter ที่มีโซวานั่งอยู่โคตรใช่Star Guardian นะ โซวาแอร์ไลน์ ผมว่าพีรูดยังมากกว่าต้นไม้อยู่อะไม่รู้ว่ะพีรูดนี่คือกอดเทียสกินนี่ไงเฮดฮันเตอร์ของแชมเบอร์แม่งไม่มีสกิน แต่มันคม สกินใหม่น่าโดนจริงไหม มีดสวยนะ เป็นด้อมผมอะอย่างอื่นไม่ได้เลย นอกจากรีคอนอะอ๋อ รีคอนนี่คือโนนหนึ่งเลย เป็นดอลแชมเปี้ยนหนึ่งเขาใช้เอาอะไรกันพี่ ความแรใช่ไหม ความขลัง นี่มันต้องเป็นดอลต้นไม้ดิเป็นท่อมต้องรีคอนของจริง มันทำให้เรารู้สึกว่าเรายิงแล้วนิ่ง อะไรก็ตามที่ทำให้ฟิลดี แพทไหนอ่ะนะ ได้ โหไอเพลงนั่งคุยไม่โดนใช่ไหมจัดเชื่อปะตั้งแต่แมตช์จบอะแล้วผมกดไฟล์แมตช์ทีมเดธแมตช์มาใช่ไหม เชื่อปะตอนเนี้ยแม่งยังโหลดกันไม่เสร็จเลย จนเกม2มันจะเริ่มละเหลือจะเชื่อปะอันนี้คือเหลือจะเชื่อ บึมบึมบึมบึมบึมบึมบึมบึมบึมมาโว้ยอะไรไม่เอาไม่คืออะไรประตูเริ่มแล้วปะ
Don't forget about RB's flexing, and he's just really trying to fill that slot right now with the number of agents he's playing.
He's been able to make it happen quite a
เดยอนดูเอลลิสหรือว่าพี่
At the very same time, Bleed in with a double duel.
ตาจะไหล
Darian has played this role before, and he used to be the one to do it for Bleed way back in the day. But now, of course, supported by Ye on this Yoru. I mean,
yeah, that's I've got my eyes on that. The Yours have to be good here, but for now, that trip has not been taken out. Finally, does get deleted. Buzz still hiding in that cyber cage. Scary gets 2 though.
Comes back in and tops up on top just to claim up the third. Mako able to fire back as well. So 2 on 3. And DRX look for the spike plant. They've put up a bit of smokes just to block off arches. The shock darts barely graze Mako, so they have a bit of time to back off.
Right, you don't have too much util to work with, but look at this. The fast flank around from Bane, but
Darian
this time Darian has a read! They know, alright, they know that Bane likes to get a little sneaky. They figured it out over from Bind as well.
Just a great way to hold the angle. Mako has his work cut out for him. Able to isolate the angles for the time being, though, takes down Ye. But as soon as the spike taps continue to pester him, he goes out for the peek, and Zest just lands the final shot. Bleed with a pistol.
Ooh, I also have my eyes on the Zest Stack Sova battle, you know? Stack saying, listen, I can fill that role just fine, and Zest saying, no, I'm the OG. We'll see how that comes through. Now on this entry, I mean, Scary, just a good hold with the snake bite. DRX trying to force their way in, especially to make sure that Buzz isn't in an island. So since they already committed to it, obviously, yeah, the snake bite walking through it never feels good. But they try to just stick as a team. It does not pay off. And this should be the first pistol that Bleed's taken as well.
Yes.
So see if that helps change things up here on map 2.
I mean, it is Bleed's map pick, and this is their best chance at taking down DRX, or at the very least pushing them to that third map, which Bleed is the one who left split open. So hopefully they might actually be able to, put some dents into DRX's armor. On the other side, though, I mean, off of this win, DRX just trying to play very slow and safe. Ye will be kind of annoying them a little with that little flash.
Yeah, just checking out if there's a reaction out in mid. But yeah, not quite peeking too aggressively off of it either. So just going to hang back. Now the gate crash goes through. It shouldn't be in range for Foxy to hear it just yet. And so the setup is there for backup all the way to B site.
I love it. You gotta love Yoru's, but at the very same time, I mean, DRX is not a team to be trifled with. Look at Buzz with that shorty. I kind of knew it was going to happen as he dived straight in. Scary was not prepared for it. And because of that, now he's picked up the Spectre and able to claim control over backside. Spike not yet planted, though. I mean, it's still too hot. You've got too many zones that you haven't quite covered. And Retla has the Guardian. Perfect for long-range duels. Perfect for long-range snipes, but it doesn't matter if Buzz just comes up from behind. Darren flicks back around along with the Outlaw, just trying to push DRX back. And these guys are just still trying to hold safe. Bane now picked up the Guardian, swaps over onto Ye, looks down for the last 2 players, props up yet another smoke, and he's trying to walk through it. Zest has to be very careful. Darian fires off the first shot, position aware. Buzz peeks out and takes him down. Zest fires back off with the Guardian, but a little bit too slippery. Buzz in with the quadruple kill to put DRX back on the board.
Oh, this is DRX absolutely toying with their food. So here's what happens, right? You go in, you get the kill, and Bleed thinks, okay, we can fill it back up. We have the gate crash, we've got him cornered, we just have to keep the distance. We gave over a Spectre. So they try to keep their distance, but it's a terrible position to be in on an open site like B. I mean, all of you are exposed 360, and at that point, DRX just keep holding behind the wall until the rest of them can creep in through extra smokes from the Astra and all close the gap. I mean, Bleed just fall right into the seemingly their own trap, it almost felt like, and they trip over. And that is the anti-eco given over. That hurts.
Yeah, those Guardians. I mean, this is a big paradigm shift now on this map. DRX is not a team that you want to underestimate by any means. I mean, Thrifties, what have you. It's a little bit unfortunate, but I mean, incredible job by DRX. The way that they held up around that back site. Now they've, you know, fired off a couple of shots through K and then rotating through to B. I mean, look at Foxy9. He's right up around the entrance of B.
Yeah, he's already made it through. He will get tagged, but he correctly identifies successfully where that cam is. Now, during this Bane, once again, on that lurk in mid, they're always going to keep that extra option open. CEA's looking for it. We'll see if that comes into play.
Darian, though, still kind of watching the angle. Incredible stuff from Zest, all the way from back arches. Somehow finds Foxy9. I have to imagine it's because of the recon dart or something. But because of this, Bleed might have some angles, but DRX has the spike plan, and it's so safe right behind the pillar.
Yeah, I mean, the round overall should be okay for DRX, but see how much damage Bleed can do. Buzz is good for 2 with the Vandal.
Good couple of shots, though, coming out from Bleed. Yay, able to take down one with a Marshall, but unfortunately, it's inconsequential. Again, Buzz starting to wake up onto the server on this map. Bane with that lurk just spots out Scary. It's lights out. It's 2-1. DRX takes the lead.
All right, and that's a good bit of information for DRX as well, right? The fact that Scary always trying to clear out mid, always trying to go around for this type of long flank. You know, we'll see if it continues as a trend, but that's something that DRX will keep on their mental notes. And Buzz had a bit of a rough game in that first one. Obviously, 2 very important clutches, but not putting up the frags he's used to. Trying to make up for it. Coming into map 2, now already 7-1.
A lot more comfortable on the Jet, especially on this map too. I mean, he's got the blades now, and that's always an option. DRX continuing to kind of mentally condition Bleed. It's such a big map that mid is always an area for contention. Right now, there is that bit of an A split getting set up, and you've got to watch out for the fake outs, but Buzz doesn't care about it. He actually finds the frag on towards Ye. Because of this, now you've got to watch out for Halls, you've got to watch out for mid, and everyone from Bleed is trying to move out, but it doesn't quite work. Foxy9, Mako, they've got the angles, they've got the sight.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. I mean, considering the creds, it's a 2v3 and you know Buzz is weak, so they'll go for it. Okay, make it a 2v2. That'll at least draw out the pit.
Yeah, not too bad. Force them to spend that ultimate. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for Bleed to push up now. Darian and Retla trying to walk around, trying to see if anyone's sneaking out of that Viper's pit. They don't really know where Buzz is just yet, but they probably have an idea. I don't know if you can really stick the defuse though, and Mako just comes back into the pit at the right time, finds Retla, finds Darian, and just out another win for DRX.
Yeah, that's a good repositioning from Mako. He's had some moments on this map before as Viper continues to do so with that pit. A good wraparound right outside the pit because you know they're going to try to clear it all the way around the wall. So a good timing read from DRX. I love this tempo up as well, right? It's a nice crunch onto A side through the double doors. Ye gets sight of it a little bit late. I think he thought, you know, initially just a flash on main should buy enough time. Then you see the toxic screen comes up. That's why he swings around. He's like, okay, this could be a pinch. But by then, it's a little too late. The double peek is ready. And Bane throwing another choke over at Buzz. But for now, Buzz definitely helping carry the big load here for DRX on map 2.
Doing a lot of good work. DRX, I mean, this win would put them up on top of the Omega group, and then they would be, you know, in top seed for playoffs. That's why this match matters to them. That's why they really, really want to make this win as quickly as possible. Bleed trying to fight back, though, trying to show improvements from their previous Neon composition. Now going in for a bit of mid control. The fake out getting sent all the way down mid.
Yeah, it's just all swarm over a mid, and that's a good double swing. What movement was that from Ye? He'll eventually get taken down, though. Weaponry not exactly in favor. And dude, Bane is just always behind these guys.
All right, Darian, though, will be able to make use of the double position just to catch Bane. Now picks up that Vandal. He's got the blades, too. This is a 2-on-3. Maybe we don't have armor on the side of Bleed, but it's not entirely impossible for them to come up with a win.
Yeah, if he pushes through, if he can catch Mako, but Mako's wise to it. He knows, okay, that weapon was dropped over by Nest. There's a good chance one of you have picked it up. Mako just trying to see if there's a flank around through halls. He has the absolute perfect read.
Just getting the sense for it, knows to lurk around in case Darian does decide to make a push through halls. Because of that now, it's a 1-on-3. I don't really know if this is going to be entirely possible for Retla. Look, you're working against a toxic screen. You're working against 3 players who could be positioned anywhere on site. I have to imagine he's looking for exits.
Yeah, surely at least somebody should have caught that on the minimap, as we did see Foxy9 peeking out with that jump. Yeah, Retla not only does he want exits, but he would like to carry over this upgrade, and Mako says, nope. You know, you guys will have to spend your own credits in that next round. And so far, I wonder if a timeout's coming for Bleed, because they haven't really been able to find an answer here.
Ever since that Thrifty.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of got broken on that, right? I mean, that was a tough one to lose, and it all starts with a shorty from Buzz. Coming out, turning it up to 11 right on round 2.
Just ridiculous. And with the fact that DRX are on the attacking side, they elected to pick this side. They are dictating the pace because of this decision. Now, you know, they're trying to turn things around. Bleed investing heavily into an operator. Darian, though, doesn't have the space to peek into cave because of that snake bite.
Yeah, and then the poison cloud.
No.
Dude, DRX has been doing this every round. They send the early snake bite, and then they're able to creep forward with the poison cloud.
Takes the orb.
Yeah, they just get so much space on A main. They never allow Bleed to try to push out.
Time to jump.
Ye feels the dangerous threats looming on the other side. Puts out the gate crash just to get him a little bit more safe cover. Sees if he can find at least 1 or 2. Goes in for the spray transfer. Double kill, maybe a third. Darian comes in to bail him out. Stacks will be able to find the trade. So now Bleed have a bit of numbers advantage.
Okay, now with that Cosmic Divide, you originally wonder, okay, it's probably a push all the way through A main, but Bane has always been on that lurk. And Zest, he's wise to it. He's got his eyes on. He's got to protect Darian. Okay, spotted.
All right. Just trying to still stay around position. Allow
Bye,
Stacks to push up front a little.
Oh, this push and pull from DRX. Foxy9 drawing just enough aggro to give Stacks the confidence that it's a 1v1 against the up, and he wins that battle.
And he gets the spike plant as well. Now Foxy9 able to hold out around the north. Now he's spotted Redla, trying to go in for the duel up against him. Has to watch his back as well. But Stacks has his 6 covered. Foxy9 able to focus on the front, takes Retla downtown, and it's going to be DRX with a 5-round win streak.
Oh, that misjudgment from Bleed. At that point, Retla just had to win that 1v1. There was no way that you could get support. But because it's taking too long, Zest thinks maybe I need to help out for a free kill from behind. And at that point, you've opened yourself up to Stacks. The patience pays off. Foxy9 being so good by drawing that aggro from mid. I mean, these flanks, these lurks over in mid. Bleed hasn't quite found an answer against it just yet. Now back to another eco.
Got a stinger. You've got the blades. Oh, Darian starts things off wonderfully. Just walks all the way through elbow, picks up a frag on the Foxy9. Now a rifle's on the ground, but he greets a little bit more. Ye along with him. Unfortunately, DRX turns it into a firing range. You've got Scary with the Viper's Pit up around A, and I assume that DRX is aware of this.
Yeah, and the other thing is here for DRX is that they're just going for this rifle, right? So again, Bleed's idea is we have a pit, let's funnel them in. Let's hurl them all towards the pit side. They did this unbind as well. DRX this time, because it's a much larger map, it's much longer distances, they're able to hold on and they say, okay, all right, we see what you're doing. The rifle was dropped. You didn't pick it up. We're just going to push back to the other side. We don't care if there might be a 2 people stack over on B. We still have the numbers advantage. Now it's a death ball into the B side.
Firepower advantage too. I mean, I imagine if Darren was supported by some sort of flash or something, you know, something a little bit more reliable, he might have been able to get a couple more kills, but because it's a Yoru, it's so much more difficult. Redla trying to pepper shots through with his Sheriff though, but it's not quite enough. Zest holds the angle, gets the flick initially onto Buzz, but then Stacks trades right back. It's now up to Redla as well as Scary, and DRX is not afraid to back down. They continue to peek against Redla, taking him down. It's down to Scary in a 1-on-3. He's only got the Stinger. He might have Classic, he might have some pieces of utility, but the range does not favor him.
โอ้ถ้า
Trying
สแต็
to
ก
fire off
ยิง
some
สู้
accurate
คลาส
shots,
สิก
but
ไม่
it
ได้
doesn't quite work out. Stacks
เครียดเลย
comes in with a
โห
ven.
ถ้าจอดยิง
Yeah,
แพ้
DRX just recognizing
แพ้
that
น่าจะ
as
ต้อง
long
พอ
as
ด
we don't give a rifle over, that we should be safe this round. Got a little dicey when Buzz couldn't quite find the right shots over on the site. But yeah, I mean, listen, Bleed, you didn't want to overinvest into the push out. You
Yeah,
got the Blade Storm.
ต้องเอาบินนี่
Overall, the idea is fine, but you just had to hit every single shot.
ทำเอาแล้ว
Now Bleed, the timeout comes out. And like you said, obviously, if you're relying on 2 ultimates, maybe you should have invested a bit more. Yeah, maybe that's something they discussed as well. But obviously right now, you got to look forward, right? Down 1-6. Got to catch up 5 rounds here on the first half if you want to try to feel better going into the second half.
I mean, it is a mammoth task for Bleed. If they take the win, that's great because it's championship points. If not, I feel like they wouldn't have too much pressure on them at the very least. It's a bit of match practice, up on the stage, and you're figuring out a lot of how DRX plays, which, is a lot of value. Meanwhile, while they are trying out this different composition, Ye maybe for the first time ever on the Yoru, able to, swing out a little, show us some tricks. But DRX, on the other hand, just reading everything pretty darn well. I mean, Mako from the previous round, the way that Stacks and Bane even are just reading the fact that, this is a Bleed that's trying to take the duel against you. Let's just hold with our rifles.
Yeah, see if Bleed figures it out off of that timeout now. You've got the operator in Darion's hands. Now, I also want to point out, DRX, obviously, they don't want to show too much of their hand. They got to get ready for playoffs, so if Bleed can pressure them, that already is a big success. He sees him! Oh! Not able to get the shot through the smoke.
Okay. At least he makes it away with his operator.
But is Ye safe here? I mean, they're banking on it.
All right. He's got the angle at the very least, and he's been good for the one-on-ones, but Bane instantly trades right back off of the information. A little bit more prepared for the duel at that second time. Darian trying to re-peek. Spots out the player a little bit too late. Rescopes, doesn't quite work out. Bane now continues to pressure up front. Foxy 9 up around
แต่ยอนบอก
stairs. The entire
ผมไม่ค่อยได้
site
จับเจ็ตเลยดิ
is under lock and key.
ช่วงนี้
Man, the operator getting pushed
Don't
out
fool.
and planting Ye down there, making it look like the Jet has
ไปดูเจนจี
retreated,
ดีกว่าพี่
keeping Ye on an off angle. I mean, I get
มอง
it.
ข้ามไปแล้วเหรอ
It's an
อะไรนะ
okay idea. I
มองข้ามไป
don't
คู่หน้า
know
แล้ว
if
เหรอ
it's really a good
เรามอง
idea, because here's the thing is that
จริงๆ
you
เลยแล้วกัน
have to get all the
ไม่ไหว
kills,
แล้ว
right? If it's like 3-4 people, you have to hold on to that, because if not, the operator is once again unsafe. So I feel like it's a bit of an unfair spot for Ye, quite frankly. So that's a rough one. But at the same time, obviously it doesn't feel good just because the operator got pushed off, giving up entry into the site. But some other confidence in a
power
form
ห่า
of
งไหม
retake,
มัน
just making sure that you're covering switch and
ว่า
orange, no matter
คิด
what
ว่า
it
มันไม่ค่อย
is.
รัดกลุ่มมากกว่า
It feels like
มัน
they
แบบ
got
ว่า
a little bit mixed
เล่น
up
กัน
in
ค่อน
which
ข้างที่จะ
win
ชิลไป
condition
หน่อย
they wanted to
แต่
bank
ว่า
on
ไม่
for
สนว่า
Bleed.
ใครเขาดักตรงไหนก็
I imagined he might have been able to
ไม่
gate
ตั้งใจ
crash
ตั้ง
out
เป้า
of
อะไร
the spot, but yeah, it's a little bit just too
Well,
much.
right. I mean, Ye had ways out, for sure.
Yes.
But I feel like it was a team decision, right? You're saying, okay, we backed off. Ye's job is now to get kills here in that off angle, sure. It sounds good on paper, but how many are coming there?
That's why it's a little bit
อยาก
risky
รู้ว่า
at
ตอนจัด
times,
คอม
and
ใคร
that's,
ใคร
again,
เป็นคนเลือก
DRX
ฮีโร่
just making
แบบเลือก
use
เล่น
of
ว่าใครจะเล่นตัวอะไร
numbers, their show of force, and right now that operator has been picked up by
เหมือน
Buzz
ตอน
as
เย
well.
ไปเล่นให้ C9 ป่ะ
7-1, DRX continues
ต่างแผน
to
จับโยรุ
bulldoze
จำได้
through.
ด่านบีตอนนั้น
And now after all these rounds, 8 rounds, and really only a deep lurk in from Bane once through halls, otherwise it's always been through
จ
mid.
ริงๆบีทมันไม่ควร
On
เอา
that
เย
one
มาตั้งแต่แร
cheeky
ก
kill over on Nest. Now they dig deep all the way into halls nice and early. Yes, they've used the switch for a pinch onto A site before with Foxy, but this is just to open up options for the future. If they go A, he can cut off the backup. If they go B, he can always cut off the backup again and then wrap around all the way through Nest.
On the other side for Bleed. Bit of a mixed bag of weaponry. I am curious about this positional switch up. You've got Scary up around A site now, the toxic screen, just to give him a little bit of cave control. But of course, DRX can continue to just push on through. Stax fires off the Hunter's Fury to give his team a bit of security. Buzz already making his way onto site and clears out the corners. Bit of a pop flash from Ye, but unfortunately it doesn't quite work out. Buzz, no, actually it's Buzz who continues to push through, and he will be able to find 3 kills because of it.
Oh, Buzz just, staying alive through that flash. Make sure that he's not caught with the full brunt of it. It's able to swing around. That weapon advantage comes in big. And then the util, right, the recon bolt, draws the crosshairs away from
นี่ผิดนะเองเหรอ
I mean, Bleed, they look weak. They look weak and defeated on the A side right now. There's no way around it. DRX knows that it's just an easier site to get into at the current moment.
It's a lot of attempts, but unfortunately, a Yoru flash, it's not quite the same as a KO's flash point, so it's always a little bit tricky to get the pop off. And because of it, I don't know. Buzz was able to kind of turn away from it at the right time, or as he was checking the corners. And as a result, the DRX continues to just get those kills. It's a flawless win now, 8-1. I mean, how can really Bleed recover from this? We've seen a timeout from Coach Lagia, but unfortunately this time to no avail just yet. Darian will reinvest into another operator.
Yeah, I mean, they'll need that operator, right? But they got to find the right position for it. Right now, we just saw a ton of pings in mid from Bleed, and I think that's the only option they got left. Because here's the thing: is that given their composition, given that you have the Sentinel over on B, they're gonna want a main control, and DRX has all the ideas to deny that nice and early. The snake bite, the early smokes. You've got the Astra smoke always there. You go for the dissipate, then you go in for the poison cloud if needed. So they've been pressed away from it. And now off of all that conditioning, they wait to see if there's early investment coming in from Bleed. Just that one snakebite still used to keep control of A main by DRX.
Just thinking multiple moves ahead. DRX, they're considering these options as to whether or not Bleed will go in for any risky peaks. If they can get the punish, then that could be a sight.
But look at this position again. I mean, A site. I mean, sure, you have the Cypher setups, but Relentless a bit on an island. You still don't cover switch.
Ye as
right?
well.
I mean, yeah, Ye's at double door. It's just still the same default positions. It's the same exact call from DRX. He's been spotted. Now you do have the Hunter's Fury. But where are you going to try to clear with that? Are you able to get Bane? Looks like there was one tag. Initial drift.
Okay, he's going to get the information, but unfortunately Retla not quite ready for the draw. It's Buzz with the blades just to cut and divide. The entire site has been dispersed. Now back onto the operator. He locks down the angle, manages to take down Buzz. Viper's Pit now gets deployed. How do you defend against this? Bleed trying their darndest. Ye just up around the edges, but his team is not quite with him. The gate crash coming through the other side, but it just reveals his position, and Foxy9 will be able to get the spray against him. It's all down to Scary now as he isolates the angles, finds the first one, spots out Buzz, but he knows that there are players marching towards him, tries to spot towards the top of the stairs, but Bane is just a little bit sharper, just a little bit quicker. It's DRX with 9 rounds.
DRX does not feel like they can lose anymore. I mean, Buzz just pushed out. He walked out of their own segment while he goes down to 18 HP. Or no, I think it was actually maybe the opponents. He goes down to 18 HP. He's like, nope, still going to catch him on enough time with the op. And he does. He gets a 3rd kill. I mean, he just feels like he can do no wrong right now. I mean, that's a mental thing, right? But here's the thing. The reason they can feel so confident is because they knew that this call would work again. They knew it's the same setup. Okay, there's no pressure on halls. They're not pushing out a mid. They're still not taking out a main. Okay, most likely the same default setup. If we just go in, it should be another easy one. And they're exactly correct.
And look at Buzz's face as well. I mean, he is absolutely fearless in this current state. Bleed, 2nd timeout called in the first half, just trying to right every single wrong or just to fix as much as possible. But it's so darn difficult, and at this point, you're calling for everything, even for that 2nd half. We've been seeing Ye's positioning up around double doors now for the longest time, but it hasn't quite worked out.
K-off
Pacific แข่งวันศุกร์ที่
3 พฤษภาครับ
They're going to have to not only hit their shots, but position themselves better for it. I would love to see a bit more mid control if they're not going to do something about re-clearing.
ที่มีกับจีน 9 พฤษภานะครับวันเดียวกัน
Sounds like a daunting task with the amount of util that DRX is
ช่วง
able to
อีมี
use
น่าจะ
to deny that
ช่วงวัน
entry
ที่ 9
early
น่าจะดู
on.
แข่งจีนตอนกลางวันตอนกลางคืน
credit to
Emi.
Buzz and Mako. These guys are up on 16 kills and 12. Mako, has been rock steady for DRX.
นี่
Right
คน
up
ถาม
next
ไป
to
จนพี่จดใส่
Buzz,
ปฏิทิน
who
ด้วย
is
นะ
just
มาตอบได้หมดตอนนี้
absolutely feeling it right now.
ว
Once
งวัน
again,
เลยมา
jump peeking with the operator.
ทำตารางหมด
He
ละ
talked about mid control, and he considers that they might think about it. Spots out Scary and immediately snipes him through.
Yeah, and the reads here, right? DRX denies mid control, and they say, okay, now that we've denied that, you haven't pushed out of there. Where else are you pushing out of? They're pretty wary of this. Are they ready for the timing, though?
Look at
Oh,
how
Zest has no
slowly
idea.
creeping up front. And it's just the instant punish against Zest as well. The idea, what do you think of it? He was trying to get a bit more space for his team.
I mean, listen, after you got picked off by Pyramids on A, the entire plan fell apart for Bleed. There's no way around it, right? You were trying to make sure that you pushed out of halls and then you held on to mid. You wanted to cut the map into a smaller piece. You wanted to just basically be able to ignore A site. But you lost A site from the get-go. So at that point, the push out of halls is now a risky maneuver. It's not a safe maneuver anymore. So, sure, they commit to it. Bleed, we've heard that they have trouble with switching things up mid-round. Still something they need to work on, but it's going to be a tough round. And yeah, Retla, all alone, what can he do?
Still unbelievably difficult, but incredibly sharp from DRX. We talked about the possibility of Bleed going for a bit of mid-control. Buzz reads it like a book and peeks it with an
DRX ไป
operator.
เล็ก
And then at the same
3 ทีม
time,
เดิม
even
ไปมาสเตอร์
considering the fact that someone might have pushed out, they don't rush straight back to cave. They make it a slow creep, a slow walk with the full squad, just so that they mark all exits, mark all covers, and everyone just works together so well. 10 rounds in a row for DRX.
They might be on for more. They could just string this all the way from a Thrifty. See if that comes through. So now Bleed trying to get some earlier mid control. But look at this. DRX, they haven't been using that early snake bite to deny A main control for the last 3 rounds. So they know that they conditioned him enough. They saw the timeouts come in and they say, okay, it's going to be a change. We don't need to waste their utility early to control A main. We can sneak in afterwards like we did right now on round 12. You even have the Cosmic Divide. This could be a fake as well because you know that Bleed has 0 information on A right now.
Okay, Ye's trying to get some information, but unfortunately the blindside blinds himself. He will be able to find the headshot into Stax as Stax re-peaks. And with that, Bleed finally finds a bit of an advantage. But then comes the Cosmic Divide, and you were absolutely right, Will. It is a complete fake out.
Yeah, so now they're able to use it onto that B side, but you have to creep
กล้อง
in.
ยังไม่เห็นครับ
You don't know
กล้อง
where
ยัง
this
ไม่เห็น
camera
เป็น
is,
กู
but
ด
you
ทามมิ่ง
hear
ครับ
it,
ผม
and you know the
เป็น
traps
กูด
are
ทามมิ่ง
there. So you gotta imagine the cipher is somewhere.
Okay, Redlet at the very least.
Main trying to find it.
Spots out the trip. Ye watches the off angle, catches on Foxy.
Oh.
Retla, along with the trips, manages to take the shot down against Buzz. That's your top fragger gone. Suddenly a lot more doable for Bleed.
Oh, Retla needs to stay alive, but the backup needs to arrive in time.
Okay.
Retla's caught out a bit.
Trying to peek through the pyramids. His camera is still up and online, and because of that, he is able to come online as well with the headshots. A 3rd kill for Retla to give Bleed their 2nd win on this map.
So that Cypher switch up does pay off for Bleed finally in round 12, right? So even with the fake out from the Cosmic Divide, you knew that they still hadn't taken over the A site, and Bane had to respect it. You saw him creeping in.
ต้องมีเตะอันนี้จริ
So
งไหม
while
เนี่ย
DRX noticed the
เจ้าของ
Cypher
ทวิตเหรอ
setups, it's just a bit too much time for Bleed to reset, for Retla to really make sure he's in a good position to
ถ้าเจ้าของ
utilize
ทวิ
his
ต
traps.
เจ้าของ
But
ไม่
at
ควร
the end
ท
of
วิ
the
ตเอาจ
day,
ริง
it's a 10-2 half, and this looks like an absolutely insurmountable task for Bleed.
Truly a tall order.
Bleed am sometime.
Retla trying his darndest, alternating between his utilities and his movements and his sharp shooting. 2-10. Tough day for Bleed, but just showing how top form DRX is right now. This is a DRX that, looking for that top seed into playoffs. Potential DRX PRX matchup as well. You got to think about how that match could work out, and it's a match that I would love to see.
ทำไมแบบว่ากองเชียร์เกาหลีเขาต้องแบบ เห็นกล้อง
Talon's looking better and better each
จีน
week.
สู้กล้องมาก
So playoffs should be exciting no matter what.
ไปดูจีนแบบ
DRX
กล้อง
versus
มา
Talon,
เนี่ย
that's
โห
also
สู้
going to be
สุดใจ
an amazing match to watch.
Absolutely. listen, all the teams that have made it to playoffs, I think they've been continuing to try to show that they deserve that spot. A lot of them already proved it early on into the
คิด
stage.
ว่ายังไงสกายลี่ก็
But
ไม่โดน
DRX,
น้องโนเพน
yeah, they're right into the flow of things, right where they left off.
เปิดงานมาดู
year. Buzz 19-7,
ชวน
trying
เพื่อน
to
ๆที่ออฟ
go
ฟิศมาดู
for
ด้วย
an
กัน
absolutely undefeated streak in matches so far in stage 1. See if they can continue that run in
อุ้ยกล้อง
playoffs.
ตัวนี้คุ้ม
He's
อยู่
got
นะ
the sheriff. You got 3 rounds left to
เห็นแบบ
close
หมด
this
เลย
one
อะ
out. Picking up
โค
the
ตรดี
pistol puts you at a potential map end match point. Bleed desperately needs a win, and now they're on the attack, trying to seize the initiative.
กองเทียบ
Going for the
กอง
double
เชียร์ไทยสู้มือ
as well, and
เห็น
early
ภาพเลย
mid
ครับน้อง
control with that recon.
Very fast.
User joined your
เรื่องอะไร
channel.
พี่
Rushing
ดู
down through
Boss
tunnel
Party
into the B
Diamond
side.
Man.
Mako hears it all.
โอ้โห
Goes out for a bit of
เพิ่
a
งลบ
peek.
ไป40
Finds
เมื่อกี้
so many players. He's like, all right,
ยัง
the entire team needs to rotate over
ยังไม่
right
ได้เหรอ
now. But Darian and
ยัง
Zest
ดิ
just watch the angles. They fan
พี่
out
ผม
across
ได้
the
ไม่รอด
entire
ละ
site,
เอายัง
and Mako's down as well.
คืนนี้คืนนี้
It's back to a 2-on-4.
ถ่ายไม่กี่
And
พอยต์นะ
Scary's on the
คืนนี้
lurk. Catches
คืนนี้
Buzz.
เออ
Then
เอาตอน
Buzz
นี้เลย
gone. Bane coming out from
ดูแข่ง
behind.
อยู่
Trying to catch the time
เดี๋ยวผม
of
มา
Scary
ผมส่งให้
now, but look at how prepared he is. Peeks out. Oh, camera spots him.
สงสัย
Bane
รอบนี้หายไปไหน
goes back just to take off the
He died.
tracker. Scary tries to push up front and will be able to find that headshot. Bleed with both pistols on this map.
มาแล้ว
Yeah,
เว้ย
I mean they're trying their best. They
Hey,
didn't
Moan,
get a missile
top form
on
แต่ละพี่
mine. I think they would have loved one there.
เล่น
พร้อมเดิ
It
มมัน
would
อะ
have been quite
เล่น
different.
เล่น
But
เล่นไป
see
กี่
if
ตา
they
วะ
can convert it.
1
'Cause
2 3
that's
4
where
5
the landslide started to
2
happen
2 2
with that
1
first half.
4 เหี้ย
But this is again a pretty decent pistol, right? Just early,
2 3ตาติด
absolute
1
commitment
ที
to
1แล้วก็
mid.
4 ที 1
You take that
บวก
control
รัวๆ
very fast, and then what I
ตื่น
love
มา
is
เล่น
also
เกม
you
แรกได้
don't
ที่
get
7
distracted by
เอา
Mako
ดี
too long behind
เออ
the They say, okay,
ที่เมื่อคืนชนะมาเหลือ
Angelos,
0
that means that backup is arriving. We have to make sure that we
Oh,
get rid of
sing.
the crossfires.
ไอ้
It's a
ยี่
good
ลิ
call
ซ่า
from
ใส่กุย
Bleed.
ซูโคตร
That
โก
was
ง
all
เลย
five
อ่ะ
buys.
ผม
You
ไปลอง
gotta
มา
make sure you can snowball this.
โกงจริง
Pretty good.
ที่แม่ง
บอล
เอาลง
มากระโดด
รัว
as well. But you mentioned those
เอา
rifles.
ลง
and
ไห
they
รัวๆเลย
really
อ่ะ
need to make it happen. We talked about that landslide, and it could happen again.
ไอเทม
Look
เด้งไม่
at
หยุด
how Zest and Scary are prepared
พี่
this time.
ไอเทม
Just
เด้งไม่หยุด
watching
ทาง
the
เด้งไม่หยุด
angles, watching Cave, firing off on every single round.
อุ้ย
แล้วที่ก็ยิงไปดิ
Will be
เหี้ย
able to find that trade up against
ที่แม่ง
Bane.
เคนจะ
So
มาล้วง
now
อะ
it's
โดนลง
numbers
หายไปก่อนก็
advantage
คือจบ
and
เลย
firepower advantage up against the lone survivor Foxy
เอ
9.
ลิซันดาในตัวเมตาจริง
Someone does have to bring the spike
นี่
over.
สมก็เป็นตัว 5 บาทหน่อยเฮีย
Yeah, Foxy 9 still doing his job. Everyone's got a
แต่เขาบอก
job
คอ
right
ม
now. If
คอ
you're
มรีโล
saving
มันจะ
and
กลับแล้ว
you're
เนี่ยใช่
clutching,
ปะ
you gotta do something on the Eagles. He has been spotted here.
Gotta wear that DRX
แต่ที่
hoodie,
ของ
but
โบราณ
he's
เข้า
spotted
อะ
out by Darren at the very
ใช่
end. Bleed
ของ
makes
โบราณ
it
โกงปะ
relatively clean. 4
ยังไม่ได้
weapons
อ่านเลย
sustained over onto the next
ที่เอ็ม
round.
บอกโกงจัด
Yeah, it's not bad at all. Obviously, you drop the Marshall. It's not the end of the world. You still got 4 rifles. Made a huge commitment in that round too. Now here, a bit of maybe some miscommunication from Bleed as well. But at the end of the day, they're able to stabilize, get back to supporting each other, bounce back and forth. Zest just nice and calm. That Bulldog, it's always done well for him. See what the setup is from DRX. You've got just a very early trip, crisscross over by B site, and the toxic screen as well.
Just the stars up
เหลี่ยมไหนวะน่ะ
around each side too.
It's the same call as the pistol.
Yeah, rush down mid.
มันดู
through
ยาวๆ
tunnel,
อะ
maybe a bit
มัน
of
ดู
a
แบบว่า
Red
ติด
Love
ทั้งในไซด์แล้วก็
watching
เข้าไซ
from
ด์อะ
Nest.
ข้างๆเอลโบอะ
But DRX, all they gotta do is to hold up around this toxic screen. They've got those trips, they've got the snake bites. And
โอ้แทบโคตร
OKH
ดี
trying to sneak back behind the site. Foxy 9 will be able to find him though.
Yeah, Foxy 9 getting that kill is huge. You don't have the crossfire anymore for Bleed.
Hearing for that tap.
Trying to draw them in.
Drone comes out, and Foxy 9's looking for the peaks. Able to track his crosshair onto Darian. Now it's up to Stacks. Bane fires off all the way from back arches, and DRX has the site
เบส
surrounded.
แท็บปะ
Zest, he's in for a world of hurt as Buzz peeks out.
คือป
from
กติ
the
ไอ้
other
เส้นนั้น
side
น่ะ
just
มันจะติด
to
ได้
find
แค่
that
กันในไซ
headshot.
ด์เข้า
It's DRX
อัน
with
นี้มัน
the
กันทั้ง
11
ไซด์แล้วก็
wins.
ไอ้ตรง
Yeah, that's a rough one. I mean, going
Ay
back to
tong
the
elbow
strat now with weapons, I don't mind it. I don't
Ay
mind
tong
it. It
khang
worked out
sai à?
well. You don't quite expect the bonus, obviously.
เหลี่ยม
Quite
ดี
a bonus
จัด
because they all had
ไอ้แท็บ
rifles
ไซ
in
เปอร์
hand.
ไอ้น้องดารินสวัสดีครับ
But to be that fast up through mid. But at the end of the day, this time, after the pistol, DRX, a better read on how to make sure that they're safe. Mako gets flashed, but Foxy 9 doesn't. They're making sure to
Yeah,
cover each
company.
other's backs. It's a good bounce back and forth. And now into that next round, DRX changing up the trips just ever so slightly over by B, but it's still the toxic screen on B as well. So B just being heavily defended. Meanwhile, A,
บินมาไหน
they
ครับ
recognize, okay, you've got the same snake bite as well to take A main control. We'll give that to you. We saw the Astra to absolutely buy time all through and through for the first half of each round if you're trying to come through this choke point.
Responsibility now falls onto Bane's shoulders. He's got to be quick with the Astra utility right now. If not the
นี่ก็ไม่ต้องลุ้นเลยดิ
stars or the smokes, and it's got to be
เชีย
that
ร์
gravity
เชียร์แบบ
well.
ไม่ต้องลุ้น
And he places one just for extra cover. 1 minute is remaining on the clock right now as 30 seconds pass. Bleed not really making any movements, not really giving any information whatsoever. Here comes the fake out. Bane's prepared for it. Goes in for the pull. Hunter's Fury comes out from Zest as well. They're trying to cause DRX to disperse, but look at Buzz. He's just ready for the off angle. Spots on the players. The corner is not checked. It's 3 hits down on the ground. Buzz now looking for a 4th. Zest feels that it's too dangerous. He's trying to back out. You got Retla trying to get some kind of a sneaky peek through double doors as well, but doesn't find anything. It's to no avail.
Oh, trusted the Hunter's Fury a bit too
ไม่ต้อง
much.
ลุ้น2 คู่เลย
Buzz able to hide out right by the corner. That's quick triple. Oh, that one hurts. I mean, Bleed. They didn't want to give up too much information, but by doing so, they had no information themselves. And sure, again, you try to figure out with Hunter's Fury. We've seen that execute multiple times.
จริงๆน่าจะฝืนออกตั้งแต่แรกแล้วถ้าออกแต่แรกน่าจะเป็นอีกภาพ
Does not account for that extra factor.
Painful.
Buzz wants the skill.
Okay, Buzz.
All right, Seth says, calm down. Calm down, little bro.
You might be
ไม่
the
ตอน
top
ตอน
red
แรก
right
มัน
now,
มี
but I am still
Hunter
playing.
Fury
So at the very
เคลียร์ไปแล้วตรงนั้นใช่ปะ
able to
แล้วก็เพื่อนจะออก
take Buzz down
ส
for the
แกน
time
เลยเรียบ
being,
ร้อย
but
ตัวส่ง
that
ตัว
is
ปลอม
still
คือ
a
จะออก
Buzz that is up by 23
แต่
kills.
ปัญหาคือโดน Gravity Well ของแอสตาครับมันโดนทำลายจังหวะ
Yeah, and then he says, hey, can someone buy me the off?
It is
ออกมาก็เลยแบบ
match point
อย่างที่เห็น
William. They've got the operator. They've got every single weapon at the ready. Bleed on a mixed bag of weaponry, mixed arsenal, just trying to scrounge whatever they've got for this round.
Oh, 2 people spotted with the drone nice and early in mid. Right off the rip.
การที่รีโพซิชันไปตรงจุดที่ฝั่งศัตรูเช็คแล้วอ่ะ
to send that nice and early.
แล้วเราเบรกรีเซ็ตเขาได้อ่ะ
There
อันนั้น
might
อ่ะ
be something
มันจะมี
cheeky,
ภาพแบบ
maybe
เมื่อกี้แหละ
even the same call from the pistol
เห็นบ่อย
returning. So now with that, you send the recon as well. Stax is cleared out mid. So you know, okay, there hasn't really been any info on A. You still have the toxic screen there, and Stax catches the lurk from Ye.
จบละ
Unbelievable. I mean, this is a Bleed that looks rocked from the previous round. They're trying to keep both hands up. They're trying to stay defensive. But as Ye continues to walk out front, Stax just catches him. So much freedom. Triple kill now coming through. Retla manages to make it a trade, even taking down Mako. But at the very end of it, it is still an advantage from DRX.
Yeah, but now where do you go? You still haven't cleared out anything from the Cypher, so you're just going to go over to where...
Gotta walk?
Yeah, you had elbow control, so you're going to group up, go for a 2v3.
30 seconds left.
I have to imagine he's waiting for the recon.
No, I think they just got to
Popping
break it.
over. Oh, no, Foxy 9!
Oh,
He just watches the angle. He just defends the site. The bulwark for DRX, and they manage to close this out. It's a 2-0 for this team as they make it all the way through to the top seed in Omega Group.
Yeah, not dropping a single match here. 5-0 record for DRX. Looking to reclaim their spot at the top of Korea and the top of Pacific. They let it slip by last year, losing to that reverse sweep against People Rex in the finals of Pacific. But now they say, no, we're back, we're revitalized, and we'll return to the international stage as one of the best teams.
บอกเลย DRX
It
รอบ
was
นี้
red versus blue today, but blue dominates. They took down Gen G. They took down T1. Now finalizing their position by taking down Bleed. DRX looks to make a huge splash inside of playoffs.
Yeah, and quite frankly, I think they've still got a lot of tricks up their sleeve as well, right? I mean, it looked like they were really trying to make sure that they weren't pressed too much today. I think that's part of why they were getting a bit frustrated on bind. Maybe feeling like, do we have to pull out a couple extra things that we've prepped? But they're able to cruise on by in their last match and looking ready for playoffs. Now only 1 match away from Master Shanghai.
Incredible stuff. We've seen that Euro composition from DRX before. Now they're back on that Jets. Now they're back on Bind with the way that they're playing this, and it's just so incredible to watch. We'll toss it back over to our desk just to break down everything that happened.
A truly undefeated run here for DRX, and what a way to close it out with such a dominant showing here on Breeze. We saw though that the feeling was mutual. They gave a big hug over to Zaz, and it was so nice to see. But I mean, DRX, they really, decided to cement themselves. It's like, we are back. This is DRX, this is our turf, and we are here to take stage 1. They are ready for playoffs.
No, this was extremely dominant, and Buzz came alive here on Breeze and just started shutting things down. I mean, he didn't look great on Bind, and I think that kind of lit a fire underneath him. You'll see this all the time with Buzz, where he has a bad map and then he just bounces right back and starts popping off. And that's so scary for opponents when the duel is for DRX. And he's being set up really nicely. There's some great util to buy him some space, but he's one of the best space takers in the business. And on this map like Breeze, where he's got all this open room to maneuver, you can see why he's so highly regarded.
Yeah, there were about 5 bajillion smokes on the map with the Aster and the Viper, and they just, as you mentioned, just setting him up excellently. And
เดี๋ยวนะ
honestly, Bleed just didn't
จบแล้วเหรอ
look quite as good on Breeze. I think they took a chance here, which is kind of interesting. Letting the Bind go, they looked better on that one.
ทำไมจบเร็วจังเลยแบบน้ำแป๊บนึงได้ปะพี่เดี๋ยวผมมาแป๊บนึงอย่าเพิ่งไปไหนนะ
หนึ่งถึกควายฮะเฮียอะไรทัดหนึ่งโคตรถึกฮะถึกเฮียเลยอะของอะซันด้าโผล่มาให้กูทีนี้ดอกสัตว์ด้วยเฮียแอดก็ไม่มานะอีสุ่มแม่งเลยสัตว์
เฮ้ยโอ้โหมันเลยดิ
มันจัดอะพี่ตอนนั้นเว้ยด้วยเว้ยอันนี้ของอะไรนะมีดาบดูดเลือดด้วยแต่ว่าเฮ้ยตรงเฮียอย่างงี้ในสัตว์มี ถึกกันละแอดมาจบแล้วหาแม่งเลยเฮียของอีกเปิดเลยอย่างงี้ไปแอดกูไปไหนนะโอ้แอดไม่มา
F ไม่มา
แต่ชิวแอดมาโผล่มาไม่มาเฮ้ยแอดไปไหนวะเฮ้ยแอดไม่โผล่เฮียแอดไม่โผล่ได้ไงวะโชจินโชจินอ้าวมาพอดีจบแล้วทุกอย่างมันจบแล้วตอนนี้ว้าวเดี๋ยวว้าวไอ้ยี่นี่ออกใส่เรียเข้าไปปั่นเจี๊ยบใช่ลิซันด้ามาเอาไอ้เฮียเซตออกจบลงสูตรเออกูมาแล้วนี่ไงตังค์ซันด้าไม่โผล่ด้าหายอะไรวะชิวอันเนี้ยเลียตุ้มทีปับตีหมีกูไม่เข้าหรอกหมีกูแทงควายแล้วเนี่ยตอนนี้เอ้ยเว้ยยาเว้ยอ๋อเรียกมันเด้ยาดาบขี้ทองไปช่างมัน ตอนนี้ขาดคาริซันด้ามาจบเลยมาแน่โอ้โหเฮียไม่อ่ะ
User joined your channel.
อะไรกันนะ
What's body
อ่ะมันยังไม่ได้แข่ง
มีเพื่อน
จบไปแล้วเหรอเพย์ออฟอะ
ดวงเรามันต้อง
เนี่ย
มา
วันคู่สุดท้ายแล้วเนี่ย
ขึ้น9อ่ะเฮียดู
มี
ตร
ผ
ง
ล
ละ
ไหมวันนี้
แอนมาตัว
ถ้าในตารางคะแนนไม่มีผลแต่ว่ามันเอาเซอร์กิตพอยต์
อ๋อโอเค
ฮะมีอยู่3 บาทเดี๋ยวก็มาโอ้โหนี่ไง
อุ้ยกดกระดิ่งด้วยจัดไป
อยู่
ขอบ
ที่
คุณ
แม่
ครับ
ง6 ตัวในเฮียราคา2เลยเหรอไหนอ๋อเอามาได้เอามาได้สวยสวยโอ้ยโอ้ยโอ้ยโอ้ยโอ้ยโอ้ยปาด9ดิรอเฮียอะไรชนะรัวๆอะไรเฮียนะของลิง บ้าครับมาด้วยหายไปไหนเฮียนั่นเอาฮาร์เบอรี่แน่นอนเลยได้มาให้กูตัวเดียวพอแล้วปั่นเจี๊ยบเลยเฮ้ยหายวะแชมป์แน่นอนกับ3พอเด็กๆเขาได้อยู่ได้อยู่หัวงูอะไรอ่ะที่เฮียนี่ด้วยเหรอหมดเลยไม่โผล่ช็อปกูเลย3สวยเอามันตายได้มันโอ้ยโอ้ยโอ้ยโอ้ยโอ้ยโอ้ยโอ้ยแอร์สองกัดเลยอะโอ้ฮะเจอที่ท้ายไหวอยู่เจอที่ท้ายต้องเอาให้ได้นะครับเด็กๆเลยโอ้โอ้โอ้กับ3เฉยแต่เขาไม่ครบแอดไม่โผล่ลิซ่าด้าไม่โผล่กูก็จบเลยครับน้องลิซ่าด้ามันเอาไปหมดแล้ว2 กระดานโอ้โห บอกเรือ
เจนจี
sticking with what they used last over at Masters Madrid. As Paper Thin
มา
said,
ผม
we
มาพอ
haven't
ดี
seen
เลย
it yet here on Pacific. Now RRQ Flips has been absolutely dominating.
Free Meteo.
He thrives when he's able to be on the front lines. As that IGL for his team, can he be that space creator once again for us? No Sentinel composition from Gen G.
I mean, that's the interesting thing is the fact that, you know, RQ has shown improvements. You know, they're getting there, a little bit rocky sometimes, and, you know, Paper Thin's absolutely right as well. This iteration of RQ, it still takes a little bit of time before we are that confident that they can beat Gen G. But if they have a chance, it's going to be on this map. It's going to be on their map pick where, you know, we haven't seen that much of from Gen G. RQ has game tape to study off when Gen G played this map against Sentinels. And they won that map against Sentinels, in fact. So you're always wondering, could that work against RQ as well? Because in all this time, Gen G, you know, they might have changed some things up.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if they come out with any new strats, because I think they'll need to, because there's definitely tape back when they were at Masters Madrid. And even then, some of the weaknesses, of course, of having no Sentinel showed through quite a bit. Yes, they eventually won against Sentinels on this map, but it didn't look so good the first time they brought it out against Loud.
มาแล้ว
That's why we're always trying to think about it. And if anyone's going to make that happen, you know, Coach Ewok is someone who's always able to snuff out some of these little weaknesses and to exploit them. And it can happen, especially when Flips is on that front line. I mean, this guy on the Yoru, but you also need the entire team to be right up there next to him. I mean, Flips, Jemkin, you know, they can work together as a duo. But we want to see more from like Elmi, more Estrella, X-Pharaohs.
ให้
Yeah,
เคลียร์อยู่
that's
2-1
definitely
ครับผ
going to
ม
be needed. Look at this, Gen G going for a hard read on this B push. It's going to be a double swing out. X-Pharaoh.
ใส่ดอกจัน
He's
ด้วย
going to be able to buy time just enough. There's
Oh,
backup
wait,
here,
3 ดอก
but oh man, that's
เอ้า
still the first
ติด
kill
เพื่อน
for Texture.
จากร้ายกลายเป็นดีเฉยง
Smashed
ง
into the wall, but still able to find that shot. So that's the Sova gone now from RRQ. And Gen G has the information. They have the read about what our plan was.
Yeah, that was, I mean, like you said, the dash, not great for Texture. Kind of bumps into, I believe, maybe his teammate as well, but they're still able to get it. X-Pharaoh tried to play it best he could. So now RRQ has to regain some space. They've already put a trip outside of B, so they're trying to tighten the map towards mid, see if they can get a wraparound over onto either site.
I don't mind that X-Pharaoh's kind of lurking up around elbow, though. He might be able to find an unsuspecting player. Munchkin looking in to investigate, but the rest of RQ are slowly, you know,
อยากรู้ว่าเอสเซล่าก่อน
out of
มา
that
คิวนี่
space
คือ
and
ฉาย
back
แสงเยอะไหม
into this A site.
ทำไม
Yeah,
ถึง
so
ได้เป็น
Karen's ready.
โอ้
yeah,
ไซ
so
ส์ของ
here's the
RQ
thing is that Munchkin re-clears elbow after that smoke goes up to make it look like it might have been a fake into A.
Ow.
Now he's going to try to explore to mid, but little does he know, X-Pharaoh's still there, but the gravity well is good from Karon. Drops the
Gravity well.
spike right inside the
Gravity
site.
Well ดีจัด
That's the thing about Karen. He is so darn good, and his utility is pretty sharp as well. Lakia now coming back in just to support the team, and although Munchkin fell, he got all of that information with that, you know, doubling back in towards elbow. It's all down to Estrella now. 8 seconds left, and I don't think he's going to be able to shoot his way out of this one. Gen G picks up the pistol.
Just really good step-by-step re-clears by Gen G. They go for the early contact, and then you just say, okay, they're probably taking over mid. We'll give it to them. We'll give it to them, but if we don't see them go into either site, we re-clear once the smokes drop. So, you know, once you don't see any movement into A, yeah, there's that dash. Still gets the kill off of it. But the thing is, all that step-by-step, right? Munchkin re-clearing elbow. It lets everyone on A focus on A main, because during that poison orb from the attackers, you didn't see anyone coming in through double doors. It's very step-by-step.
เสียงดังเสมอ
Still Gen G sticking with that slow start.
Is that flowchart going to work out, though? I mean, for now, it is pistols, just trying to get whatever they've got, trying to peek on through. It's a bit of information. Sphero might be able to spot out a player or two. They have an idea of what the setup is from Gen G, but again, it's that firepower. Now Texture on the off angle is trying to fire off. Now trying to reposition as the pistols kind of fire through.
มันคันเลยทำไมเวลาอาบน้ำมันต้องคันด้วยวะ
Way too heavy of a
นี่ผม
choke
อาบ
point.
น้ำคลองเลยเลย
Yeah, we do have Xero coming in from
หรือ
the
ว่า
side,
ผิว
so
มัน
he
แห้
can
ง
get a cheeky kill or two. He should be able to find
Lock,
Texture.
yeah.
Here's the arrow, though.
Okay. Still trying to sneak
ได้
through.
กินได้กิน
Texture turns around
ได้
at
กิน
the right time. Impactful shot.
ได้กินครับ
Kill that
Whip around,
hog.
jump 180.
มันต้องทำผมอย่างนี้ต้องทำผม
That's
แบบว่า
texture for you. And I mean, this they were just fishing a barrel through this smoke, through the gravity
ล
well.
งมาอย่างนี้แล้วก็
So now you know
ได้
Karen's
ตอนนี้
always
ผม
going to
มัน
be
ติดไฮ
ready
ไล
with
ท์
that. And a lot of times he's going to be stationed on the east side, but Shenji will switch it up at some point during this first half.
Yeah, for now it just works out really well. And I mean, look at how this round went flawless. Putting up that wall, making use of Karen's smokes, and at the same time,
เอฟ
just
เฟกต์คนภาพ
เดี๋ยวครับ
very carefully checking back in. The way that Karen jiggles up around pyramids, just to ensure, all right, we've got the information. We know that they're still up around cave. Texture is able to confidently re-peek to finally finalize that kill. RRQ now with the full buy round, hopefully able to turn things around.
Yeah, lots of half armor though.
Oh,
We'll
BC
see if that
Potter
bites him
เหรอ
a little bit on this on the long ranges.
ไม่น่ามา
So it looks like RQ now on the default with the full buys. They want to continue to pressure A, try to draw out that utility early out from Karen. Karen actually didn't even start with the stars placed. He waits to see if there's movement because they know that they're on their bonus, trying to maximize the time
อ
they
ยู่มั
can
นแห้ง
gain.
เว้ย
And by putting the stars late and still seeing no reaction, he can now save onto activating those. This is really good time usage because Genji, again, no sentinel. They gotta make sure every second counts.
That's also why this Astra Viper works. You've got the right player to make it happen and the right strategies, the right ideas just to work your way around, you know,
ผมว่ามันเป็นที่เขาเรียกว่าอะไร
compositional weaknesses, like without a sentinel. This time though,
ไอ้
Lakia
ครี
a
มอาบ
little
น้ำ
bit
อะ
too
ผมว่าจะเปลี่ยนไปใช้ของสูตรเด็ก
adventurous, sneaks out of hall,
Big
gets
Noi.
punished by flips.
Yeah,
I mean,
Flip
and I'm
seeing
like,
both
from
there
home,
is
like.
actually really important information, right? So now you know that Halls is still covered, but he's going to try
เพราะว่า
to
เจ
make
อเด็ก
sure
แล้วไม่ค่อยคัน
that he can find value on the lurk. RQ shifting towards A because they think, okay, we've tied up Halls, now they have to be spread thin. So they're expecting someone from A to go back over there. They're expecting a 2-2 split. But Gen G says, listen, we've got this toxic screen Munchkin can hold. It's a 3-person stack near A.
So much trust into Munchkin, so the rest of the squad has to make it happen. And again, you got Meteor on that Marshall. He's been deadly with it before. Can he make it happen?
Oh,
It doesn't matter. It's
รีบเข้า
Karen
เกมไป
inside of the
ไม่รอส
smoke,
แก
มันยัง
น
ไม่แบบ
inside of the
ส
nebula.
แกนยังไม่ทำงานเลย
Galaxy, this is his Cosmic, and it's going to be Xfair who's quite able to fire off a bit of a trade, but Munchkin has the information just to re-peek. It's a bonus round pickup by Gen G.
Oh, that is devastating. They even tried to put in the recon, but just didn't expect him to be holding right inside on the right side.
เข้ารอบ
Thought it might be against the spike plant.
เจนจี
That's
เข้าร
a
อบ
bit
แล้
of
ว
mistiming as well from RQ on that peek in.
ตกรอบแล้ว
Just the way.
And the thing is Meteor
แต่
being
ว่า
there helps,
มันต้อง
right?
ใส่เต็ม
Meteor
ที่
draws
เพราะ
the
ว่า
attention away
ผม
from
เอาเซอร์คิต
Jenkin.
พอยต์
Jenkin was ready for it. He wanted to peek off of that recon. Oh yeah, there it is.
อะไรอ่ะ
Sprayed
เขาห้าม
out.
ทำลูกปืน
Karen's
เนี่ยเอาแต่
enjoying
ห้าม
the
ชี้
time
หน้า
on
ใช่ไหม
stage. Oh, how he's grown accustomed to it since his debut at kickoff.
Used to be a little bit nervous, but now just so comfortable, especially with his teammates, his big brothers, like Texture there to support him as well. Now you've got the early A main control, and they're peeking
ทำไม
out,
อาคัง
taking
ทำได้
down
พี่
the duelist
ไม่ได้ทำแล้ว
ก็ครั้งทำมาถึงมีกฎ
This is a rough one.
ก็อาคังเนี่ยเป็นคน
Right back
ทำกฎ
down to a broken buy here. Just
exclusive for คังคัง
แล้วแรก
on the
ไม่มี
side
หร
of
อก
Xfero.
ครั้งทำนั่นแหละ
You know, since
กดเลยมา
oftentimes
เล
he'll
ย
be on that lurk, he'll go for
กลายเป็น
it.
คังติ๋มเลยตอนนี้
Next round,
โดนเตือนแล้ว
เลยไงไม่มีคนทำได้แล้ว
4-1 buy, 2 rounds in a row.
อาจจะมี
แต่พวก
Just maximize any
แต่
chance
พวก
that
วิท
they
ยาก็
have.
ตัดซีนไปนะ
Well, the
ผม
thing
ก็งง
is
กัน
trying to draw out the early
อาจจะมี
stars from A. I'm
เหมือน
fine
แบบ
with that.
Demon
But you gotta
Gun
have a
ไง
little,
ที่
you
แบบว่า
gotta start to
โดน
mix
ปัด
in a
ยังไง
little
ก็
bit
ไม่ต
more
กนะมัน
because
ก็โด
so
นปั
far
ดอยู่อย่างนั้น
already
อะ
3 rounds in, none of your plans have worked for RQ.
เดี๋ยวมันออกเศษตังค์
Still trying just to spread across the board,
ไม่
but
สน
even
นะถ้า
then,
ปรับไปดีก็จะ
that
ทำอ่ะ
lurk, it just doesn't quite work out. The rest of the team now trying to sneak their way into the site along with a bit of a blind side. Estrella able to find an opening shot, but not before Gen G fires two right back against RRQ. There's the third and a fourth round win in a row for Gen G.
พูดกี่โมงวะเนี่ยวันเนี้ย3 ทุ่มเหรอไวเปอร์
3 ทุ่ม
Weapon a
Oh,
little bit
power
weak
move.
on that previous round. But again, I expect the beginning of
Tuck
this
league หรือว่าวัน
round
นี้มี
to
ข้อทุก
start
league หรือเปล่า
all the same. RQ, draw out the stars
เอ
from
อ
Karen.
ผมงงมากไม่ออกกฎว่าห้ามแต่มันก็ตัด VTR มาเป็นไฮไลท์
Make sure that he's using at least one star.
เหมือนแม่งไม่คุยกันอะเหมือนแบบว่า
And then you gotta pressure Munchkin. Munchkin's
มา
been
อุ้ยกัน
great.
ทีหลัง
ให้
He's
อยู่
trying
ใน
to
ส
focus
โคป
on
เว
his
ลา
aim. All through and through, all rounds so
แต่ถ้า
far.
ลูกพี่ใหญ่มามันจะไปทุกลีกกันดิ
Gotta have a little bit of extra
ใช่
impact
อาร์มเหรอ
across the entire map. They do have
อาร์มไม่ได้
the
ดูหมดหรอก
dimensional drift though, so maybe take this opportunity for a rush in.
Rushing in, let's see how Gen G can dash around it.
โดนปะน่ะ
Just trying to
อุ้ยเกือบ
fire
ตาย
through
ห่า
against Toxic Screen. Although Flips is able to get quite a bit of
ขอโชว์หน่อยครับ
information.
ปิ๊บ
Look
อ้า
at
ว
how Gen G just
พี่บอก
plays
ไปแล้ว
around it. They just fall
อะไร
back
ครับเนี่ย
pepper
ไปเข้า B ดีกว่า
as they walk
แต่เพื่อนวาง A แล้วนะ
that Toxic Screen. Elmore now goes in for a bit of a peek. Tries to go in
พี่ไปไหนอะ
a bit more, maybe a bit too much as Munchkin able to fire back
น่าจะไป
against
ปิดเกมอะ
Xfair
ไอ้กระโดด
and
ยิงอะ
Jemkin now just watching around the pyramid sets up a bit of a crossfire so you're not
โดน
able
แล้วโดน
to
โยน
walk
หมวก
through this entrance any longer. Texture just tries to play
เอา
around
สุดท้าย
it. The Neuro Theft comes out,
โอ้
but
เล่
it
น
doesn't
โนดาเม
matter.
จเลย
Still able to flick back around. Oh, Jemkin able to fire back, but Texture back to
แต่
the
อาคี
front.
บอกว่า
He's
ขอลองหน่อย
trying to watch
อยาก
every
รู้
single
ขอร้อง
angle.
หนักหน่อย
Is he fast enough to make it happen? The snake bite, it goes down. He's managed to stuck the
เมื่อคู่แรกดูไปนิดนึ
defuse
ง
down
เนี่ยไอ้
halfway, which is not
บี
too
ด
bad.
บีดกับ
A bit of
DRX
a curveball with that cloud burst, but he
แม
knows
ปแรกได้
it's
เสียว
not
แมป
quite
สองได้
gonna
คิว
happen. Estrella swings out
คิวนี่
a single
บีด
tap
คิวเหร
to
อ
gain RRQ their first round win.
Yeah, but a costly one still, right? Not
Yeah,
able to
มัน
really
ปา
snowball as much
มัน
as
ปา
they
ขึ้น
would
โห
like
ดเพื่อ
given
อะไร
the
วะ
investment that
ห
they
น่วงเว
had.
ลา
ก็
But
เดี๋ยวรอดู
overall, I like it from Flips.
ดึงความสนใจ
All he does,
Song
he's
เลย
not
นะ
looking for a cheeky kill. He's
Pacific
just
รอบ
pushing
2
them
เลย
far
ปะ
back enough
ใช่
so that
ต้อ
they
งรอ
can
รอบสอง
stick
แล้ว
the plan. Afterwards, he
รอบ
goes in
นี้
as
ก็
extra
ถือว่า
insurance
ถูกหน่อย
on
เปลี่ยน
that
คน
flank.
ก่อนเริ่ม
TP's
ลีก
all the way back outside of B window. Meanwhile, I
Panhà
love the
đam drama
repositioning. Once they
เต็มไปหมด
lose Elmore, they reposition. Xfair actually hides right outside the toxic screen, and then they purposely wait until it runs
น่า
out.
ส
They
ง
know
สารเย
exactly when
นะ
it's
นี่
going to
ที่มันโด
drop,
นโถงทะ
and they
น่ว
get
ม
the
เลย
jump onto extra members of Gen G. And off of that, now RRQ starts to pressure mid a bit. They want to just constantly
ต้อง
target this A
ต้อง
side.
ดู
They want
ว่า
nothing to do
DSC
with
อ่ะ
that
คนใน
toxic screen on the
DSC
B
อ่ะ
side.
อ๋อ
Meteor
พูด
tries to
ถึง
get
จะ
a
รู้
little bit information off of
เห็น
that
แล้ว
as well,
เห็นใน
though.
ทวิตเตอร์อ
He
ยู่
crashed back into B, so
มั
he
นน่า
knows
จะสร้าง
there's
โจ
a
ทย์
bit
ไว้
of
เยอะ
presence
แยะ
up around this
มันน่า
area.
จะสร้างโจทย์ไว้เยอะ
Thing
อยู่
is, how does Karen work around it?
เหมือนกับพอออก
Being a
จาก
little
ไอ้
bit cautious, so
เอฟเอ็นเดมาก็นั่นหลังจากนั้นก็มีแต่โจทย์อะ
Spot
เฮ้ย
the information,
ฮะ
and he sees it on the
Oh,
minimap,
wing
goes in
pad,
for the
ไอ้
drift
วิ่ง
away
ได้
shot
ด้วยเหรอ
against Elmore. Karen now swaps back
ไอช็อต
over
แบบเมื่อ
onto
กี้ผม
mid,
ทำบ่อย
takes
พี่
down
มันก็ได้อยู่
คารอน
He
คา
is
รอน
just
แบบ
prepared
ว่า
for
กดค้าง
everything.
เดินอะนะ
Ready to strike, and strike he
Talon
will.
แบบว่า
Jemkin now fires
ไม่ชอบ
back.
ว่ะ
That's Karen down, but
มันโหด
Texture
จังวะ
has to cover with
มันเหมือน
the
เดินแต่มัน
operator.
หยุดไป
The
ทีเดียว
spike has
มัน
been
คือ
dropped.
wooting อ่ะ
Jemkin
อ๋อ
right in
ไอ้
between
แค่
the
มัน
pyramids, trying to push out front. Spots out the fake out, able to shoot it down,
ไม่
but
แล้ว
now
ทารอน
has
ช
to
นะ
play
ที
around
ม
the
10
timing of
10 ชนะ
things
ไปเล็ก
because he knows that
ไอ้ Wooting
operator
อะไรเกิด
is
ขึ้นได้ละ
still
จังหวะนี้
looming over his head. Waits for a bit of support from Estrella, but as they pick
สั่ง
out, it's
ผม
gonna
สั่
be
งไอ้นี่
Meteor who shuts
Wooting
down
80
any
อะ
hope of RQ winning this round.
กว่าจะได้
It almost feels like RQ is trying to abuse
สั่งพร้อมลำ
the
ปะ
fact that Genji
ไม่
has no
แย
sentinel,
กกัน
but
สั่ง
not by going for flanks. They're trying to do it by assuming that Genji has to go for a 2-1-2
ผม
team.
ไม่ไหว
ทำ
เล
มาย ขาย
And they're
นี่
not
แพง
wrong.
จัด
It
เลย
is
อะ
a fairly spread
รา
out
คานั่นแหละ
default
ขนาดมาร์ค
because
เป็น
there's
หมื่
no
นเลย
sentinel utility.
ดูไม่ไหว
But the thing is
ได้ถึง
I
9 เดือน 10
if you're not
Final
able to
Final
draw
ยังแพง
Karen
เลย
out, if you don't take him
อัน
out
นี้ที่บอก
or get rid of that
ไม่เหลือ
utility,
ที่ราคา
you
นั้น
will get choke point, and then you have to wait. So Flips, he tries to
เดี๋ยว
come
นี้
in, but
เป็น
Karen
เกม
says,
เมอร์
well,
ต้
you
อง
guys
มี
put up
เงิ
your
นนะ
toxic screen. I can actually just focus on double doors. I don't
จะ
have
ได้
to worry about
RQ
covering my
แมตช์
back.
ที่แล้วเหมือนกันนะ
So that
ที่
he
เอสเซล่า
actually
มัน
uses the
ไม่ได้
opponent's
มาเล่น
toxic
นะ
screen against him.
ป่วย
I mean, RQ, I feel like they're currently trying to
แพ้
rely
จี
a little bit too much
ยังครับดราม่ายังมี
on being
ยังไม่มี
alert,
แล้วอัปเดต
assuming that the default is going to be
เศร้า
weak
เลย
from Gen G, but it is not. The aim is just too strong.
It's really, really strong, incredibly impressive, especially this first kill. The way that he kind of has an idea that they might be around this spot. Goes in for the jump peek, gets the fadeaway shot, and then, like you said, you know, just because of the read, swaps back over onto mid. So definitely some
ที่
issues
มันอ
for
ยู่
RQ to iron
ออ
out
ปติก
in
กับ
the
เอ็น
next
วีได้
round.
นานก็เพราะว่า FNS แบบว่าเข้าใจมันอะ
Previous
มากกว่า
round,
วะลูกพี่ผมอะลูกพี่เยอะ
ใช่
แบบว่าเป็นเพื่อนอะเพื่อนแล้วแบบว่ากูเข้าใจมึงอะมึงเป็นคนอย่าง
but
เงี้
you
ยแต่พอออก
immediately
มา
let
สู่
it
โลกกว้าง
slip
แม่ง
past
ก็
you. You try to go for a plant
อยู่
and
ยาก
calls.
หน่อยเปลี่ยนทีมไม่หยุด
มันก็แอบแปลกๆนะที่อยู่ C9 ได้ไม่นาน
ใช่ อยู่ C9 เสร็จ DSC
Unless you
ต่อ
can
แล้ว
draw
ก็
out
มา
this
นี่
gravity
มา
well
นี่ก็
without taking
ทีมก็
damage,
ระเบิด
without
อีก
losing a
ดรา
member.
ม่าที่แบบว่า
This A site
เอาชุด
Rush,
Ascension
rush,
ออ
you
ก
know, the death ball into A side is just not going to work. And here's the funny part.
แต่
Is that
คือ
Sentinels
ที่อยาก
said
รู้
the
คือ
same thing
ฟี
the
ดแบ็ก
first time they faced
หลังจากที่มัน
They
มา
said
อยู่
they
C9
thought they had a
DRX
good
มันไม่ค่อยดี
plan,
ไง
and the plan was to just barrel roll down into A.
เลยแบบ
Why?
เราก็ไม่
Because
รู้หร
it's
อกนะ
going to be a
มัน
spread
ต้อง
out
มีอะไร
default.
สักอย่าง
It's going to be a weak
ไม่เป็นไร
default.
อย่างน้อย
But the
ตอน
hold
นี้
is
TNA
just too
Demon
good.
One ที่เล่นเลส
Sentinels
ก็
learned
สภาพ
that.
อย่างไรเย่
They adjusted in the finals. They were able to get
เก่ง
some more
มากเลย
rounds.
นะ
Sure, it's
ลูก
still a
พี่
defeat.
อะ
And RQ has
ทำไม
to figure
วะ
out what was that adjustment that Sentinels made at Masters Madrid.
That's the question right now. How do you
Pepper
work
Lake ครับ
against
ผม
a player like Karen, for example? How do you work against this entire setup? Now you've
Pepper
got
Lake ตอนนี้
texture on
แม่
an
ง
operator, and that just makes things a
แม่งโหด
little bit
มาก
more
อะ
difficult. Those same
โห
three
ดเลย
stars
อะ
have been placed down again around this A site.
มันไม่ได้ผิดที่
So Gen G this time, a little bit more aware of halls, right? With that timeout, they're wondering, okay, since we don't have trap wires, is this hall control going to be a bit of a danger? Continuing to try to hold on to elbow.
มันลงตัวแล้ว
Actually been really good at holding on to elbow on the attacking side, so
เรา
I would have loved to see this a bit earlier.
หวังว่า
We'll see. Is it going to be a bit too late
เปลี่ยนชุดให
for
ม่
that
ก็ต้อง
timeout?
จูน
Gen G seems to
สั
have
ก
a
แป๊บ
good
นึง
read.
ขนาดอัล
Munchkin
มอนด์มา
very
เล่น
well
ก็
aware of it. He's aware of
ก็
the
ยังมี
util
เป๋ๆอยู่
timings.
บ้างนะ
Goes back behind his own toxic screen just to get a little bit of safe
ดูถ้าเกิด
cover.
ไม่ใช่ชุดนี้ดิ
Texture
แล้วจะมี
able
ต้อ
ready
งการ
with the operator,
มัน
but
ต้องปรับเปลี่ยน
Jemkin just
จริ
a
งๆ
little bit faster, up dressed into the air to strike him down with that
ไม่เป็นไร
knife.
CGI
Munchkin now back in, trying to hold up around the sides, able to take down flips, but not before Elmimore comes in with a
ผม
sheriff
ว่า
of
เย
his
มัน
own.
น่าจะหมดยุค
Meteor
แล้ว
fires back. And now tries to get a little bit more space with that
คนเก่ง
blind side.
ขึ้นมาเยอะเลย
Estrella is the one
โค
who
ตรเก่งเลย
blinds
คน
his side in the end.
เด็ก
And that's
เก่ง
going to be a 2-on-3 now. Lakia
เก่งมาก
looking for
เด็กปั้น
another
DRX
opening against RRQ, but because of those previous rounds, you've got that Viper's Pit now ready. And will Karen, though, fires through as the
สวย
spike
จัด
goes down.
วางดาว
And
นู่น
that's going to be back to a 2-on-2. Viper's Pit still up, so this is not the worst scenario for RRQ.
Yeah, but the pit's not exactly
boy,
that safe.
Jemkin.
Jemkin's been spelled
Oh.
in. He thinks he's safe for the Cloudburst, but Lakia swings out right around it.
So quick
เฮ้ย
on the
มีภาพอยู่
draw.
นะครับ
Oh,
He's
Estrella.
got the recon available as well.
Yeah, his position is not good, right? He has
Ito naman,
no
clear.
walls to back himself up against.
Right up.
แต่มันเดิน
around
ฉ
the
ลาดอยู่
edges.
นะช็อตนี้
That's the recon in. Now checking around the sides, trying to play off of each other's contact. They've spotted Karen. Estrella trying to stay alive, trying to stay
มุกฉลาด
hidden,
จัด
tosses
โอ้โห
out the snake bite
หมู
and
แบบ
repositions back into the little corner.
เฮ้ย
What does
บน
Lakia
หัว
check as he hops
He's gonna
up,
check
he
it.
spots the bottom, and there's the headshot right through Estrella's helmet and skull. It's gonna be the
โอ้แล้วทันด้วย
defuse as well, just in the nick of time.
Oh, man. 0.33. Listen, Estrella's reposition. He peeks out of his pit and then right back in, trying to get a timing. That's all good.
หมดแล้วอะ
But Lakia,
ใจ
he
แหลก
has
ละลายแล้วอะ
exactly the
อุตส่าห์ชม
options available. Okay, if you didn't
ดรา
wrap
ม่ามันยาว
around
มันเป็น
right
ม
on
หา
the
กาพย์
edge
เฉย
of your pit, where could you have gone? Because you're
ก็
not
ฟีลแบบว่า
anywhere
เย
else.
มา
So
อยู่
he
นี่แล้ว
jumps
ก็
up.
มีปัญ
Gets
หา
the
คนนู้นคนนี้
absolute
อะไรเงี้ย
raid on
Talon,
Estrella.
Talon
Estrella
ไป
tries to
ไม่โหด
play it
เออ
a little bit too close to his
โหด
own
เลยอะ
art.
โหดจริง
Cerebral checks. I mean, it's
แล้ว
a
พอ
little bit unfortunate. Estrella,
Lenny
you
ได้ล
know,
งบ้าง
just
ไหม
มีปัญ
trying
หา
to
แบ
go
บว่า
for these ideas, but
มีคนออกมาพูด
ลงหลายแมป
unwittingly
ค
kind
ริ
of
ติ
backs
กายก็ออก
himself
มาพูด
into
เล
a
ย
corner.
เหมือนมีแมป
And
ที่ล็อก
has
ล็อกไปแล้วว่าใครลง
himself into 6-1, William.
คาร์ลอน
ตอนนี้เล่นดี
บอ
ส
ล
องคนเลย
Again,
นะ
scratching their heads, looking for a
ทั้งหมีทั้ง
solution against
เล
this
นนี่เลย
Gen G defense. We're back to an A hit.
โอ้โห
We've got the
ฟิป
Hunter
พี่
Sphere
ฟิป
firing back now.
Oh.
Lakia taking down Elmimore. Xfer tries to push up front, but instantly taken back
คาร์ลอน
down.
มันวอลเฮด
Karen
พี่คอย
holds
ดู
up
นะ
around double doors as well, so you're pretty much pinched.
อ้าวมัดกิน
Xfer able to fire back.
the
Estrella
bomb
getting the shot onto Munchkin. There's a little bit more room to possibly go back to B, but the spike's been dropped around K.
คาร์ลอน
Yeah, and you got no omen, so what's the plan here? We're just looking to buy time for Xfero. Estrella just waiting, you know, if they get a little too crazy to try to peek out. The thing is the trap wire's there, so they're not going to be going that far. I mean, and after some time passes, I imagine once we get
คนที่
around
เชื่อ
the
เคสที่กายก็ส่วน
45-46
ใหญ่
mark,
คนเวียดนามนะคน
someone
ประเทศ
has
เดี
to
ยวกัน
start
อะไรเงี้ย
looking behind, right? Texture already
there it
kind of
is.
wary of it. Yeah, you imagine, okay, that poison or that toxic screen.
God.
Why does
แต่
it come
ชา
up?
ตินิย
Why
ม
does
ก็
it
ไม่
go
แปลก
down? Who's
Look
on the
around
lurk here?
doors.
Texture's got the timer, but will he have
Hey,
the
hey.
reaction?
Wow.
He does. Swings out Xfero, not ready for that one.
เจนจีนี่แม่งเจน
Xfer
จี
was
จริงๆ
possibly thinking that they might maybe be all inside a cave, but that's just unfortunate how it all works out.
เหมือนมันยิงเล่น
3
ยิง
on
เก่ง
1,
ขึ้นเรื่
Estrella
อยๆด้วย
knows it's pretty much over for this
คือ
round.
RQ
Goes
ตอน
back
ที่
for
เจ
the
อ
save,
กับ GG
and
Kick
Gen
Off นี่
G just
ยังมีภาพตัวเนี้ย
looking very,
มีภาพจาง
very
จัด
comfortable.
อันนี้คือแบบว่า
Couch for this map.
เหมือนเจนจีแม่งเก่งขึ้นวิก
Man, honestly, I'm getting flashbacks to that first Sentinels match. And you know, a lot
จ
of
ริง
people
ๆ
said,
RQ
well, why is
น่า
Sentinels
มี
just
ลุ้น
sticking
ได้
with
แบ
the
บ
same plan? But
ไปรอบ
you
เพย์ออฟ
imagine
มาก
that
เลย
on paper, okay, they've
ถ้า
got
ดู
the
จากก่อน
Sentinel, we
ก่อน
know
เริ่ม
the
นะ
star
ดูแล้ว
setups,
ก่อน
we
เริ่ม
know
ทัวร์
the
นะ
smoke setups.
จะเปิดมา
All you
ฟิป
have
มัน
to
ผิด
do is
ฟอร์ม
draw
อะ
out the first piece of utility and rush in. It should be an easy plan.
คน
Then we
เดียว
can
เล
go
ย
for post plant
แบบ
lines. We can buy
หลุด
time.
ช็อตแบบว่าเวอ
But
ร์เพียบ
you realize that Gen
ไอ้
G
จริง
is
ผม
not
ตอนนี้
fighting
ผม
that
แบบว่า
beat
คิดหัวในที
anymore.
คือ
And even
RQ
the
ที่อยู่
first
แบ
time
บ
it didn't work out that well.
สูง
You
กว่า
needed
พวก
to start
PE
pushing
ว่าอะไร
the
อย่าง
ball.
งี้นะ
ใช่ตอน
Make
ตอน
them
แรก
back
เจอมา
off
ท็อป3
from the spike
เออ
locations.
โหดเลย
Very saying like this
ที่
is
เข้า
like
เพย์ออฟไหมนี่
pretty much
Oh.
improvement improvements from how
Oh.
Genji
Yeah.
played against Sentinels
ตกกับ
as
เฟ
well.
ต้าปะ
Oh, no, I don't think Genji's being tested.
Oh, man.
I think Genji's playing exactly the same, if anything.
Exactly the same.
I mean, it's
สับ
still.
สนไปหมดตอน
Well,
นี้
the defaults are the same, right?
Di
They
na
haven't
siya
changed
tok,
much of it.
tok,
And now we
T1
see a bit of a
ให้เข้า
change
แท
up
น
with Meteor pushing out. Sure, you have the
คิว
operator.
เฉียดอยู่นะ
เดี๋ยวเชียร์
But RQ trusting the theory of
เฮ้ย
being
เอ
too
เมน
much
นี่ต้อง
one
เชอร์ลีฟ
is
ดิ
gonna
บาว
allow
นี่
that
เชอร์ลีฟ
one.
เอเมนด่านบีท
Texture
They
getting a
win.
little
Peek แล้วหัว
bit too confident, trying to find some of these greedy kills,
ฟิปมันหลุดจริงเหร
but
อพี่
still safe enough
หลุด
to
แบบ
back
ว่า
up
หลุด
completely.
เลย
Jan's
หลุดทั้ง
always
ตัวเลย
anchoring
ทุก
down
นัด
the
เลย
side,
อ่ะแบบ
always watching
ไม่
the
ใช่ฟิปคน
backs.
เดิมอ่ะ
Somehow though, Jemkin right inside of the little cubby, able to fire back.
เจมกินเนี่ยผม
Munchkin
ว่า
and
น่าจะ
Karen
ไป
now
ต่อ
trying to fight back on their own. Jemkin still alive, trying to fire off shots down through the middle doors, but then Munchkin comes out from
Kalon
the
นี่
back
ระเบิดฟอร์ม
just
จัด
to find that
แต่
win
ที่โดนแรก
again for Genji.
I mean, Charon is so good. He's right back to, finals level at Pacific kickoff, and maybe the first couple games of Madrid as well, where he was really stealing the hearts of everybody. I mean, he's always generally been pretty good, but he did start to look a little shaky returning to Korea.
นึกว่า
Maybe
ตัว
a
ปลอม
little bit
เดิ
of
นออก
that
มา
pressure
ปิ๊ก
getting
เมื่อ
to
กี้
him that he has
ดู
the
ดิ
title to defend at this point. But now, right back in the swing
จะหลอก
of
เขา
things,
ว่าตัว
looks
ปลอม
as
หรือเปล่า
comfortable as ever.
I mean, it got a little bit dicey, to be honest,
หนั
with
กจริง
Genji with
ไม่ไหว
the way that Texture was
แล้ว
playing in
โห
that
RQ
position.
เลือก
Very
บีท
risky,
มา
kind of caught out.
เหมือนไม่ได้รู้
But
ว่า
then at
เจ
the
นจี
same
มัน
time, you're talking
ด่าน
about
บีท
Karen,
แม่ง
you're talking about Munchkin, and you're absolutely right.
เมื่อกี้มันตั้งใจ
Because
เดินเป็นตัวปลอม
Karen
แน่
is
เลย
just so sharp and so quick in how he ducks in and out of cover, how he stays tucked away, how he's so
ค่อนข้างทัก
aware
กว่านี้
of the possible angles that he has to
มัน
watch
คือ
out.
ด่านถนัดของ
Yeah,
RQ
a lot of Charon's
อะไรนะ
kind of
ไอ้ด่าน
best
นี้คือด่าน
pieces
ถนัดของ
are
RQ
his
ใช่ไหม
movement
แต่เจนจี
actually
มันก็
more so
ด่าน
than his
ด่าน
aim.
เซียนมันเหมือน
I'm
กัน
not trying to
ไม่
take
RQ
anything away
เลือก
from
มา
his
จะ
aim,
ได้
it's
แบบว่า
great,
ไว
but it's the movement that really allows him to
เน้น
get
ไว
multi kills. Like the first kill,
กิน
sure, it's all
รีบไปกิน
a lot of that time.
รีบไปกินหมูย่างเกาหลี
Yeah, the counter strafing, like you said, being aware of where he
รอบ
has
นี้
cover behind
DRX
him,
ปลอมดี
covering
กว่า
his back, things like that, and you gotta force him into these uncomfortable situations, which
โหด่านนี้เจนจี
RQ
แม่ง
has been able to do.
No.
ใครเอามันลงบ้าง
We're
อะ
thinking about the potential options. Koji Wong's definitely thinking about it, calling it a second timeout now in round 10.
มีไหมมันเคยไปแพ้ใครวะแพ้ซิเคต
It's
ปะ
8-1. If you
เอ
can't
อ
recover here,
เหมือนเจนจีมันเคยแพ้
on
ซิ
the
เคตด่าน
attacking
นี้ปะ
side of Breeze with a Yoru,
Go
คุณ
next.
ปะ
I mean, yeah, you
No.
pretty much have to start thinking about the next map.
Oh my
ฟิปฟิป
god.
ไปหมด
Texture.
เลย
เฮ้ยยิง
This
ได้ไง
time
วะช็อต
gets
นี้
the opening pick.
ได้
He
เล่น
was
เลย
trying to do it
มัน
out
เป็นมุม
around
ที่
K from
มันไม่น่า
above.
พีก
This
มาวาง
time he
เป้า
gets
หรอ
it
ปะ
up around elbow. Lakia
มัน
now
ฟลิก
will
กัน
be
อ
able
ย่าง
to
นี้
play up around the switch. Spots out the player. Xfero will be able to be sneaky up against him. But then you've got me
เราจัดให้
instantly
อ๋อ
trading just to take Lakia's place.
Yeah,
RRQ stretching their legs.
So RQ, even things like that, right? Peeking right back outside of that metal door. It goes to show that RQ thinks that Genji's sticking with the same defaults, right? You think it's just one guy watching
Solo
all, the other two are
RQ.
in the site on A. That just wasn't the
ไม่
case
มีทร
right
งเลย
now from
แต่ไม่
Genji.
มี
So
อินนี้แล้วครับ
RQ, it
เข้า
does
มุม
feel
เลย
like they're working a lot off of what they prepared and not what they're seeing currently in the server, which is
แอด
quite
หน้าจะ
unfortunate
มีแม
because
ป
that is
ยัง
leading to
ไม่
an
มีแบบใหม่
absolute
ไม่มีคำแบบใหม่
landslide.
And because of that, I mean,
ว่าถ้าบีได้แอ
it
ดปาร์
also
มาไป
happens because Genji has the momentum.
บ้า
They've won so
บ้าไป
many
แล้ว
rounds in a row. 4 rounds just
กำลัง
to
ขาด
finish
เลย
off. RQ
กำลัง
picks
ขาด
up the
เลย
one, and then Genji fires back with another 4. And they
น่า
constantly
จะ30
switch
บ
up
วก
their
ทุกแมป
positioning because of it. Texture able to get
Bad
that
over
open
chat
pick
ตัวนี้
now. Meteor able just to trade off against Lakia. It has to be the save for RRQ if they are to
ถ้า
find
เจอแบบ
more
ว่าทีม
rounds in
ตึงๆมันอาจ
in
จะแบบ
this
ไม่ได้
first
เด่น
half.
มาก
But
เลย
like
ถ้า
you
เจอแบบ
ลอง
mentioned,
นึกภาพถ้าตอนนั้นแบบว่า
how
ช่ว
do
ง
they
ช่วง
get
ที่
that pinch
ไลน์อัพ
against a player like Karen, for example?
น่าจะไม่ได้เล่นนะ
And if
ในมือ
ช่วงที่แบบว่าตอนนั้น
You know,
บี
they're
กำลัง
getting
หา
picked
คน
off by players
ได้
like Texture.
แอดปาร์มาได้
Yeah, I
RB
mean,
ได้เซ
listen,
ตมา
rounds like these where Texture just peeks out aggressively with the
Team.
operator, I mean, that's all credit to Texture, right? I don't think you can fault the initial kind of peek in from Flips. He's trying to take elbow control. He's trying to make sure he pressures Nest a bit more, B-side a bit more. Got a little dicey there at the end. So who knows? We don't even know what the plan was, quite frankly, in this round because Texture just steps out. Gets that early kill.
It's just so quick too. I mean, Flips just has no idea what hit him. Smiles from the Genji coaching
Oh
staff.
man, yeah. You know things
อุ้ย
aren't going so well when
ไป
both
เอ
Solo
มัน
and HSK look
ไม่รู้ว่าแอดปาร์
very,
จะไหว
very
หรือเปล่า
comfortable,
มัน
very
มัน
chill.
เล่นอันพีดิกกันเยอะ
And
พวก
now
ใน
no real
ต้องดู
ultimates to use
แต่ผมว่า
on
แอ
the
ด
side
ปาร์
of RQ. You have the neural theft.
ค่อนข้างที่มัน
But
จะ
that
เขา
door
เรียกว่า
will
อะไร
not get you up to
มัน
the
มีความเสถียร
dimensional
ในตัว
drift.
เพราะว่า NA มันเล่นเอาชัวร์มากอะ
Now we're
ไม่ค่อย
looking
มีช็อตอะ
slightly
พี่หาน
back to that default setup from Genji.
แอดปาร์เลยประสบการณ์เยอะ
Still sneaking around, trying to get as much
แต่ลูก
information
บ้าน
as
ในแรง
possible.
อะไรอย่างงี้ก็
Xfero
น่าจะ
heard
มีแหละผมว่าแอดปาร์ได้ไปได้ทุกที่
So
เลย
off
แม่ง
of
เก่ง
that,
เยอะ
right? I love that Xfero's taking that, but I would love to see him push a bit more because otherwise, yes, it's a contact contact play, yes, it's risky, but you have to
พี่ว่า
know,
PRX
did
เวียด
he
ทีม
back
ซี
off
เกต
of
ครั้งหน้า
Charlie
ช
or
นะไหม
not? Do we have control of mid or
บอก
not?
ไม่ได้ว่ะ
You
ไอ้ทีม
need to
นี้แม่ง
expand how much control
ที
you
มซี
have
เกตเป็น
over
ทีม
the
ที่
map. He's
ชนะ
waiting right now
ได้
for
ทุกทีม
timing
แต่ก็
to
แพ้ได้ทุก
cross
ทีมเหมือน
peek
กัน
over into Nest with his
งง
teammates.
กัน
But they don't want to use too much
อยู่
utility.
ที่อยู่ที่ทรงเลย บางวันแม่งเล่นอย่างกับโอ้โหแชมป์โลก บางวันเล่นอย่างกับแชมป์โลก บางวันเล่นอย่างกับมวยวัด
Just a couple of blind shots, and they
look at
feel
the
that
mini
presence,
map.
and now
จริง
reading
ๆต้อง
the
2-0แล้วว่า
movement.
ซีเคทมวน
This
แพ้นะ
pit is not just on a timer. It's because Karen peeks out of A main. He clears out A main. You know you push him out of double doors. So now you force him all the way back out. I mean, Genji says take mid. Listen, we already cleared your camp. We know you want to re-clear it.
Okay.
มันใช้คนคุมดีนะ
I mean, they've absolutely given it over. This game crash is about the best thing that RRQ can hope for, and it's an absolute gamble this one.
Yeah, it's a bit of a haymaker. 20 seconds left, and you just have to kind of go all in. Karen puts up the cosmic divide just to split them up and divide this push as well. So much information, and he's right in this little corner. Swings out.
โอ้โห
Elmore
บ้าจัดทุกเนี่ย
พี่ฟิป
เฮ้ย
Shorty to kind of man his torso flips. It's gone down in the ground. Gen G
บ้า
to 1.
In the half.
Oh man.
สวัสดีครับฮันนิวคุณ9 เดือนนะครับ
Just morale crusher on that round.
ไอทีมซีเกตเป็นจะบอกได้เลยทีมซีเกตเป็นทีมที่ทำให้พวกวงการพีดิกนี่แตกหลายรอบแล้วนะ กูจะชนะก็ชนะกูจะแพ้กูก็แพ้เป็นทีมที่ชนะได้ทุกทีมแล้วก็แพ้ได้ทุกทีมแต่โดยรวมแล้วซีเกตเป็นทีมที่เก่งมากผมว่าโคตรเก่งเลยลองดูตอนที่เจอเป๊ปดิผมเล่นโคตรแบบโคตรอภิมหาโหดเลยแบบเป๊ะจัดอะ
อินเกมกูเลี้ยวเลยว่ะ
Now Texture gets away with daylight robbery on that kill.
เทคเจอร์ไม่หาคิวได้เลย
Tougher for RQ to get further information now.
มันอินเซนต์เกินไปว่ะ
The route that they've explored has been blocked off. They tried mid control. Gen G just doesn't care.
ปกติเขาเซตโยรู้กันคอนเฟิร์มวินขอชมหน่อยครับ
But look at how Genji plays around this. Okay, dimensional drift. Trying to push him back again. Now, does Genji remember how this was used? Yes, they do. They're trying to stay up in the sky, make sure that they can't enter.
เข้าไซด์มาเพื่อนก็ตามไม่ได้โดนดูด
Textures around for Genji.
กรรม
Oh, the absolute
กรรม
adjustment.
ของฟิป
RQ though.
กรรมของฟิปแท้
Although it took them a little while, although they had to work against
โคต
Texture.
รสวยเลยว่ะ
After a little bit, they managed to push up front. Flips just took all the heat for them, and with that, they were able to set up, take a couple shots against Gen G, but now you got to work against Meteor, who is just as sharp. Estrella, 1-on-2. We've seen this before. Can he correct the previous rounds? Tries to play around the pyramids, goes for the angle against Meteor, finds him, but as he tries to reflick back on towards Munchkin, the pyramids kind of work against him, blocking some of
เชื่อ
the
เมื่อกี้แบบว่าไอ
shots.
เดียมันดีนะ มันไปเปิดมันไปออกอันติไอตรงกองเหลืองนะให้แบบว่าหลังมันปิด
It
มุ
is
มอะ
11-1,
แต่โดน
William.
ลังน้ำยิง
I mean, this
ตัวที่มันจะยิง
it's just an absolute masterclass from Gen G. It just goes to show that having
Cam
strong
khổng phim.
defaults and having good trading angles
ฟิปแม่งทำอะไรก็ดู
sometimes
ดู
all
ซวย
you
เห
need
มือน
is
ดูแย่
especially on the
คือ
defense.
ไอเดียมันดีมากเลยนะคือมันออกอันตีมาตรงนั้นน่ะหลังปิดแล้วแบบว่าตัวที่แบบอยู่ตรงคอนเทนเนอร์เหลืองยิงไม่ได้
constantly getting multi kills in the very beginning of the map because he just cleaned up. He's like he shut it down all on his own.
แล้วตายไวด้วยนะแบบมีดเดียววันแท็บ
ชีวิต
ไม่ได้เถียงเลย
เศร้าอ่ะ
Again, RRQ has been trying. We've seen
ยังไม่ได้ยิงปืนสักนัด
them
กระสุน
switch
ยังไม่ได้
around
ชัก
the
เลยเมื่อ
sides.
กี้
We've seen them explore B at times. But
โดนยิงส
in
มอง
some
บวมหมดแล้ว
rounds, you've
งอม
got
กันหมดแล้ว
Texture just peeking against
ระ
you
บม
with that operator, and you're always kept on your toes. You're always wondering about it. And that's why I think in some of these rounds, when they really need to take that
ไม่มี
space
ภาพเลย
against
โอ้โห
Gen G, it's just too daunting and you're too paranoid because you're not quite sure if Texture's around the corner. You're not quite sure if there's a bit of that contact play that you talked about before, William.
Yeah, I mean, again, a
เรา
lot
แข่ง
of
กับเขา
this
ด้วย
is
ปะเนี่ย
that
เปิด
you
พารา
think
วอก
that you
เนี่ย
can take Hall's control, you think you can pinch onto A side,
วันนั้น
maybe that Gen
วัน
G
นั้น
holds
เปิด
those
สตรีม
angles
เข้ามาดูเห็นเล่นกับ
was
ไอ้
a
ตาล
little
อยู่
too solid, and by the
เฮีย
time
จะอ้วก
RQ
ปิด
figured
เลย
they
แม่ง
needed
มึ
to
น
pull
ไว
out
ที่
another
หาย
plan,
หรือ
it's
จะ
a
โหด
little
ไป
bit too late. Only one round on the board
เล่นไหวเหรอวะ
would have to be the most
อัน
ridiculous
นี้
thing
ขำ
that
ๆไว้
RQ's ever
มัน
done if they want to
มัน
keep
เร็ว
this
มากเลยเห็น
competitive
แบบ
on
มัน
this first
บิน
map.
ข้ามหัวอะไรก็ไม่รู้แล้วหันน้ำจะอ้วกว่ะ
เห็นแบบว่าคนที่เล่นโอวอตมาเล่นเก่งกันหมดเลย
fans in the stadium right now in the Artium, but on the other
งั้น
hand,
ก็ไปจับเด็กโอวอตมาแข่งดิ
you'd lose this pistol. Gen G
เด็กนะไม่เอาทหารแก่นะ
kind of
พวกเกมแท็กกิ้ง
you
อ่ะ
know, you
I
have
mean,
to
it's
force
over.
buys,
พวก
unfortunately,
เด็ก
yeah,
อะไรอย่างเงี้ยนะ
It's
โหดเลย
it's straight over because RQ's on defense as
อันนี้ก็โห
well.
ด
The
อะไร
force
นะ
buy will just
นารุ
not be
ซามะ
as good even if you lose the
นัส
pistol.
ลุซามา
So
นะ
You gotta imagine that
ไอ้
you
เนี่ย
have to pull out all the stops here on the first
ผม
round.
ว่าถ้ามันเป็นเกมญี่ปุ่นใช่ไหมผมว่ามันมีใช้จอยได้ไหม
Pulse peak for texture.
โหน่าจะไม่
Here's
เวิร์ก
it.
มันมี
Flips.
aim assist นี่พวกแบบ
Stays
Apex
around,
ของ
firing
ญี่ปุ่น
off a
มัน
couple
ใช้กันเยอะ
shots.
มากเลยอะ
Karen just no
เกม
จอย
นี้
เล่น
เกมนี้เอ็มเอซิน่าจะไม่ได้จอยน่าจะไม่ได้
Calls for backup, right? So first is Munchkin, seeing if it's going to be a double swing. But during all of that, they make sure, okay, it's not a push out from across the map. And Genji's going to group up to re-clear. It's the pistol. So strength in numbers. And they'll be able to start to push through.
กล้องได้อินโฟนะแต่ไม่ได้อิมแพค
And if they go through this right at the 1 minute mark, they're going to have enough time to rotate if they feel like it's not a good idea.
ได้
Jemkin.
ได้ดิคุยได้ปกติ
you
เลย
know, I guess it's going to be a good idea for Genji. Jemkin tries to watch the angle, but you mentioned strength in numbers, and it's way too much. Now pushing on through, they've got that recon. Xfero tries to work around the corner, around the cyber cage, and he manages to make it work. Elmemore now firing a couple shots down mid. It's down to the last one, and Elmemore sends his crosshair onto Meteor's skull and head. It's 11-2. Our RQ have managed to pick up the pistol.
เฮ้ยภาพมาแล้ว
Listen, I'll just say it for all the RQ fans out there. Where were those shots in the first half? Those were crispy. I mean, sure, the recon was great. You knew all the locations. But Elmemore ended the first half with 2 kills. If only they had landed some of these, maybe 1, 2 of those rounds would have gone a different way. You gotta imagine that's how even the players might feel. But okay, they're just saying, all right, calm down. You know, obviously a long
ประมาณ
way to
12
go.
โดนคัมแบ็กมาแล้ว
But now you gotta
ถ้ามี
ทีมชาติโซนเอฟเฟกในอินโดก็น่ากลัวเหมือนกัน
of Meteor's trademark Marshall on that
ใช่
second round.
คนเก่งเยอะโอ้ยคนไทยเก่งกว่า
Marshall,
given
คนไทยในแรงก็เก่งกว่า
peak, and that
ดู
could
นอก
be
ลี
your
กดิ
head.
นี่คนไทยแม่งแบบว่า the best อะ
A little mistake, and Genji could walk away with a round win, which puts
แต่เสียอย่าง
them
เดียวเนี่ยเด็กไทยแม่งชอบแบบ
points, and
พอ
that's
เก่งแล้วหยุดพัฒ
exactly
นา
what
เนี่
I'm
ย
talking about.
กูก็ไม่รู้
Elmemore,
เป็นเพราะอะไร
a little bit unfortunate off of that. Outlaw now from Flips.
มันต้องมีโอกาสหยุดยืด
So that's the
ถึงจะ
Marshall
ไปต่อ
gun. Lakia picks it up.
ไม่มัน
It's good movement from
มันมี
RQ,
โอกาส
but
หยุ
they
ด
have to
ยืด
be
แล้ว
wary of
แต่
this
ว่า
close
มันตัน
angle.
อะเข้าใจปะ
And he's
พอ
ready
มัน
for
เพ
it.
ดานแล้วมันแบบว่า
So that's a good clear. It checks his
มันหยุด
corners,
เลย
but
อะ
they're also
ส่วน
trying to
มากด้วย
tighten
นะ
the map, right? You've already
แบบ
pushed them
น่าจะ
away
หาบันไดไม่
from
เจอ
A main. Now that you have mid control, you can stay grouped, even if Genji comes A
ต้อง
side.
ทำลาย
They
กำแพง
get the
ว่ะ
plant.
ทำยังไง
The
ครับ
numbers. It's a
ใช่
clear
ครับ
shot from his
มันต้อง
as
เริ่มที่
well.
ตัวเองก่อนเว้ย
Good movement reads, just watching the crossing around mid.
เด็กไทยอะ
Now it's down to
พอได้
that
หยิบ
B.
ยื่นโอกาสเก่งขึ้นชื่อเสียงเงินทองมากขึ้นไอ้เฮียเป๋
Xfero's
หลงทาง
watching it as best as he can. Working up around the toxic screens, he's got cover
อา
from
คิว
Flips
จะ
as
พีค
well.
เจนจีนี่
Every single
แบบว่า
base
พีคละ
covered
เอียด
this
จัด
time from RRQ. Bar from that opening shot
ซีซัว
against
ไม่ได้เลย
Elmemore. So not exactly flawless, but clean enough. He'll be able to buy back up.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they'll keep 4 weapons. Sure, it was 5 buys, so it hurts a little bit given the score difference. But all in all, a good round. Good reads in that mid-round as well to start to tighten the map. But this was the easy one. Got a mountain to climb from here on out. And obviously, that Outlaw, they wish it was going to do more. But Genji says, listen, we're not taking any chances. Full armor. You love it from Genji. All Guardians. Just sticking for those long-range duels.
Also speaks to how
เขากัน
confident they
ไอ้
are.
นี่ป่าวะ
Flip spots
เอา
the
หลอก
cape of the Sova though.
He's going to just choose to refill the site.
Whoa, quite a good bit of information, but look at this gate crash into Spike Plant. Xfero now
have
tries to
another
work
glass.
around the smokes, but knows he has to be very cautious, very careful. A couple of shots fired through from Flips, and he's able to take down Texture, but that said, still, you've got 4 players to work against. Some of these headshot angles working out in favor of RQ for the time being. Lakia now comes through with the Aldrone just to
เหมื
get
อนตอน
further
นี้เจนจี
information.
กำลังเล่นกับ
We've
เหยื่อ
got
ดูมัน
Estrella
ซื้อปืน
coming in, watching mid right now. Munchkin's trying to work off those snakebite lineups, and they have landed. Nobody's found just yet.
Karon's flank.
Watching the angles, Karen trying to come up from the other side, gets an opening shot onto Flips. He might be able to get more space off of it. Able to stick the spike down to halfway, and Munchkin gets every single kill.
ไม่เก็บด้วย
Round will still go
ดูมัน
over
ไม่
to
เก็บด้วย
RRQ,
เป็นท่อม
but
อ่ะ
what a round.
ใช่ปะเมื่อกี้เป็นท่อมหรือการเดียนนะ
Genji, yeah,
the
Genji's
Guardian.
able to close it
Oh,
out.
เห็นยาวๆดูเป็นท่อม
Genji, they just absolutely hold the post plant
นึกว่าจะ
there.
เล่นกับ
And
เหยื่อ
Karon on the lurk. This kill onto Estrella was everything. The fact is RQ thought that might happen. Estrella was ready for it, but because Karon swings around, they have to let go because Xfero had to stick the half through that snake bite. But then they're both swinging onto Karon because they're afraid that
Guardian
Xfero
มี
might
เขา
just
มี
get
ที่
taken
จับ
down. That leaves
มัน
the
ก็เลย
timing
ดู
for
เหมือนแฟนทอม
Munchkin. The
ได้นักแข่ง
trades are just too good
เกม
from
นั้นยังวะ
Genji.
Attention
ไม่
bot
บอก
lane, everything. Now
เอ้า
that's map
กูอยู่กับมึง
point for
จะ
Gen
ไม่บอกอีก
G.
เหรอ
อ๋ออ่ะใช้อำนาจแล้ว
Really quickly,
ไม่
they're pushing our
แชมป์นัดแชมป์นัดเลย
เป็น
แชมป์นัดเลย
อีสปอร์ตไดเรคเตอร์แล้วเก่าแล้วดิ
ไม่
นวด
กูถามนานๆกูจะถาม
not
อะไรที
wanting
นึง
to
นะ
over aggress into
มึง
halls
ยัง
this
มึง
time.
ยังไม่บอกกูอีกอ่ะ
This is a rough one for RQ. You can tell that they
ประกาศครับ
just
ผม
desperately want a bit more information, right? The way that you're
รับ
peeking
ผล
around
ครับ
halls, the way you're trying to peek around double doors.
no leak
But the setup on A overall is good. You're going for a stack. You say that because the
ทำไมพี่เอ็ม
center
จะ
is
แข่ง
on
เหรอ
B. If Gen
แข่ง
G's
กับ
going
เฮี
to
ย
try
แล้ว
to
วันนั้น
close
เห็น
it out,
ไวเปอร์ส
they're
ปีด
going
กู
to
เข้า
try
มา
to
ดู
go for the safer
กูมึน
side.
ที่ผ่ายดูแค่
Now
2
they're
นาที
not
อะ
sure
เกมไว
exactly
เกม
what
ไว
the repositioning is from
ไม่บอก
RQ.
อ่ะคุณลุงเท่าไหร่
So trying to hold
Why
out
you
that
here, yeah?
crossfire setup. Jemkin alongside Estrella, but it's been pushed back, and you've
Oh.
got that recon as well.
It's a scan.
Unbelievable
Fightต่อ
meteor. Now along with the blind side, tries to catch drop onto Jemkin. Jemkin fires back so
ช้าไป
quick.
หน่อยช็อตนี้
A bit of a cloud burst, and Texture is forced to
เกม
push
คิม
out
ใส่
of
แว่
it.
นแล้ว
He's
มันดู
looking
น่ารัก
for more
เล
of
ย
these duels. Munchkin marking
ตอน
the
ไม่ใส่
other
แว่นมันดู
exit,
แบบ
and now the
มา
spike
เฟีย
comes
texture ซื้อ
from
แวนดอลเหรอ
Latvia.
วะวันนี้มันไม่เล่นแวนดอล
เขาเรียกว่าอะไรวะ ยากุซ่า
as well, but he's now going to have to
ยากุ
rush
ซ่า
back
ญี่ปุ่น
on the
เขา
side.
ใส่แว่น
That's
แล้ว
up
มัน
to
ดูแบบ
Xfero,
ดู
but
น่า
he's
รัก
not coming through mid.
He
This
can't
could be a
set it up.
timing for Karen. He's going to wrap all the way around. Genji just needs to buy time before they
there
lock
it
it.
is.
Karen even
Chip
gets
high,
the
that
kill
guy.
as well.
Big impact now. Jemkin
Oi.
fires back though, but does he have time for the
Wow.
defuse?
Yes.
Look at Munchkin. He knows he's
Hey,
got
Jemkin
this. He
na-chat
just
hai.
doubles back,
Oh,
goes
the
in
jump.
for the jump peak.
ไม่น่า
Karen
Yeah,
is
man,
still a
ling- ling-
looming
lock-a-doonเลยอะ
threat, and Jemkin does not feel
โอ้ไอ้คารอน
comfortable.
เอา
He's
ละ
very paranoid. Just
เนี่ย
swings around
ตาม
the back
สูต
just
ร
to check,
ผ
but
มเอง
nobody's
พี่
found. Spike continues
โคตร
to
โก
tick
ง
away. At
Yeah,
this
now they
point,
ตาโหดแทน
close down to 7 seconds left.
เฮ้ยคารอนมึงเดินเลย
And
ขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอ
just tries to
โคตรโกง
fire away, but the footsteps,
ทีเด็ดจริงๆแล้วถ้าได้วาง
everything
นี่
in
คือ
his
แบบ
ears whisper
สุดยอดโพสแพนเหรอ
เออ
ที่เล่นโคตรดี
โซมีไอวินเมื่อกี้ใช้สเน็กไบท์ใช้ช็อกดาร์ฟใช่ปะ
อ่า
วินนี้เจอดูดเข้าไป
พี่ไอ้รับโทรศัพท์ปิดไมค์หน่อย
เวอร์จะ
ฮัลโหล
หมอไม่ปิดเลย แล้วเราปิดไปไหมฮัลโหล
ฮัลโหล
ไอ้เหี้ย
หืมยังเหรอยังไม่หยอดประตูอีกเหรอพี่เลยเนี่ยหาน้ำมันมาหยอดประตูเกมไวเกมไววันนี้จบไวทุ่มหนึ่งก็จบละบุกไป12 ราวได้วาง3 ครั้งเหรอจีจี ไม่ไหวปะทำดูภาพอาคิวชนะตอนนี้แม่งยากมากเลย มันมีภาพนะแต่มันยากเว้ยเข้าใจปะอยากกินกะเพราหมูอะกะเพราหมูร้อนๆโอ้โหอันนี้คือเสียงสวรรค์สั่งโลด
เอาละ
I mean, there's very
เลยเพลงนี้ไม่ได้ ใช่ป่าววะ
and now we're heading into Ascent, which is
ไม่ได้อยู่ดีอะไม่เปิดดีที่สุด
เมื่อกี้มันมีซีนไปสัมภาษณ์ปะ
ไม่มี
โอเคไม่มีก็ไม่น่าโดนไม่น่ารอดเดี๋ยวไม่ปิดละขี้เกียจปิดละลำบากเหลือเกิน หรือไม่มีอีกวิธีก็คือ จบคู่นี้ปุ๊บก็ลงสตรีม YouTube
I'm kind of worried for them because Gen Z look like they're having
มีน้องฝากถามว่าในโครเติมไปกี่บาทแล้ว
กี่บาทเหรออุ้ยผมไม่ได้เติมแล้วหลังๆอ่ะ
อ้าวไม่พูดถึงยอดแรก
แสดงว่าไม่น่าจด
ๆแสดงว่าไม่ค่อยน่าจำเท่าไหร่
โอ้โหที่ไอเติมไอ้เนี่ยไม่เท่าไหร่ไอปีที่แล้วไอเกมปีที่แล้วหนัก
อะไรเมียโฟเหรอ
ไอแร็กนาร็อกออริจิน
อ๋อเอ้ยเพียบ
จะ
พี่
ล้มละลายฮะ
มีเกมแนะนำนี่ช่องนี้ก็วะนี่
ทำไม
พี่
เดี๋ยวนี้โฆษณาทวิตมันไม่ทำงานแล้วเหรอยิง
ทำไมอ่ะ
มันไม่ค่อยมีขึ้นแล้วหรอ คนเขาบอกว่าเดี๋ยวนี้มันไม่
พี่
มีโฆ
ไป
ษณา
เข้าไอ้นี่หรือเปล่า
เข้าเลย
มันคุยกับพี่ดีอยู่อะเรื่องอะไรวะแอดอะไรสักอย่างอะ
โอ้โหพอเลยไอเกมเก็บไว้
เฮ้ยพี่ไม่เพย์ทูวิน
เข้าเลยนะ
มันเป็นโปรแกรมอะไรสักอย่างผมจำไม่ได้วะ
ไม่ได้ไปทำอะไรเลย
หรือไม่มันก็เปลี่ยนอะไรสักอย่าง
รู้ได้ไงวะข้อมูลหลุดเหรอ
เฮ้ย
อันนี้ข้อมูลหลุ
ทุ
ด
กคนเลยดูอันนี้เลยโ o โนโอดิซี่โคตรสวย เก็บเวล MMO สวยจัด
เกมมือถือเหรอ
เกมคอมว่าจะเอาเราออกมาเล่นเกมน่ะ
สบายเลยวะ กูยัง กูยังมูฟออนไม่ได้กับ POE อยู่เลยเนี่ย
ผมเห็นพี่โพสต์ขายอยู่นะ
อืม
ดูภาพดิพี่โคโนดิซี่อะภาพสวยจัดเลย
เออ
คนชวนเล่นทิ้งก่อนไหมเนี่ยใช่ครับจริงครับ
เฮ้ยโอ้โหไม่จริงครับ
เฮียไรอีพอมึงก็ไปก่อนพวกกูเลย
น้องสมาจิวเลยครับ
เฮ้ยไม่จริง
เปิด
แต่เล่น
ปี
เก
ไห
มภาพสวยบาโลยังกระตุกอยู่เลย
เปิดปีไหนวะไอ้เหี้ยมันไม่ได้เปิดเร็วๆนี้เปล่า
2027 อันนี้
แต่ว่าทาริสแลนด์น่าจะไม่ใช่น่าจะเปิดปีนี้ทาริสแลนด์น่าเล่นอยู่
มัน
โอ้
เป็น
อันนี้มัน 4K ไง เดี๋ยวพอเราเล่นมัน Full HD มันก็เฉย
เพราะผมก็ปรับโลอยู่แล้วแหละพี่วาโลยังกระตุกอยู่เลย
Or is this just
แต่แค่ดูตัวเกมมันดูดีอยู่
Same old, same old. Let me
ไอ
tell
ตัว
you how this is
ไอ
gonna
โอ
go
ดิซี่
down.
อะ
Tie 100%. It's the same mirror matchup
Ascent
100%. Just
ไอ้เหี้ย
nailed
กู
it.
ว่ากระตุก
Yeah.
ชัวร์เลย
Let me tell you how
ว่ะ
this is gonna go down. Okay, you've got Lakia and
Man,
Meteor
lek,
at
nene
VCT
เลยอะ
shutting you down.
ระดับมีสปอร์ตดีเลกเตอร์
Mid
ตัว
shutting
กระ
you
ตุก
down.
กระตุก
Munchkin short A shutting you down.
ไม่
Karen's at
มึงดูดิ
A
ตอนสู้
main
มัง
shutting
ก
you
รอ่ะ
down.
ตอน4
Good
นา
luck.
ทีอ่ะ
จริงเล่นเกม4 6ครับ
Thank you
แต่
for
มัน
that.
อ๋อที่ก็เล่นตั้งนาน
Thank you
โอ้
for that map breakdown.
ๆ ไม่แล้วสรุปโฆษณามันหายเพราะอะไรเถอะ
Thank you for that map breakdown. We're
จำ
done, by
ไม่
the way,
ได้
for
แต่
today.
จำได้ว่าแม่งได้แอดน้อยลงกันหมด
Val,
ทุ
there's
กคน
any
ใช่ไหม
final thoughts?
พี่บุ๋มกันหน่อย
I don't know, man.
Right.
You know, maybe Ark could come out strong with a pistol win, and then hopefully that gets them some momentum. Otherwise,
เป็นเพราะว่าไม่มีพนักงาน
it's gonna be a done deal.
ไอ้นี่หรอปะ
I really hope
เฮ้ย
that
ทำไม
it's
ทุกคน
not. I
มัน
want this to
โจมตี
be
ผมเรื่อง
competitive.
ซัมมอน
Best
นัว
of
วะ
luck to RQ because they're gonna need
เดี๋ยวค่อยคุยพี่เอ้ยพูดไม่ได้
Everybody wants a significant
อ๋อใช่ใช่
for
Thailand เราเล่น
sure,
Thailand อยู่
especially
ครับ
since this is RQ's last chance to make a statement on this
พี่
stage.
ขยันถาม
But
จั
it
ง
seems like, you know,
พิมพ์
Pimperton
พิมพ์
already
พิมพ์
knows the
ไม่บอก
story. Should we expect the
อ่ะ
unexpected
อะไร
though?
วะ
William and Quack, tell us.
I mean,
But
is
no
it
one-
gonna
man,
be exactly what
มันต้อง
Paper
เติม
Thin
มัน
said?
เดี๋ยวส
Is
นุก
it
หน่อย
gonna
ก็เลย
be
แต่ว่า
every single lane,
ช่วง
every
นั้นต้องใช้
single
ตังค์ก็เลย
area on this
ไม่
map shut
ไม่ควร
down?
ต้องไป
What do you think, Will?
That's definitely the plan from Gen G, especially once that operator comes online. So RQ is
แต่ซัมมอนนัวนี่คือ
figure out
คิดถึงกี่ครั้ง
how
ก็
they
มีความสุข
delay
นะ
that operator
หนุก
and how
จริ
they
ง
make sure they at least
ช่วงเวลา
make
ที่มีความ
one
สุ
of
ข
the
ใช่ไหมพี่เอ้ย
sides a little bit uncomfortable. And
มันสั้น
while none of those choices feel great, if I had to take
ก็
a
ไม่สั้น
guess,
นะ
trying to shut down Lakia's Odin on B just doesn't
เจ็บ
feel
กว่า
like a great
กว่าตัว
idea.
ได้เล่น
So
จะมา
hopefully
คนเลิก
it's a
เล่นหมด
little
แล้ว
bit more focus on the A side.
เลิกเล่นแล้วกลับไปเปิดใหม่ยังไม่ได้ตัวที่ได้เล่นเลย
I don't know.
I
Our
hear by
analyst is
Fangmood.
thinking RQ maybe 2-0, maybe a 1-1 tie.
As we'll find out. A bit of a pop flash does push Munchkin off for the time being. Karen on the other side. That's the one that I'm really keeping my eyes on. He makes me
เจนจีน่าจะ
nervous.
2-0 ชิว
Paranoid
ๆปะ
is sent out now. He's got a little bit more space, pushes out, goes for the swing. And
5
look
คิว
at that
พี่เราก็
movement,
ไม่มี
so
ส่งตอน
wide.
ปีนี้ก็
And
ไม่มี
it
ปะ
throws Jemkin off.
อืม
He finds that
Dark
shot,
one.
and the rest of RQ have to hang back.
Yeah, an immediate repositioning here from Lakia as well. The jump peaks. Xfero knows that he hasn't been spotted just yet. He's trying to get a timing on here against Lakia. It's a little whiffy, but he'll be able to land the kill. Now he has to hold on to this position for as long as possible. He's trying to do as much damage. Goes for the extra contact.
แล้วภาพปลาเลยทีนี้
Texture goes down. Not too bad. Meteor
ได้ยิน
now
ด้วย
caught in a
คารอนโดนอย่าง
tricky
เงี้ย
position. Tries to hold his ground up around B. Karen still
Ui.
stays tucked away around the A site. Repeaks, finds Estrella, and he knows that he can't really escape just yet. The smoke, though, does give him an idea that RQ is probably trying to rush down B. Munchkin goes in for that bit of mid-control, but Xfero just fires right back against him. Meteor now, it's all down to his shoulders, along with that Sheriff. He finds that first shot, but then Elmimore answers right back again with the classic.
Estrella's going to start creeping. He has to start creeping. If he just thinks that Karen's going to come out through A main,
ไอเอส
this
ลา
is
ยังเล่น
going to
กับ
be
คา
great.
รอน
Now
อยู่หน้า
Karen's
เอเลย
obviously low on 9 HP.
But so are those RQ players.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm a little bit worried about. So right now, the angles they're holding are pretty good, though.
พี่ว่า
They're saying
RQ
if he
ต้องเปลี่ยน
comes
อะไร
through B main, if he comes through
RQ
lane,
เหรอ
so be it.
อ่า
We're just going to make sure that we're
ต้องให้
holding the
ฟิป
same
มัน
angle
ส
to
เต็ป
make
อัพ
sure we
เฉย
can get traded. There's the smoke,
Okay.
so they don't have to worry
พอ
about
เหรอ
it as
แค่นั้นเอง
much.
เหร
พ
อ
อโอ้โห ต้องดูว่ะ
Just looking for kills, perhaps.
Genji's
เวอร์
pretty
จัด
well
เมื่อกี้
aware of
ฟิป
this,
เดินตัว
coming
ปลอม
in
โยนลูกออก
from
มาแต่ใช้ตัว
Estrella
จริง
as
เดิ
well.
น
We
อ่ะ
saw the pings.
แล้ว
Yeah,
Got
but
a
there's
good
not
idea.
much time.
ตอนนี้มันอันดับเท่าไหร่อะ
Kills.
Looking for it. Spots out flips.
มันชนะใครบ้างไหม
Still a little bit of damage, not too shabby.
ชนะ
Elmimore
2
is
แพ้
able to
2
end his life.
แค่
And they
กลาง
pick
ตา
up
รา
a
งเหรอ
pistol. So not exactly the worst case scenario for RQ just yet.
มันชนะใคร
Oh,
อะ
and
พี่
there's the 1,000 kills for
เอ้ยเทคพอยต์อ๋อ1,000 คิว
So
ช
while
นะ
he
พี
did
ช
with
ช
the-
นะซีเข็ด
ชนะซี่เกียรติด้วยเหรอ
ใช่
ไอ้ซีเคทนี่มัน
เขาบอกแล้วมันเป็น
งง
ทีมที่ชนะได้ทุกทีมแล้วก็แพ้ได้ทุกทีม
ชนะบีทไม่แปลกชนะทีมซีเคท
Is now going in, it's just gonna be the pressure onto A main once again, right? You have the better weaponry. Make sure you try to punish this one way. Make sure that Genji has to start investing more once the buy rounds come in. I like this idea from RQ.
Just trying to play it safe
เจม
as
คิด
well.
มันหน้าคล้ายๆทีตอนอ้วนเหมือนกันนะ
Making sure that they invest deeply into the future round.
พี่เคยเจอ
because
ที
this
ตอน
entire
อ้วนปะ
map is the thing that keeps them alive.
เคยตอนไม่
Is the thing
เคย
that
ตอน
will
ก
give
ลาง
them those championship points. Alongside the Phantom now, a bit of a little early squad in towards this tree area.
VCT 2024หรือว่า
Texture's the bait right now.
VCT
This
ทั้ง
is
หมดเลย
all for Munchkin.
Oh my god.
But we'll see how many Texture can get first.
โอเค
That was so quick the way he
Lord.
dodged that flash. Now Munchkin on the other side with the classic. Able to double
What
tap
the
him in the
fuck?
head. Flips tries to fire back with that Phantom, but
เอา
has to
สาร
back off.
มันกิน
Manages
เวอร์
to
จัด
find
อ่ะ
Lakia, but only just the one. Now a bit of a
เรียบร้อย
second. Elmore tries to go in for a sneaky push down A main. Meteor shuts him down.
พี่ฟิป
Flips has
ฟิ
to
ป
hold it
พิสูจน์ตัวเอง
all
ครับ
on
ผม
his
จังหวะนี้
own.
ฟิปต้องแบก
He
ว่ะ
is
จังหวะ
online
เนี้ย
for
วัด
the
ตุย
ace if he makes it happen, but he's
เฮ้ย
also kind of
ดู
pinched
มันร้อง
down
ดิ
in this little corner.
And it's Sheriffs.
ไปสอง
Just
หัว
gonna look at them
Double
together.
stacked up. There it is.
เรียบร้อย
The sheriff shack,
โอ้
the
ย
sheriff stack, excuse me,
แต่
and
เมื่อ
it's
กี้
going to be Gen G with that thrifty right back against our
มัน
RQ.
โดนมันขึ้นได้
Oh,
ไง
I
วะ
mean, Texture getting
คลาส
the
สิก
first
มันดี
kill
ขนาดนั้น
hurts,
เลยเหรอ
but
วะพี่
the setup was exactly going down as planned. Texture basically baits him out. He even goes for the anti-flash. Makes sure that they have to commit to his fight. And they just have no idea. They hear the classic, but it's too late by that
Dun,
point.
dun, dun.
Munchkin has the angles. He's got the range for those right clicks. Oh, man. They're just giving it to him about his own classic. It's a good classic. That Gen G one doing damage there on the Thrifty.
It comes with
ชิฟ
claws
ตี้
from the
ได้ยิน
Tiger.
ครั้งก็ปวดใจ
On to the next round, though. And that's going to be RQ's broken economy, but they're not going to
Oh.
back down. Jemkin along with the Stinger now, able to find Munchkin. Karen with a paranoia.
ส
just
แปม
trying
ยับ
to
เลยผมโด
fend
น
them
ใบ
off. Smokes coming up as well. But RQ are just happy that they picked up a Phantom.
Yeah, so Lakia's push out is huge right now because you're expecting this. You're expecting that they're going to rework the map. Because now you've gotten a weapon, you've pressured A, you've drawn out some of that utility. This would be a good time for RQ to try to pressure other parts of the map. They found some
พี่ว่า
comfort
จุด
again.
อ่อนของ
Lakia
Genji ตอนนี้
just
คืออะไร
shuts down that tempo right away.
And if he finds
Look on
contact
Genji
right
down
here,
here.
that will be huge for Gen G as the quick rotations come
Lakia.
through.
Just has to back off. You've still got the nanos there to buy time on B.
That's
No
right.
reason to over-rotate. Maybe just one person going
มัน
over
ไม่
into
ตึง
market, something like that.
A little bit of information texture now rotating over in transition back to defender spawn in case he needs to kind of rotate back. That 0 point should kind of cement the hit coming through though, and Lakia's
ไปดักตรงนั้น
preparing
ที่จัด
for the
เนี่ย
recon. Doesn't see anything, so now just holds up around lane. The smoke
นี่ถ้าน้อง
from
คิมได้ยิน
Karen.
นี่ปวดใจ
Such
นะ
a good timing. Lakia able to hold down the off
นี่ไง
angle, double kill
อ้าว
coming
เฮ้ย
through.
Hey.
Meteor now the smoke at the
เจอ
right
สด
time, and Flips is caught unaware. A second kill, second headshot, and a second round win for Gen G.
The flash
Hit
was so
by hit
good
my
from
phone to
RQ, but they all kind of get distracted by that dash, and all four of them turn their head over to that defender link. That allows Lakia to just spray down right off that smoke. I mean, this round is it's all Lakia on this one. Yeah, Straya, I mean, sure, he kept his sights trained onto it, but the weaponry not quite there.
They said it on the desk that this would be Lakia
จุ
shutting
ดอ่อน
down
ไม่ใช่
B.
แผนแต่เป็นบุค
เมื่
ลิก
อกี้มัน
Got
อีโค
Karen shutting down A. Texture, still making his way in. Now he's got the operator online
แต่เอาจริง
for
ลา
that
เกียสวิง
mid
สุดจริงนะ
shutdown. And it could potentially happen. RQ, though, with the full buys, trying to fight back.
Correctly identifying that this is where they want to start to push that mid a bit, but Meteor's repositioning. This is
พี่ว่า
gonna
ลา
be
เกียกับ
very
เซฟ
hard
จะ
to
เก่งกัน
read.
How do you
ลาเกียกับเก
They
เซททำไม
have
นะ
no idea, and I don't
ใคร
think they're
ใคร
gonna check
ค่อน
it.
ข้าง
There's
ดู
no
เก่ง
reason
กัน
to just yet.
Almost
ให้
a third.
ให้เซฟ
Estrella will be able to save his team
เกน่าจะ
for
ช
the
นะ
time
ความ
being.
นิ่ง
It's
มาก
a
กว่า
3-on-4 now. And Texture wants to repeat. They've gotten the calls
แต่
that
พวก
it's going to be a
สแตท
B
อย่าง
main
อื่น
hit
น่าจะ
as
พอ
well,
ๆกัน
thanks to Lakia's recon.
ผมว่า
The
ความ
smoke
คม
set
ผ
up
ม
and
ว่า
Estrella,
น่าจะพอๆกัน
just has to hope that his teammates can get into the site because he wants to be
นี่
the
แหละ
lurk.
วินพิสูจน์ตัวเองวินนี้
Might get counter lurked on by Charon though.
That's the painful thing. Estrella's life is almost over.
นี่ไง
Lakia anchoring it down from Boathouse. Takes
ใครบอก
down
ผมไม่นิ่ง
L4.
ฮะ
and
ไหน
looks for
พี่เอ้ย
even
อ่ะ
more.
ขอยิงหน่อย
It's just going to be another player. Whoa, Estrella actually turns around 180, takes down Karen, but down to 12 HP. Xfero, unfortunately, was pitched down
ทีม
by
แม็ก
both
เทนยังแข่ง
Lakia
อยู่
and
ไหมครับไม่ได้ดู
Lakia.
นาน
So it's going to be
อ๋อ
a
ไม่
rifle
ได้เข้ารอบ
save.
มาครับผม
Yeah, I gotta go for that save. Only 12
Yeah,
HP.
you-
There's
hit,
just
isn't it?
no way for this to happen. See if he'll get out. Should overall, just because of time. And, you know, Munchkin not exactly sitting that healthy, though he is only 1 point away from that null command. So overall, I mean, RQ, they read the macro timing
ไม่มีนะ
very
ย้าย
well.
ย้าย
Right?
ไป
The
เป็น
previous
ทีมสิงค
round,
โปร์
you're
แล้วก็
able to
หายไป
solo
แล้ว
up and you say, okay, we dread the paranoia, let's calm down, backup's probably here. Genji does like to kind of commit to those rotates, so let's rework the map. And Lakia says, not this time. I'll be the one to make sure that we know exactly the timings that you're going for. They shut it down. This time, they say, okay, Op's probably coming out. Let's start to push in mid a little bit. Make Texture a little bit uncomfortable to hold on to that on his own. But Meteor just refills the space right after the util clears, and they shut things down. So RRQ's making the textbook correct choices in terms of going into each round, but Genji just has immediate mid-round adjustments.
And those adjustments are working wonderfully for them. I mean, getting the read on how RQ wants to play it. Textbook, it's so well read by Genji right now. And Meteor having the idea to kind
เมา
of
โค้ด
work
บอกว่า
around
เอ้ย
that corner.
วันนี้
I mean, how would you even
เล่นแบบ
know
ชิว
to
ๆหาร้าน
check
ข้าวกันดีกว่า
an angle or
ปรึ
a
กษาเรื่อง
corner
ร้าน
like
กัน
that? Texture just right around the other side of Pizza as
ชิวละ
well in case
กินอะไรกันดีรีบจบ
you know, even further damage. So 3 to 1
ฉันชอบกิน
score
อาหาร
right
อิตาลี
now, and
นะ
RRQ
ส่วนนาย
calls the
ถ้าอยาก
timeout,
กินเกาหลี
trying
ก็
to, you know,
อาจ
find
จะต้อง
other options.
หาร้านแถวนี้
See
เราจะแยกกันกินก็ได้นะ
adjustments are here.
แต่ฉันขอขับรถรอบเมืองพี่หาร้านอิตาเลียนก่อนนะ
Booth, it looks like.
เดิน
Threw down his jacket. We'll see if that's the motivation that this team needs right now. You've got the null command online, but it's not a healthy buy. They're going to try to even out to make sure they can buy into round 6. So currently, working with just 2 stingers, 2 rifles. It's still going to be the same start over on A, waiting for any util. Now, because they used the timeout, I love this. They're waiting for the push out, right? A lot of times we saw that pop flash all the way from the site into A main from
ตรง
Genji.
หน่วยสวิตช์หรอ
RQ's waiting
แมว
for it.
ตาย
They've got the anti ready. Got eyes trained for potential recons. But Genji, they don't bite.
Lining up for tree as well. It's going to be a fast
ขอลงให้หน้าทีเพื่อนจะได้เดิน
Texture right around the other side, but the operator has to try to hold it down. With the
Paranoia's
first
good.
shot, but
โคตรหิวทุก
manages
ค
to
น
get away. Paranoia holds
ย้ำ
them
อีก
back
แล้ว
as
อ่ะ
well, and
ไม่บูบอลเลยอะ
allows Texture to come in for yet another
ว
kill.
งการวาโลก็กินกันแต่
It's a bit of a
ยำเนี่ย
double now, and this is a huge roadblock for RRQ. How do you barrel through the A site if this is how Genji defends?
RRQ, if you're going to go for a rush like this, first of all, you have to expect the paranoia from the site. It's always there from Karon. But Estrella kind of has to help throw his body out there so they can refill the site. But they back off after the initial peak doesn't work out.
Just a second of hesitation, and it bites RRQ so darn hard in the back. Reeling from that loss now, and they are just dazed and stunned, trying to regroup around mid, thinking about another option. Where could you possibly go?
Trying to just put pressure on mid, trying to thin the numbers on A, and they'll have done a decent job. They'll pull 1 away. So you've got Meteor watching down in mid by Market, but it's still 3 members with an op over on the A side.
Smoke off. They've managed
แผ
to
น
walk through.
แผนสวยอยู่นะ
Deal against Karen.
Execute
Oh,
เมื่อกี้
counter on that operator.
เทคเจอร์เอาให้
Estrella able to find a shot onto
Operator.
Lakia as he stares down the window. Meteor's right around the corner. 7 seconds left. If he does it, final kill.
Oh.
That's not gonna even be the save. As Meteor strikes him from behind. Genji.
หนักเกินอะ
That
RQ
defense, you know, Paper Thin talked about it, and RRQ are getting completely shut down.
Oh, that running gun from Karon just speaks miles about this match so far. Everything going Genji's way.
เล่นอะไรดีหลั
Listen,
งล
they
ง
were
ตีน
going to win the round no matter what,
หลัง
but
ดู
it's
แข่ง
just salt in the wounds at
แล้ว
that
อยากดูอะไร
point.
ปะ
And the fact that Texture is able to relocate, then he gets a nice flick, still goes for the repeat after the flash as well, protects himself from the turret thanks to his teammates.
Spike down.
3 kills all on the A side, no need to leave it. And right now, RQ, they now have 2 big ultimates. They're going to have to try to force these ult trades, but look at this, a fast pinch in, it's a tiles crunch. A bit of a delayed one.
Oh, okay, good little paranoia from Andrea now this time. Meteor a little bit blinded, but goes in for the repeat after it clears out. Smoked off, and there's the null command. So ultimate's gonna have to be put on hold for the time being. Allows for RQ.
ถ้าไม่ได้วีนี้น่าจะไม่ได้ละ
Now look at the minimap. Xfero all the way out. No position to use the lockdown, but he has
ถ้า
to
ไม่ได้
get
วันนี้
the
ไหล
work
ยาว
done.
ไหลยาว
And Genji might get
ถ้าไม่ได้
the
วีนี้
because
น่าจะไหล
they
ยาวละ
realize that there is no lockdown.
Now they're watching out for it. A bit of a... Okay, there's that ultimate. Alt for alt. It's going to be Elmimore with the Hunter's Fury. Now just biding their time, trying to hold and watch for those drops. Meteor firing off a bit of a shot as Jemkin rears his sights back towards the site. Looking for that final player inside of his Lakia swings wildly, flips alongside the Classic, able to secure one more round for RQ.
Getting that Hunter's Fury through the site execute onto the plant, that was huge. That way, they can keep Genji guessing about their own lockdown, but they have the Hunter's Fury to counter the lockdown. So this was overall a good read on the ult economy from RQ that allows Xfero to be very patient on the lurk. Jemkin getting an early kill helps even more with that. So that's a good execute, but again, that was reliant on the ult cycle. Now you have a lockdown, the opponents have a no command. How can RQ try to continue to flip the tables against them?
Sparrow still, he's got that lockdown. Wanting to take A main control, but Munchkin just so quick with the reactions as soon as they peek out. Now you've got Texture slowly moving his way outside of B main. Odin firing off as well, discouraging Xfero from making any movements.
And look at how far Texture's gone. You have no idea that he's that far. I think Xfero caught him.
This.
Yeah, Xfero caught sight of him, I believe, so he's just going to wait. Trying to break that drone. Almost risked his life for it.
So smart from Genji too. Just trying to work alongside the drone. Now alt orb picked up by Lakia.
But that's all, so much information, right? It's just the Killjoy that you spotted far away from B main.
Hence this dark cover. Hence the paranoia being prepped up right now. Sends it through and then TPs onto the top of Dice. It's going to be tough. RQ might not know that he's right around the corner. Another shrouded step.
Okay.
Good pop flash.
ถ้ามันอยู่ที่เดิมนี่อร่อยเลย
To push through, but Munchkin! A triple kill gives him the quad. Now down to the last player, Xfero.
30 seconds
Just
left.
trying to push out.
I mean, you have creds, but obviously it's looking a little tough.
แมปแรก 2-0
Seeing if he can take away any power weapons, and then he'll just choose a safe spot to save.
แมปแรกเหรอ อ๋อ แมปแรก
And this
เท่า
one,
ไหร่
I
วะ
mean, RQ,
13-3
they're so
เลยซ้าย
concerned
บน
about all these
ตึง
shrouded steps that they are working hard to try to identify where the Omen went, but that just leaves Munchkin absolutely free to spray down with the Phantom.
We gotta watch the replay on that one.
Oh, they're trying to go on the hunt.
I mean, you're talking about the power weapons, William, and this is a Genji that is coming fully online. Operator, Odin, and every single lane, every single area is now definitely, potentially going to be shut down in front of RQ. This is like almost worst case scenario.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is what you have to deal with when
What
you're
the
in the
fuck?
attack.
He
Oh,
was
that was through
blinded.
the flash, yeah.
ไอคนโดนเมื่อ
I
กี้
mean,
คือ
that's
โคตร
just
สวย
rough. That's just him knowing the timing. He's just looking for one quick kill. Wow.
The speed on that.
Wow, that was snappy. Listen, leave him to anchor. We've seen a couple of those from Icebox as well.
Tries to do the same thing. Up around A main, but this time doesn't find the kill and he backs off. RQ being a little bit more patient, a little bit more careful with the way that they peek in the A main. But
ตีไม่เข้าเลยโว้ย
I mean, it's a lot of these oppressing, overwhelming positions and skills and utilities from Genji.
Okay, so it looks like this might just be a lockdown round onto B. Trying to see if they can sneak it right next to the box so it can't get spammed by the Odin. But Genji has a decent idea about this, right? We're seeing the ping because you saw the Nano Swarm coming in to try to clear out early Killjoy util as well.
That's right.
Right here.
Coming back in, just trying to find the timing on some of these wall bangs as well. Now the recon goes through. I mean, the shock dart.
Oh, it catches Xfero! Worst possible player to fall in this moment.
Such an impactful piece of utility. Although Jemkin has managed to walk on through,
ยังไม่ได้เหยียบไซด์เลยดูเลือด
that's way too ready for this hit. Karen goes in with the TP, just to find a bit of positioning. Meteor able to find the kill as well, and this is such a wonderful, advantageous angle. Karen able to nail the shot Estrella takes Jemkin's spot, but he's kind of locked into this site alongside every single Gen G player at this point. 12 seconds left, and he can't possibly make his way out, can he? Not even! Meteor will find that final skull-crushing headshot. It's 6-2 for Gen G.
The absolute masterclass there. You got the from the shadows to help back up as well. A good read on the timings. Munchkin starts to push out a bit short. You still had Charon's utility, just in case it was a rotate back to A.
Oh, man.
But that, I mean, after all that spam to get the kill with the shock dart, it's brutal.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, you want to use your ultimate. It's one of the things that could turn the tides. It's one of the things that could give you a round win on the side of RRQ, but it's being read by Gen G.
So now just trying to up the tempo here, avoiding the 0 point, making sure you can push in with the lockdown. It is going to leave that space. The from the shadows is gone.
Texture.
Nano swarms and the shock dart isn't going to be enough. It's just bare. Oh my. Okay. Still not enough. Just with that one nano swarm through the wall.
All right, a little bit of space. Exits have been smoked off. Defender spawn. Gen G can't really retake just yet, so just playing off of the timing of things, RRQ is trying to play around the position as well. Up around B main, you've left Xfero trying to mark the angles. Paranoid gets sent out. Gen G now makes their move. Trying to watch around from Boathouse and the little corner around with the shorty. Jemkin's able to start things off. Elmimore now fires back with a bit of a double. Texture able to trade out with that operator, but now pulls out the blaze, and Jemkin goes in for those close quarters knives. It's going to be Lakia trying to fight back with the Odin now. Swaps over to the Vandal, trying to find a bit more room. He's running out of time, though. Goes in for the movement into Boathouse, and that is the call for Jemkin to peek out at the right time. RRQ finding yet another round.
It's not
too late, right? It is attacker side on Ascent, so it's not too late just yet for RQ to try to regain. And they chose this attacking side. I imagine they wanted to try to keep the tempo, keep the initiative, get a couple early rounds, be a bit more stable for the second half. It's been a tough going so far, but if they can at least go up to 5, wouldn't be so bad. I mean, even 4 is not the end of the world on Ascent.
They forced out some ultimates. They've managed to pull off a successful rush. It's not over yet for RRQ. At the same time.
Yeah, now they say, okay, the one way, the paranoia, all of that we've had trouble with, so let's continue to try to pressure this B side. See if they try to set up the op again. With that early clear, they should have a read that it's a setup on B main.
Still gonna have to be very careful around it, though. Oh, even with the read, it's Texture so quick, able to pull that trigger right in time.
It's a good
Stay
pinch.
tucked away as well. Meteor able to, fall. RQ managing to push out onto the other side around Pizza. Flips has to hold the angle and has to nail the shot, but oh my god, it's Munchkin instead.
RQ has to go. Someone has to basically take a bullet from Texture.
Okay.
Okay, never mind. If Jemkin just stays in market and makes him come for him, that might not be a bad idea either.
Hold for Karen as well. Texture continues to fire off. Elmimore makes it a trade, and now we're back to the one-on-one. Elmimore has to know where Karen might just be. Goes in for the peek and crouches just in time to fire off that bullet that lands right in front of Karen. RRQ with the 4th round win now.
Yeah, so RRQ getting the right read that we want to continue to pressure B this time, but just go for a fast pinch onto mid. The double stack here, Flips getting that kill was crucial as it allows Jemkin to be planted up in market. Jemkin hits some nice shots. But at the end of the day, it's Elmimore who really clutches it up. I love the early peek into stairs before Karon's able to reposition. You expect that Elmimore is going to take a safer spot in that post-plant 1v1. Now back to the No Command and the Hunter's Fury. Listen, you're on attack. I would love to see RRQ send it. After the early util, just absolutely send it, secure that 5th round win. But now with the recon bolt being taken out, they're going to be a little bit wary, obviously, with the eco coming in from Gen G.
Always going to want to watch out for it. I mean, previously it's been deadly around this tree spot. Gen G just trying to defend as well as possible now, too. And Lakia positioning around B main just to get information.
I really do hope that RQ doesn't get too stingy with his ultimates. I mean, yeah, Lakia's going to have his Hunter-Fury the next round, but it's not going to be all the way up to the No Command. Maybe not even the lockdown for Meteor, depending on how the round goes. So I think you got to prioritize that 5th round. Now, because of that contact with no other information, Gen G's going to assume, okay, if you're trying to get rid of all this information on B, we're going to shift over, right? We're going to make you think that we're just kind of fishing for info and rotating over to A. So they'll make that call. They have to. They're on eco. But overall, RQ gets the correct read off of it as well.
It's 40 seconds left, too. I wonder if Jemkin has heard anything. Kind of hedging their bets into this A hit. So now they will go in. Bit of an execute, and it works out wonderfully well. Good support, good cover, good dash in, and Elmimore to finalize that kill as well. And look at the lurk from Xfero too.
Yeah, that's the null command use, and Xfero is going to be the safety valve once again. Going to be a very slow lurk another time, because the door is closed. You still have members watching out for it. Jemkin a good hide away from the recon. That one way should be coming up from Estrella. There it is.
Trying to block them off for as long as possible. The sheriff shot's still trying to wallbang through. Xfero slowly making his way up towards tree now. And Gen G are just trying to keep RQ pinched in.
So for the most part, RQ, they just need to stay alive. They just need the round win. Doesn't have to hunt for kills.
All right. Gen G continues to try to drop through, but instead they're going to drop like 5 because RQ has the firepower. It's a flawless round win, looking a lot better. Good recovery in this first half.
Yeah, if they can make it 6-6, that'd be huge. And again, I mean, RQ, even the first couple rounds, the overall read on each round going in wasn't bad. Obviously missing some of those shots, but a couple heroics that gets them the stabilization, then some good reads again. Now targeting the B side again. You know that once the power weapons have been dropped, Gen G's going to be a little bit weaker on this B side. They're going to rely on things like the Killjoy utility. They're going to rely on the retakes. It's a fast push with that paranoia. Counter Hunter's Fury.
Counter Hunter's Fury. It doesn't quite land the way that they want it to just yet, though. Meanwhile, Jemkin has already made his way onto the site. Spike should be planted relatively soon enough. Gen G just trying to rendezvous up around market, defender spawn to set up for that retake.
Now, when does Xfero go? Does he go for an entire lurk around? I'm curious. He's positioned for it.
What an angle. He's thinking about it. Now it's starting to make the move. I wonder if Munchkin will be able to find that contact against him first. It's not quite going to happen. Meanwhile, Gen G now pushing through from market, from defender spawn. They've marked B main. That's Elmimore gone. Lakia watching the back as well. That's Xfero down. Both Jemkin and Estrella are in, and they're stuck. Jemkin able to fire back and blocking off lane for the time being, though. But then Munchkin comes through, still running out of time. Look at the shot, Jemkin! 90-degree flick on towards defender spawn. The ace to give RRQ a 6-6 first half.
Oh, that is a certified.
ดีก็มีภาพเฉย RQ
เมื่อกี้ถ้าไอตัวที่มาจากอีกฝั่งหนึ่งมันแค่ snap ดูเฉยโอ้โหขนลุกเลย เล่นยากเลยนี่
They're going to cheer for 100 Thieves. You know what I mean? Like,
whoa.
You can't be having that. You can't be having that.
Regardless, match will continue. It's 6-6 right now. And RQ has made significant improvements towards the end of the first half. Breeze might have been a bit troublesome, but Ascent looking a lot better. How will this defensive half work out for RQ now that they've ended things 6-6?
Yeah, curious to see what the mid coverage adjustments are going to be around from RQ, especially from Xfero, of course, with that Killjoy util. Right now, it's just a forward alarm bot.
พี่เขตยังชนะมาแล้วเลย
Because a lot of times when push comes to shove,
อะไรเกิดขึ้นได้
Munchkin
รอบ
up
น็อกเอาท์
mid to try to create an opening. They'll even go for some early pressure here. It's a bit trapped.
Alarm bot, wow. Invites a lot of peeks, but at the same time, its attention drawn away. The rest of the squad will be able to push into the A site.
ต้องใช้แน่
Okay, so RQ just needs to hold on to their util. They still have a paranoia. They have double shock darts. Recon not going to come out just yet, but they should have good things to work with on this retake.
Should be able to set up some smokes. The rest of Gen G trying to mark all the angles. You've got Generator covered. Munchkin watching for the Heaven drop as well. He's got a classic, so it could happen. Tries to reposition into Hell. Karen turns back around just to watch for Heaven once again. The door has not yet been broken, so it's relatively safe enough for Gen G for the time being. And there is the opening shot. A couple just to go through. A third body dropping to the ground. Estrella fires back, but then he's got 2 left to work against. Lakia as well as Munchkin. It's a bit of a crossfire, and Estrella is just biting the dust right now.
ลูกโตมา
Oh, that 0 point from Munchkin was everything. It completely throws a wrench into RQ's plan. They just barely have the door ready to be broken. The one-way comes out, and it looks like Estrella kind of wants to reset as that one-way blooms over from Gen G, but then the 0 point completely messes up the tempo on here, and you just don't have the paranoia until it's too late. And even then, Texture, still free from it, gets a nice double on the drop.
Completely denying the entry. I mean, that's why it's just such a crucial piece of utility, completely blocking things off, denying that retake, and Texture is happy with that one. Here. On to the next round. We've got those Guardians, we've got those Phantoms, bit of a Bulldog as well.
All right, this smoke is, it's pretty telling. So Gen G's got a good read on it, but how patient can Estrella get? How crafty will he get with his angles? You got to expect with a smoke like that, yeah, that it's something sneaky, right? Frenzy, Shorty, whatever it might be. So we're just going to go for an early clear here from Gen G. I don't mind that.
Okay. Meteor with the Nanostorm to clear out logs as well. They definitely hear the alarm bot inside of B main, so just trying to fish for as much information as possible. Gen G being very cautious with how they spread their ways across the map.
So because of this smoke, RQ, with all that other util, they're thinking that they're safe as they've really threatened out Gen G. But Gen G has a read on this. They're just going to throw bodies at it.
Oh, you're absolutely right, William. When you're right, you're right. Such a good read, such a good call. Bit of a preemptive strike up against Estrella as well. Now it's the same site take, clear protocols. Got the paranoia into Generator, you've got the TP, block down the door, and everything just flows smooth. Look at Meteor up around tiles as well.
Overall, RQ, it looks like they're just going to hold. Just go to the spike here. Only 4 classics anyway. No credits to make back. You still have all your utility that you bought up, so you can carry that right on into the next round. That does mean Gen G. Some of them might go on the hunt a little bit. Meteor and Texture with the Ghost. They'd love to get some early old Dorbs.
Managed to spot out a single player so they know which exits to mark.
Well, one of them's getting multi-kills here for sure, whether it's Meteor or Texture. Okay.
Oh, well, I guess it's going to be Texture. Takes the contact from Meteor, swings out, goes in for the double, even spots, kind of flips. As flips post out. Oh my god. The 4th kill. Xfero's dropped. And that's definitely Bladestorm online for Texture now. This is very potentially lethal.
I mean, this is a dream bonus for Gen G. You have 4 rifles and a Bladestorm carried over. They are looking to snowball this lead as far as possible.
ตามที่ต้องการเป๊ะ
Love the last second decision as well. Just let's flip side to the spike, but Xfero has to die one way or another. Pressurement running into your crosshairs. Now the Odin's online for Elmimore, but it is all half armors.
Just firing off on that Odin. Gen G definitely just trying to work their way around the utility, work their way around some of the push and pulls across the map. RRQ waiting for what's to come.
RQ regrouping over on short. So because of the smoke out from Gen G, just going to let that kind of go for free over on A main. I've noticed RQ did that before as well. Their previous match. It has cost them. Now they have to use util to re-clear it.
A little bit costly.
I mean, these are the things about trying to play a bit too reactive in some ways on that defense. Where sure, you're still able to regain some control of it, and now it's a bit of a chess match on who ends up with the last piece of util. Yeah, you are going to lose a lot to try to deny some of those side executes.
Always a bit of a chess match on Ascent. Trying to get a read for where Genji's about to execute as well. Setting up around tree. Munchkin tossing in that 0 point, but it could be a bit of a fake. Baits out these smokes. Meanwhile, the rest of the Genji squad pushes through Market instead. Texture is looking to drop some heads, able to collect onto Xpharaoh. But Elmimore with the Odin will be able to answer right back. They know right where it is. A bit of a shot from Estrella to support as well. Now 10 seconds left. Meteor has to look for them, but his following teammate is just way too darn far across the map. 7 seconds, and that's going to be RRQ. Picking up the round. Will they be able to take the rifle away from Lakia as well? Yes, they will. Flips, turns around in time.
Could have been very close, but it's a good read from RQ that it's just Munchkin that you spot, right? There's no follow-up on that flash. It's Munchkin peeking for himself. So the members on B hold true, knowing that if it's going to be a fake, Munchkin's usually trying to sell it with that KO. Good running gun from Jemkin as well. Sure, Texture, a heroic kill with the Bladestorm, but it's only one. Can't really connect into much. However, that was the bonus, right? You know, a couple rifles carried over from that second round. The Bladestorm coming online. So Genji, they've still got one more in them.
Back in with that full buy. Still got to watch out for the Odin now, though. RQ, a couple of members on light shields. But it's not too bad. Genji trying to move across, trying to move around. They haven't baited out too much yet. And Elmimore's able to jiggle for information.
Right, he's still going to have backup here. You still have market control as well. You've got the Nano to cover switch. It's a decent setup. Oh, no!
Okay.
He just dashes right over it. The Nanostorm even burns down Jemkin. So unfortunate, but Xpharaoh holds the off angle. A bit of a double, and then Munchkin trades it off. RRQ now caught reeling from that loss, trying to go back in just to retake. Flips with a bit of a timing against Munchkin. Trying to set up for Estrella now. The door has to be broken. And then it's the spike plant too. They double peek back, playing off of the timing of things, and Estrella just has no idea.
So both teams assessing the same thing, right? As long as we don't all get gunked up by the Killjoy util, as long as we don't get spammed down by the Odin very early on, if we can send in the Jet to create space, that B site is a little bit easier to target. And this is just a good landing here. And I was mistaken. I was looking at the minimap. I thought the setup was pretty decent by Xpharaoh, but Xpharaoh was actually hiding by Switch. So he couldn't cover at all.
มันต้องไปฝึกอัพดับแดดตรงนี้ไหม รู้สึกมันดูแบบ
wall spam.
มันดูเป๊ะมากเลย
Odin, but they will pick up that operator, of course, chaining a little bit of that rifle saved over.
อัพดับมาลงบน
That
กล่อง
extra
พอดี
credit.
ยิง
So
โอ้
Jemkin
โห
holding mid alongside Xpharaoh. You've got the lockdown for a potential retake.
Trying to set up for it. Estrella sends out the Paranoia now, pushing off. The Texture's already made his way onto the top of Generator. Meteor able to support through as well. Karen with the Shrouded Steps in. They are able to find trades for trades. However, numbers advantage will go over to RRQ. It tries to pull off a sneaky play, but Jemkin is prepared.
ถือว่าไหวตัวไว
operator and a sniper
เต็ม
shot
คิม
to give RRQ the 8th win.
Good
เตี้ยววิ
internal
นะเมื่อ
timer
กี้
from Jemkin.
เตี้ยววิ
After that door closes, you're not even hearing a fake plant. It's got to be a potential rotate over. Lakia heard the footsteps, I believe, as well, so he thought he had a chance. But RQ stabilized right back, only 1 point away. And this was good. I mean, Flips just keeps Texture tied up there within his cloud burst, buys enough time. And Estrella can get the free kill onto Generator.
Oh, okay, a little bit of a tech pause off of that round.
เฮ้ยแปลกๆโอ้โหมีคนปวดอ่ะ น้ำหกอ่ะหรืออะไร
น้ำหกปิดเสียงปะ
ปิดครับ ปิดหมดเลยเดี๋ยวนี้มันอัตโนมัติเลย
กินเน็ต
หกยาวเลยน้ำอะไรวะเนี่ยไอเอลวีโมปะ
Listen, winning kickoff got you those extra points. I mean, you'll be well in the lead as well.
Very, very comfortable with that one. RQ contesting for their championship point right now.
Here.
Jemkin marking the angle in towards middle.
It's a good trade of places, though. Filling it right back up, will there be more flips? Doesn't want to read this too much. Okay, he hears the dash as well, so now you know the dash is out. Op is repositioned. You still have mid control with the bot, alarm bot, and Elmi Moore as well. Estrella's here for the double. The positions are good from RQ, and so is the read.
Frag has been tossed out as well. Able to still hold the angle, catch any player as they try to cross, but the smoked off now allows for Texture to sneak in. You got to work up against Jemkin. Texture's just right under.
เจอมันไหลอย่างเนียน
Yeah, but they're creeping in. The spike's down, and I believe it was spotted by RQ. But, so that's why Jemkin backs off. He says, okay, they might be in the site. He has the perfect read. They don't want to get caught off guard. Genji going for a bit of a gambit. Does not work out.
Just cerebral stuff from freaking Jemkin. Sneaks back, gets the shot.
30 seconds left.
Although Meteor has picked up a rifle. If we can find at least one kill.
ไอเจม
Not
ที่
gonna
มัน
happen. It's a
ถือว่าไว
shutdown from RQ. I love Jemkin playing it safe there. You know, you get the call. Spike's still down outside of A short. Don't know what these guys are doing. You say, okay, no reason. You know, they can have the site. They don't have the spike. Doesn't really matter.
This kind of happens because of Flips holding this tree area, this A short angle, taking off 2 lives from Gen G.
Did Jemkin just accidentally throw his op down as he was trying to spray on the wall? Gotta watch out with that.
ขอนอกเรื่องหน่อยว่าไงครับ
All right, 3 ultimates online for both teams now. Bit of a 0 point.
อ๋อมันต้องไปตั้งในนี่ครับต้องไปตั้งในออปชั่น
Gen G backs off completely, rethinking about this B hit.
So RQ, they were trying to stop an early push on A, but they recognize that this could be an old push on B. So they're all outside of the site. This is always meant to be a retake. And Gen G kind of reads that with their 0 point, but they don't mind. They'll take the plant. They'll deal with the retake after.
Take the plant first. Watch these angles. Always marking the door. Texture now. Trying to catch a sneaky one through, but Xfero is more prepared.
Munchkin has to win these.
Hold the angle.
They have no idea.
Early drone.
Oh.
Bit of a misunderstanding now. It's going to be Estrella finding the trade. A bit of recovery from RQ, but the timing's all a little bit off. The spike continues to tick away.
Here.
A lot tougher now with this operator. Good jump peek.
Gen G still continuing to stay tucked away. Jemkin fires off the shot. Now now he's been known. Meteor crouches down, able to cut him at his torso. But Estrella finally fights through from B main. Lakia has to do it all. He's got a little bit of support, but unfortunately not quite able to make it happen just yet. It's going to be Sparrow, but he's bought enough time.
Oh, that is a heartbreaker for RQ. The setup was good. Avoid the outs, let them waste it. We got ours on the retake. Xfero goes for the early lockdown just to keep them tied up in the site. And all RQ was concerned about was just that entrance into B main, but Munchkin stays one step further out than they
เก่ง
thought.
เก่งมาคิวได้ชนะซีเคท
Yeah, they wanted to use the drone.
อ้าวไม่ตายนี่หว่า
Not expecting Munchkin to be that far out. And that just shows, I mean, Gen G having the awareness to, you know, make a move like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's Munchkin correctly reading what the setup's going to be here from RQ. No doubt about it. I mean, not just a flank, but a potential ult setup over by B main.
That said, though, RQ will be able to hold their ultimates for future rounds now. Elmi Moore 1 point away from the Hunter's Fury. Still trying to back off, maybe set up for more retakes. Fragment gets tossed, but Texture has made his way through. Oh my god, even firing through the smoke with the Phantom. He catches flips.
That's a nice flick.
เกมกิ้มกันนะ
Now
เชื่อติดเลยตอนนั้น
already on heaven.
Texture is just continuing to try and find any unsuspecting players with that tracerless Phantom. Smoke clears. There's a 0 point now. Hunter's Fury just at an off timing. Doesn't quite catch anyone though, but it does flush RQ out. They still manage to get the drop onto Gen G. Both Texture and Karen have dropped. Now it comes down to the shots all the way from A main. It's still Elmi Moore trying to sneak it through. Almost managing to make it happen. Jemkin with the
ตัวแร
4
ก
kill
ไอ้
in the
เมื่อกี้
round.
เกือบแลบนะคน
Just
แรก
ensure RRQ ties things up.
That last cloud burst, by the way, by Jemkin, only purposely covering one side,
น่าจะ
and
กดดัน
he's
จังหวะ
ready
รี
to
เทค
peek the other, because the left side, the
แต่
wide
RQ มัน
side,
ไป
wide solar
ล
side
ง
would
รั
have
ปเตอ
been
ร์
the
หมด
harder
อะ
one to peek for the spike, so
มันกดดันตรงสวิต
really
ช์อะ
good setup overall here from Jemkin. Goes for that 4K. And also RQ kind of using Lakia's Hunter's Fury to mask some of their noise on that flood
เอาจริง
retake.
ใช้ไวไป
ว้า
นะ
ว
Good
โซโล่ถึงเรียก
reaction.
เลยเลิกตลก
That
ได้ยัง
calls for the timeout from Gen G. Curious to see what comes out. So early on in the year, going into Masters Madrid, timeouts always meant a bit of a Hail Mary play in the next round from Gen G. But they started to switch that up as teams started to react to it quite well during their international showings. See what the plan is, because obviously a lot of those ultimates were used in the previous 2 rounds by Gen G.
And RQ still showing that their retakes can be successful. Gen G, I don't know. I don't think they anticipated that this map would be this competitive. I mean, did you think about this? You know, 10 to 10. RRQ Breeze looked really, really shaky. But as we go into Ascent, all of a sudden, Gen G doesn't look too comfortable.
And a lot of it is that recovery in that first half, right? And I was hoping that that would happen, because during the map draft, you could see Coach Ewok asking Flips what side they wanted to start on, and kind of hoping that Flips would say attack. And as he says attack, Ewok just kind of smiles and says, all right, we'll go attack. Because they wanted to try to take the initiative, want to try to get some early rounds in, and also I think trying to abuse the fact that Gen G, again, they try to rely on their over-rotates
ให้มันจบที่
for that defense. Eventually it works out.
แบบนี้
And now RQ can play off their own defaults. Still got that operator. And
เอาเข้าไป
Gen G,
รอบที่
they're
ครั
the
บผม
ones expecting maybe a potential tiles crunch, something like that. But it does not come.
โค้ดอาร์คิวถอดชุดเลยถอดร้อนไม่ไหว
They're holding, but yeah,
Ow.
not seeing anything. Aldrone will spot out Jemkin, though.
เฮ้ยเอ้าหวานนี่ไง
Spot out Astrea. Not quite. Karen blindly going in, blindly dropping to the ground.
Yeah, the flash there absolutely not assisting themselves. As a drone not able to check the right side. Jemkin, of course, drawing a lot of attention as well. So while mid's been given up, RQ fairly aware of it. All Flips has to do alongside Elmi Moore is make sure that there is no flank all the way into their spawn. Astrea's in a bit of a tough position. Does have a shrouded step though, but he'll have to win that first duel.
All comes down to the swing. Texture looking to make it happen. Spots him out. The blades get sent through.
He dashed past it.
Oh, and now he's looking for
Wait, ow.
the next player. Elmi Moore almost caught out.
กำลังมัน
The 0
กำลัง
point
มันเลย
Melt
เมื่อ
command,
กี้
though, it will deny his blades. And now here comes Jemkin. I've got a blade
ตา
storm
จัด
of my own. Bit more support. The recon catching Meteor. Jemkin flicks back and catches him down. 2 players left. And although the spike was down, RRQ is looking to dominate this site. Where is Munchkin? Just up around the A main.
Oh, there's only one spot left.
Swings out. Yeah, it's not quite going to happen. RRQ.
Taking the lead for the first time.
Great reactions, right? I mean, Flips alongside Jemkin.
Yeah, I mean, really, really good holds here to make sure that they cover for each other. I love that Jumpkin just absolutely ditches the site once they hear the tailwind, once they realize that Tree is in danger, that their Silva Elmimore is in danger. And then the follow-up, I was afraid he was actually going to overheat there with the Blaze from getting caught out by Meteor, but they correctly asked for the recon as well, and Jemkin's waiting to see if there's an escape. Jemkin has been absolutely crucial in some of these reads that RQ has had in the recent matches.
บอกเลย
I mean, the way that he kind of operates, never overheating too much, always playing alongside the team, and it's very tactical. And just the way that he's able to kind of get a read for how Gen G might want to approach things. Amazing stuff in keeping RQ alive.
Yeah, Flip's not quite sure if there was a shrouded step there, so just trying to clear out for that crossfire. They recognize it's only one person on A main, so once again, that's RQ's default. They circle back to Tree together, and then they'll start to anchor on the site. This is again a setup for Flips. Let's see if Jemkin can be good for one.
Oh, peeks out with the off. There's the pop flash. Flips with the angle. Will catch Munchkin. Gen G starting to make some of these movements now that kind of bite them in the back.
We were trying to go for a hero play, but the dash is there!
Oh, Texture keeps himself alive. Karen watches his teammates back.
จะอยู่ในไซส์2 อ่ะดิ
As they continue to push through, they've got the deal against Xfera as well as Australia. Gonna stay tucked away inside of Boathouse. The rest of the reinforcements still arriving on the way. Jemkin marking market.
โอ้ย
Yeah, so RQ's holding in case there's a rotate because there's still enough time. But Gen G, that means, has a timing here to push against the two in Boathouse.
Okay.
อุ้ย
The dark cover unfortunately doesn't quite work out. Estrella stays tucked away, but they just go in to clear it. Gen G, good job in doing their due diligence. Now it's up to Flips as well as Jemkin, trying to even out the score. But I think it's a little bit too much right now. Wallbangs doesn't find anything.
Yeah, but they do have the creds. RQ, they would love to get to map point first.
A bit of suppressive fire from Lakia. And they should know that this is going to be one heck of a setup. You got 3 players, if not 4, even more inside of Boathouse. Flips slowly walking out to clear right now. Oh, Jemkin, a little bit of a lineup with 2 skulls getting hit. Still, it's going to be Karen, as well as Lakia. A lot more cover, and Gen G will be able to tie things up 11 to 11.
And here's an interesting thing that Gen G did. They could have secured the Hunter's Fury 100% with that spike plant, but they're looking at the long game. They want to absolutely make sure that they have the best chance to secure this map. So Lakia says, I might get a kill, I might die. I'll probably make the Hunter's Fury one way or another. If not, I can get an orb. Gives over the spike to a Meteor to try to build towards that lockdown. So now they have 3 ults, 1 and 2 points away. This is an absolute long-term setup from Gen G.
At this point, round 23 too, it could mean so much. And RRQ have spent their ultimates as well. A single ult placed at the right time, the right place, could just end this map once and for all. RRQ trying to stay true to their defaults, trying to hold down. Flips feeling the heat, backs off for the time being.
จะทำต้องรีบทำนะครับ เจมส์กิมอยู่กลางอยู่
And set up the Hunter's Fury for a tree push. Still got a chance. Still holding on to mid strong.
โอ้IQ แม่งรู้แล้ววะโอ้โหแล้วมุมนี้
This makes me so nervous, Will.
มุมนี้ยังไงก็มี
Now they're trying to go into that push. Oh, the fragment even catches on Flips. He cannot hold that elevated angle any longer. Estrella trying to watch for the linear angles, but flashed perfectly. Flips still able to find a bit of a double, but Meteor answers right back. Flips trying to double back through from Tree. Catches Meteor now. A 3rd kill for him in the round. Spike not yet planted. It's a little bit too hot. It's the smart from the shadows play from Karen. A bit of a risky one, but welcome nonetheless.
But now they have to worry about Lakia. Someone has to keep a timer, so it's going to be the dash away from Jemkin. They want to just say, let's rush towards B, make it a 3v1, worry about Lakia afterwards.
Lakia has to go in fast.
He's got Hunter's Fury.
Has to hold it down too. Just fires off the Hunter's Fury blindly first. It catches Jemkin! Updrafts away, still alive.
อย่างนี้คารอนวิกฤตนะเผยตำแหน่งแล้วอะ
right now. Stays tucked away, puts out the dark cover just to give him a little bit more space right around the spike. 3 players tucked through. Jemkin runs through. It's going to be Xfera who sticks it all the way through. What? That's how he reaches match point and the ace for Flipsider. RRQ
แล้วพี่ปิ๊บยืนปะเนี่ย
such antics just to put them on
เมื่อ
top of
กี้
things
โอ้โหลาเกียนมาพอดีน่าจะเดิ
You
นออกไปเลย
can't be serious.
กลัวโด
You
นดัก
throw
แล้วแหละ
everything on the
ลา
line and
เกียมันน่าจะ
Xphero
กดจังหวะที่แบบ
sticks the defuse
คาร์ลอนสโมกแล้ว
2
เหรอ
feet
วะ
away? What in the
โอ้โห
world?
ที
I
นี้
mean,
แอบมีดวงเหมือนกัน
I
they
mean,
got
listen,
3 players
sure, should Karen have just wildly sprayed?
นั่นไง
Maybe,
ว่าแล้ว
but you don't imagine at that range
พี่ปิ๊บ
because
ยืนเลย
Karen's afraid of the swarm out. He's afraid of the fan out from the smoke because backup's going to be
เด็ก
late.
ก็ได้นั่งหรอก
So he's just trying to make sure that he's forcing them to jump out of the smoke. He's trying to get ready for the one taps, and Xphero just reads right into. I can't. I can't even.
incredibly wild. I have to wonder what the decision making was from that one, but now we are actually looking at RRQ potentially taking this map away. You know, from the time that we were talking about it on the desk, thinking this is Gen G's map. This is Gen G with an incredibly strong defense where they will shut RRQ down every turn of the way. RRQ tied things up 6-6, and now look at where we are. It's overtime or bust for Gen G.
Yeah, this is a mind breaker for Gen G. See if this timeout can really get them back into the swing of things, because the Econ surely isn't. You got an Ares and a Spectre. Looks like it might just be a hard push onto that B side. Try to spam it out with the Ares, set up for the ultimates. I mean, you can go either way. No command in, and then lock down for post plant, or vice versa.
Still got to watch out for those power weapons from RRQ, though. Operator and Odin on their side. Flips with a null command, potentially deadly as well. Picked up from that ace from the previous round, too. Although Munchkin and Meteor have ultimates of their own.
Stack. And Flips is nearby as well. I wonder if RQ has a hard read on this, because he might just instantly activate
เฮ้ย
the counter null command
เฮ้ย
if it's KO for KO.
That would be dastardly. Odin away.
โอ้โห
A bit of a flash
เจ๋งว่ะ
through.
That's so much
เจน
damage.
จี
Meteor's down so low right now. I don't know.
เจ๋งละ
Can even place the lockdown in. Completely suppressed by the 0-point Ares for Odin. Elmimore almost barely makes it away. There's the lockdown, continuing to fire through.
Oh, and he gets
Okay.
one.
There's the Ares gone.
And he can keep spamming that lockdown, not getting any value.
Sure
แพ้เลย
not.
So it's just a hard rotate. Now, does RQ read into this? They've
แพ้
still
ตั้ง
got
แต่
an
ยัง
op
ไม่
on
เข้า
A. They
ไซ
have
ต์
no reason to panic.
ที่ผ่าน
Got
ทำเป็น
ace
เล่น
short covered. You've got mid covered with the alarm bot. Texture's lurk has to go huge on this round.
That's when I'm backing on. Texture. Oh, he's getting checked by the shock dart.
Oh.
No.
William. Surely not. RRQ.
They are checking
Insane.
everything. This entire map. They're checking their corners. They're checking for lurks.
Now Jemkin with the operator. Good flashes coming through. Forces him to whiff. Estrella holding the cross now. Doesn't spot anything. He hears the jump.
Okay.
Actually catches the drop.
โดนยิงแบบไม่เห็นตัว
Karen
เลย
goes down. 5-on-2 scenario for Gen G in the final round of the map. Can RQ make it happen? Most certainly they will, as Meteor tries to fire back, but he's down in the red. Completely overwhelmed.
Oh.
Both Xphero and Elmimore will
มึงยังมีเกม3อีกเลย
หาย
เหลือจะเชื่อ
งงจริง
เป็นไงพอฟิปยิงแล้วเป็นไง RQ โหดเลย
ปวดเฮดเลยกู
มาพี่เอกอยู่ไหม
ไปเล่นเวลวาโลเดี๋ยวระหว่างรอ
มาพี่
ว่า
Match found.
เอ้าน้องแพทไปดูบอกแล้วดิไม่เป็นไรเดี๋ยวไปกดคนเดียวก็ได้มั้งกดไหลย้อน นีออนกด
เรียกว่าใคร RQ เจนจี
เจนจีดิพี่
ดูแมปเนี้ยฟิปหมดถ้าฟิปหมดแรงอ่ะการสะดวกพูดแต่สปิป
แรง
สปิปเจนจีอย่างโหด ยากว่ะไอเท็กเจอร์กับไอ้นี่มันได้เฉิดฉายดิเมเทโออ่ะ RQ
เห็นไหมครับสังคม
บ้านมาแทน
ไม่
ใคร
ใช่
อ่ะ
เหนียว
ยากเลย มันมีเจมคิมแล้วดิ RQ อ่ะมันโหดกว่าม่อนเนี่ย
เมทิโอจับเจ็ต
เอสเซล่าพอนบอกไปไหนก็ไม่ได้จับโลที่อยากจะจับ แต่มอนตอนแจ้งเกิดกับ GE ก็โอเมนปะก็ได้อยู่มีภาพอยู่รอดู แต่มันต้องปีหน้าคือสมมุติถ้าเปลี่ยนตัวระหว่างสเตจอะมันไม่สามารถสลับผู้เล่นแบบในลีกได้ไงมันไม่ได้เป็นที่ได้ยินผมว่าเท่าเดี๋ยวจะรอดูครับ
ประชุมวันไหนนะสรุป
เนี่ยโหวตกัน
ต้องรอปีหน้า RQ อะ
แต่วันพุธกูมาว่างอะดิกูอะไรโหวตพฤหัสไป
ไปไหนเที่ยวอ่ะ
เฮ้ย
น้องทองพูดไปเลยครับ
แล้วก็
ดิลิพี่ส่งไล่คนเก่าออกแล้วครับ ผมมันอ่านไม่ออกสักทีนี่จ้างคนใหม่มาละ
I'm out of here.
จับไปนะ
ป้าไง
คิดว่าขาดแบบ3คิดว่าขาด
นวดที่ป้าไงป้า
อันนี้มันตื่น
Go,
ละ
go, go. Go, go, go.
เล่นนีออนให้ตื่นไปละโอ้
Gotta go.
เล่นเด็ดไอเล่นเหรอ
เอาคนนี้ผู้ชายอะ
เพลงเลย
Gotta go.
ไม่อินขนาดนั้นเลยถ้า
อะไรวะนะ
คุณแบบว่าอยากเล่นหน่อย
What?
ก็น่าจะดูพอดูได้ถ้ามันแข่งอะไรนี่มันไม่ค่อยรู้เรื่องไม่ค่อยอะไรหรือว่าเกม
บอลลั่นครับ น้องพีท
เคยเล่นเหมือนกัน
I'm out of here.
ตอรี่เซตเฮีย
Go, go, go.
ใครบ้างมึงเอฟแล้วกาย
เอ้ยผมมาเล่นได้3
ไม่ครับไม่เข้ารอบแล้วครับ มันจบแล้วครับผมจบละตารางมันล็อกหมดแล้วครับ
Gotta go.
ในเพย์ออฟจะมีทีมอยู่ครบไหม
ถ้า
ไม่แน่นะครับเป็นพักหลายวัน
Go, go, go.
เจมส์คิมคือเจมส์คิมมันลั่นอยู่แล้วปกติมอนมันดึงไงRQมันก็เลยแบบตอบนี่มอนมันยิงไง
Gotta go.
ไม่เอาหาต้องการทุกนัดมีค่าหมดเพราะว่าชนะได้พอยต์ครับฟิป
บอล
คนถามม่อนเยอะไปม่อนเฉยเลยเมื่อกี้ฟิปลั่น
I'm out of here. dead yet. Back up. Go, go, go. Watch out.
ตีเล่นขาแล้วมันทำ
Gotta go.
มาเนี่ยมันควรพักพอ
Go, go, go.
มึงเล่นวันไหน
เมื่อวานตื่น
I'm out of here.
เล่นสักวันนึง
นี่เชอรี่ไม่โดนหรอ
แบบว่านี่แบบไอ้ท่าที่แบบว่าโดนมันก็พอ
หุ้ย
แต่
I'm out of here.
ลองนีออนวิ่งดีเลยบอกว่ามอนจ้า
Reloading. Take this. Gotta go.
ถ้าสมมติว่าปวด
อุ้ยยิงไม่โดนจริงนี่ผมยิงใครไม่ได้เลยมันเป็นเพราะว่ามูฟเมนต์คนอื่นป่ะแอสซิสต์6เลยเหรอ7
You had your fun. My turn.
ประเด็นคือ
ใช่ออกไปเดินแบบออกไปอะไรอย่างเงี้ยบันไดก็ปวดแล้วใช่ปะล่ะ
ควรเล่นขาพอเล่น
ไม่ไหว
This way.
วัน
Not ready yet.
ถ้าไปคาดี
Go, go, go.
งั้นมัน
พอเล่นขา
Go.
จับเลย
It's you and me
Taken out.
น้ำล้างเล็บขาก็สั่นขึ้น
My ult's ready.
what the fuck ไป
Here we go. Shock it. Right. Reloading.
ครั้งนะ
I'm out of here.
แต่อาทิตย์ละครั้งก็ได้เกม
Go away.
มันจะหาย
They're
แบบ
dead.
เอฟเฟกต์ปวดกล้ามเนื้อขาอะไรเล่
น่าน จะ5 วันแหละ
รู้สึกว่าหนัก
I'm out of here.
เดินน่าจะ5 วัน
Can't use it. Guard move. Gotta go. Take this.
โอ้ย
I'm out of here.
เกมห้องล่าง
Careful now. Reloading.
Bye bye.
Reloaded.
Go, go, go. Go, go, go.
แอมมาวอร์มครับ
Gotta go.
จะส่งของเลยหนาวไอเคโอ
Shock it.
มันกลัวใช้ไม่คุ้มเหมือนในเดสแมท
I'm out of here.
15 kills right
Still inside.
Reloading.
Gotta go.
Watch your eyes.
I'm out of here. Down. Gotcha. My turn. Go, go, go. Go, go, go.
มายังยัง วัด
out of
จุบ
here.
จุบจุบจุบจุบยิงไม่โดนเลย
Watch out. Can't
ยู
use it.
200 ability อ่ะมาพอละเกมจะมาละรอดูดีกว่า
Perhaps with the double duelist that
วียังมีเพลงอยู่ ยังอีกเหรอแล้วพี่แทนเข้าวาโลไง ใช่เหรอ พี่แทนอ่ะนะ พี่แทน X หรือพี่แทนนี่ดูก่อน แบบนี้พี่ว่าใครเก่ง เจนจีครับ ผมดูคลิปตกปลารอแล้วกัน อ๋อพี่แทน X ใช่เหรอจะมันยังเหลืออีกวัดยังไงดิ ผมไม่รู้ด้วยจะได้เล่นหรือเปล่า เอ้ยมันเบรกนานจังเลย ปกติเวลาเราเบรกแมตช์อะปุ๊บใช่ไหมพอกดผมกดเดนแมตช์ตาหนึ่งอะมันจะมาพอดีเว้ยเทคพอร์ตอะ ตั้งใจดูคลิปเนี่ยคลิปตกปลาอยู่
They've only got one round in that second half, and DRX was able to close it out. Meanwhile, on the side of RQ, all eyes on Elmimore. All right, he's been looking better and better on things like the Silva, other initiators that he's used to playing, but the flashes haven't really been convincing, especially when they showed the split against Team Secret. Elmimore looked a little lost in the sauce. See if he can regain himself.
Whoa, straight into the trips. Xfero starts to fire away, but it doesn't find anything just yet. Jemkin knows the Texture is stuck in the corner. Paint shells will eliminate that duelist player from Gen G.
And this is just a hard read from RQ. You know that Gen G loves to take this mid-pressure with a double duelist early on. It's just an entire trap. It's a meat grinder.
Holding the angles as well. Now goes in for the peaks together as a team. Carano fires back. What? How does he do it? Comes in and now is looking to possibly switch up to a different weapon. He has a spike, so just going into sight instead. He flips now, trying to fight back or at least catch a bit of a timing as he gets the spike planted. Sneaks through to top of heaven right now, and Karen's kind of out in the open, so this could be it, or it's going to be an ace. Karen stays tucked away underneath that cover. Wraps back around the pillars. He's going into Garage now since he's got that spike planted. It's not quite planted for Garage, though, so this is actually still risky. Tosses out the Paranoia. Flips just continues to stick it, doesn't really care. Oh, he gets off! Goes in for the swing now, and unfortunately for Karen, no ace to be found. Great damage, but Flips will pick up the round for RQ.
I mean, Flip's not taking any chances on the timing of that Paranoia. So just wants to make sure that he secures it, but this was RQ with a great trap and then getting a little lax against the likes of Karon. And it's not just Karon. We've seen everyone on Gen G do crazy things with the pistols. So looked a little risky, but a win to win on the pistol especially.
Definitely just needing to kick things off incredibly well. Okay, a bucket on the board for Elmimore. I imagine trying to hold down Mailroom with that. And at the same time, Meteor pulling out the signature Marshall.
You've
got a Sheriff in the hands of Karon as well. Of course, the 4K allowing him to provide a little bit of an upgrade. So the one-way used to just block off B. Now everyone other than around mid, Gen G lowest pressure mid with this double duelist. RQ just hanging far back. And mid, it's Spectre and Bucky. So they have very well read the map positions right now here on this anti-eco.
Heavy investment. At the same time, you also have the guiding light just to check for further information if needed. Gen G trying to take whatever they can find. So it's a bit of an alt or pickup, but at the cost of
Look at his cam.
94.
Yeah, that was a close one. Texture knows it.
Now just doubling back into the A site. They know that at least one, maybe two players up around mid and B. If we can overwhelm Xfero, might be able to take down the site.
Now the creep around. So because of that ore, because of the cut noise on mid, RQ trying to keep their focus on to B. You still got the trips here, so you're relying on the fact that A should be relatively safe. It's going to be a swarm in. Spectre enough.
Wow, not too bad. He continues to isolate the angles. Doesn't peek out too far wide from the screen and is able to take down 3. Meteor fires back with Marshall. So not too shabby. But I don't know if, yeah, okay, Gen G, RQ is very safe, so allows them that spike plant. Meteor continues to fire off on these shots, but of course overwhelming with force. Estrella continues to push down, and that's going to be the second kill for the guy. RQ now picks up the second win.
Yeah, this time not letting it go back over on that thrifty like it did in that second round of Ascent. So RQ holding on to it. They will drop 2 weapons, but one of them being that Bucky, they're not going to miss it too much. Xfero doing his best here. I love the smoke backup coming in from Estrella as well. It's just kind of maybe slight disrespect on Meteor, knowing how good he can be on that. Marshall, they're trying to go for the scope in. But at the end of the day, a hold's a hold, a win's a win, and you still carry over 3 weapons. You know, some of these Spectres can still do some damage here on split. They're not going to feel too bad about it. A Frenzy pickup for Xfero. So he's going to hold close in mid alongside his teammates, be ready to trade for that, and maybe pick up another weapon.
But what RQ might not anticipate is now Gen G thinking about the A hit, because previously it has been mid and B contention for a lot of times that they played on this map. The double duelist might allow them to actually dive into site and potentially Heaven or Ramps as well. The only one here to contest against this is Jemkin.
Does have a Phantom, so he's going to be able to match firepower. Like you said, all
ที่
alone.
ไปเล่นต่อไหม
They're
เรา
creeping
จะ
up.
เล่นเกมอื่น
Yeah, no audio. That's a tough one, but the kneecaps are
วาโล
shown.
ไม่น่าลั่น
The
เกือบ
drop doesn't quite favor Jemkin. See if you can pick up that Phantom, though, in the hands of Flips. That would still give RQ a decent chance in this round.
แนบดู
Not too bad. Potential Spectre for Xfero as well if they do manage to regroup that way. Gen G doesn't overly commit.
Yeah, and during this time, you actually cleared out B main, and now the trick
Hey.
gets broken as well.
Wait,
So
how
RQ
big?
is still fairly aware that it's going to be an A hit. Flips actually hears a bit of that noise. He's going to back off. Finds one.
Luckiest look has been spotted. Now they're watching the back of ropes. It's going to be Elmi Moore, though, firing off a shot against Lakia. So Lurk no longer something that you need to think about. Just clearing out the corners now. 3 players from Gen G trying to hold down the site. 1 elbow, 2 backside. Getting flashed out now. Forces the paint shells out from Texture. Guiding Lat blocked off thanks to the dark cover from Karon. Not too bad. Elmi Moore will be able to trade back, though. So then comes up the toxic screen. Munchkin just trying to work his way around it. Texture still
ไปอาบ
trying
น้ำก่อน
to
เดี๋ยว
stay
ค่อย
tucked
มา
away.
ดูต่อ
Continuing to peek out, trying to catch the timing onto when RQ will peak. And there he finds
Oh,
a good
เดี๋ยวมาให้ดูต่อ
tossed in to eliminate elbow. But Estrella just swings out the other side instead. Catches him with a Spectre. It's all down to Munchkin now, but Estrella no longer has time. Not too bad from
Can
Gen
he drop
G.
the weapon, though? No, Munchkin's going to get it. So, I mean, Estrella, if he could have dropped the weapon at the very least, you're forcing all rifles to be dropped on that buy round. Wouldn't have been bad. Still not bad. 4 rifles taken
เป็น
away
น้ำมัน
by
เจ้าไหนสปอนให้ประตู
RQ.
พี่เอ้ยไหม
Genji
นั่นน่ะดิ
barely scraped
น้ำมัน
away
พืช
with
ก็
the
ได้
round
พี่เอ้ย
win,
ทอด
and
ไข่
that
เจียวอะ
means
เอามาหยอดสัก
that
ก่อน
this round is an
โอ้โห
absolutely
เปิดที
dicey
นี้
one.
เสียว
Yeah, they
ยัง
can buy up with half armors,
ขี้หูออกมา
but
เต้
if
น
they lose this one, it's all over for the next 2 rounds.
Yeah, so far, right? I mean, the way that Gen G are trying to approach it, you know, they've sensed that RQ has good setups around B as well as mid, so the slow
เสียง
creep
มันน่ารักจัง
into
วะ
A.
เทคเจอร์
But because Jemkin received that contact so incredibly well, it's great reads from RQ.
Yeah, RQ, of course, still going to have that judge in their own hands as well, right? They've been trying to match power for power in the last 2 rounds. Estrella, an early peek.
Okay.
เหตุไปหนึ่ง
Trade in mid. So this is going to force RQ to have to refill mid a
Back to
little bit. It's
some
either
kind of
that or
Viper.
just a hard 2-2 hold in the back of sight. Right now, both flashes on the B side, right? The Paranoia and the Guiding Light just prepared for a bit of a counter trap play. You still have that trap wire as well. Estrella can rely on that.
Just to be safe. Texture just setting up for the timing on the flick of it. There goes the showstopper. It doesn't find Estrella. He actually wraps back around the left side of the pillar, finding Meteor as he tries to cross through. Munchkin now goes in for the swing. They're trying to catch him around the wrap. And Elmi Moore, along with the judge, will not be able to do all too much. 2 on 2. Karon manages to make the plant. They have to set up for the crossfire inside of Garage.
This is going to be a tough one, especially with that smoke back on Heaven. Jemkin just clearing close, so they'll know his position. Trying to buy time until Xfero can approach the site.
Could he double satchel? Maybe try to throw Karon off somehow? Texture staying tucked away behind that little box. It might just give Gen G a bit of an advantage. But
Oh, light up.
God.
ไลน์อัพสวยๆไป
Oh, trying to use the satchel, the blast
ไม่ต้องถึง
pack
มือ
to
เทค
make
เจอร์เลย
Karon have to reposition. I don't mind it. I mean, especially against a guy like Karon. It's good to try to mess up his movement, but man, that is unfortunate.
ตัด
He
แต้ม
doesn't
พอย
get
ต์เจนจี
displaced too
ที
much by
ให้
it.
มี3 แต้มส่ง
ตาเฮียคืนฟอร์ม
He's
อ่ะ
able to reset
Oh.
just in time. A bit of a missed flash here as well. Omi Moore trying to clear one side while Estrella not quite aware of it. Gets flashed, so Estrella can't get the peek around. Allows Gen G to wrap all the way around Pillar.
I think it rarely touched.
ทำไมมีแต่คนหัวเราะเทคเจอ
Barely touched Karon in that moment.
เอ้ยอะไรวะน่ะ
RQ trying to go for
เอา
early
ชิบหายแล้ว
garage control to give Jemkin that showstopper. Meanwhile, Gen G on the other side of the map.
Early pushes in, trying to break some of that utility. So Gen G getting a bit more active, knowing that they have the weapons advantage. Trying to make sure that RQ cannot stay stacked up all on one side, knowing that it's an eco. They'll have done a good job of it so far. RQ now split apart, trying to hold close angles. Flips is the one kind of in trouble. He's not going to find much value if he backs off, but doesn't have much of a choice.
ที่วอลไวเปอร์เจนจีมันแบบดีอยู่นะคือถ้าเข้าเมนไปแล้วแบบ
catch anyone if they do try to
เหมือน
cross
แบบไอ้ใน
through.
ไซส์ไม่รู้เรื่องเลย
So
Okay,
Gen G
Mid's been
plays
cleared.
it safe, goes in from the Trailblazer, clears out the rafters. And here's RQ now trying to work their way through to heaven.
โอ้โหแล้วมีอันตีด้วย
will be able to start things off with that
คดีอัด
frag
พลิก
on the stinger. He still has that showstopper, so if
ค
the
ดีอัดพลิก
spike plant starts
เอ้ย
to go through, he might just be
เรี
able
ยบร้อย
to finish off, and there it is. Flips
คดีพลิ
getting
ก
a double with the Sheriff as well. It's all down to Munchkin now, and caught with that Guardian.
30 seconds left.
He will not
เล่นอย่าง
fall,
นี้
not
จริงๆ
yet.
ก็ลำบากอะดิ
But has to cross safely away. Whoa, another incredible flick onto Australia. The spike still dropped down.
Yeah, there's still 20
left.
seconds, so they do not want to
ไม่ได้
bunch
ไม่ได้
up
เล่
for
นบัฟไม่
this.
ได้
Jemkin.
Here's one right below him.
Munchkin continuing to peek against them. But yeah, numbers will prevail. Xfero has the angle. It's going to be a 3-2 so far.
A great heroic hold. So Flips has to give up heaven a little bit. But with
คาร์ลอน
that,
ตื่นแล้ว
timing is
ลา
right.
เกีย
The
ตื่น
smoke
ยัง
comes out from Australia just to buy a bit
ลาเกีย
extra
ตื่น
time
ยัง
on
พี่
heaven. And that plants Jemkin deep in. Flips great
หลับ
shot
ละ
onto Karen actually. A nice
คาร์ลอน
second
ตื่น
one
แล้ว
as well. And with that kill, Jemkin gets the showstopper. All in all, it's really good. And during
ไม่
all
ฟิ
of
ป
that,
อะ
the
ฟิป
guiding
อะ
light
ตื่น
had
แล้วตอน
cleared
เนี้ย
mid as well. So you know it's not a pinch. You know it's just rampant A main. It's a good read off of the passive utility from
คือ
RRQ.
RQ ถ้าฟิปไม่มึนอย่างแน่นอะทีม
So although it was a good way to try to sneak their way onto site, still a little bit painful in the process. RQ now just trying to readjust. I mean, back to that 1-2-2 kind of hold, just to have a bit of an investment into this mid site.
So I'm not sure if Gen G players would have caught it, but you did hear the drop down into vents. So a bit of a signal that you're backing off of mid. That might be the call to go into B, knowing that it should be a weaker side on the B site.
Got hit by the paranoia, but just waiting out the timing of it now. Meteor alongside this Blade Storm trying to get the shots through, but look at how Elmore holds it down. The flashes this time. Even with Estrella able to support, connecting on all of these shots. Now the last one,
Flip.
able to get away with a little bit of victory, but at the same time, just Elmore continuing to find every single kill. Now 3 points away from his ultimate.
Great hold, and this time you had Estrella and Elmore really doubling up together, right? Always making sure that they're just swinging together, looking at the same sides, rather than going for 1v1s around the pillar, just move as a unit to clear this up. The opponents line up for Elmore, and again, not being able to really push through mid has been a thorn in Gen G's side. With the double duelists, either you gotta go fast onto one of these sites, or you gotta be able to really dig into vents, plant someone there, make sure that there's a lurk presence. And once again, they'll see if there's an opportunity.
Now trying to, go for this mid take. Flips, though, very, very much prepared on the other side. Tosses the snake bike down.
Not sure if Gen G has enough repetition and solid info to know that the snakebite has always led to a rotate over to
นี่ออ
main.
ฟแข่งวันที่
But they'll continue to just smoke that side off. Again, the idea is just to put some pressure onto vents and make the Cypher uncomfortable on the A side.
Okay. Now you got the Trailblazer. Yeah, and they've managed to clear it out, so they know potentially, probably not vents, I hope. Gotta watch out for that mail hold. Guiding light goes through, Flips falls back. At the same time, you've got a couple players inside of Garage waiting for the go signal. Estrella tosses out the Paranoia and just to fend them off, but Meteor continues to push through. It's instant 3 kills from Gen G, and they will have the site.
Oh, the utility was so good from Gen G on that one. So what they did was they used the Trailblazer to clear out the close smoke as well. And that keeps RQ guessing. So Flips wants to peek out as the smoke dissipates, but then you've got a guiding light and then the Seekers to make sure that they push them in. And once they've pushed them all into the site, the Paranoia absolutely engulfs RRQ. So sure, there's a counter Paranoia, but you've allowed them all to enter heaven for free with no audio. It's a great setup, absolutely hurting them all into the center of B site.
And perfect positioning for Meteor to collect on those kills as well. Although it does look as though RQ is in the lead for the time being, Gen G definitely trying to turn things around, trying to find different solutions to how they might regain control of this mid area.
Given the pattern so far for Gen G, though, this split here on the map of split, I don't think they're going to be happy at all with anything like 4 rounds, maybe even 5. They've got the double duelists on the attacking side. You'd ideally want at least a 6-6 to feel a bit more stable. Especially because, listen, last time again for RQ against Team Secret, it was Elmore that was an absolute weak link. But he's looking right comfortable here on the sky, topping the board for RQ.
เฮ้ย
being able to anchor the site alongside
โคลาคิว
Australia
นี่คือ
has been working out pretty well
ไม่
so
ใส่แล้ว
far
ไอ้พวก
off
ชุด
the
ไอ้เสื้อ
initial
คอ
round
เต่า
loss. Timeout being called by Coach Iwa.
Wonder if there's going to be a change up in that mid hold, right? Overall, it was good for the early couple rounds, but now Genji's starting to get a read on it, and they're trying to corral RQ into uncomfortable positions,
คะแนนเซอ
make
ร์กิต
them
เอ
kind
แปก
of fall into the
1
trap
Genji
play.
6
So
พอยต์ใหญ่
even
5 พ
though
อยต์
they're on
ใหญ่
attack,
4
Genji is
อ๋อ
able
มีสล็อตเดียวของการ
to
ได้เป็นแชม
situate
เปี้ยน
themselves for these trap plays that you
Good
usually
time.
see those timings on a
Oh.
defensive side. So RQ's read, I don't know if Ewok's going to have the absolute all information that he needs, as he's only able to see his own player's screens on this one. But if he's able to get that timing read, what's the change up? Is there a bit of a push out onto Garage perhaps? Just hold on to that. Let them take mail for free and hold on
เฮ้ย
to
พอยต์
A7 at the same
DRX กับ
time.
ทารอนเท่ากัน
There is that
เอาเรื่องนะ
potential.
เนี่ย
But like you mentioned before, Will, it's Genji with their double duelist setup, and they need as many rounds as possible. So wondering how they might change things up during
ก็
this
ที่
time
ต่าง
out
ว่า
as
เจน
well.
จี
It's
ได้
going to be
เพ
an
ย์
ace
สามารถไปด้วย
stack.
สล็อตปกติอ๋อ
5-man stack here from Genji.
Whoa.
No showstopper on either side, so not getting ready for that.
Shouldn't be diving
คือ
into
โซนละ
too
3 ทีมใช่ไหม
blindly.
ที่ได้เป็นแชมเปี้ย
Xfero
น
just on the site, has the trips as well.
คล้ายๆมาส
Snake
เตอร์
bites will fall. Viper's pit to block
Master มัน
off
เท่าไหร่นะ
mid is the call
2
from RQ. Meteor bypasses most of the trips and traps just by updrafting. And RQ has to make the
Oh, wow.
rotations over.
Okay, so RQ, they relied on the pit. They just want to hold on to A7 so they can still go for the retake. But now screens has been closed off by the opponent's
Big
Viper's
play.
pit.
Oh, that's
Oh, in
deadly.
this pocket.
Little corner now. And RQ wants to try to retake
Oh,
ramp
no.
because screen has been blocked off. Jemkin able to spray through, catches texture. That pocket has been eliminated. Karen kind of takes his place though, just perched right up on top. Flips has the angle though and spots him on top of the cyber cage. So that's now numbers advantage to RRQ. Can they still work their way through the Viper's pit though? They just might be able to do it. Jemkin taking down Lakia from heaven. Meteor trying to stay tucked away inside the little corner. But Elmi more crouches and sprays him down. Munchkin back inside of Elbow. Here's the defuse and wants to rush in, but it's way too aggressive. The suppressive fire will cut him down.
I love the call. You use your own Viper's Pit to shut off mid, and you just say, listen, this time don't leave Cypher on A site. That means that we have to commit to extra members to bail them out if it's an A hit. So we back off. Sure, they have a Viper's Pit, but if we can get the early flank, if we clear out mid, if we get Sears, if we have A heaven, we still have 2 angles. This cyber cage, by the way, makes it look like there is no extra flank coming in from Sewers. It looks like it's just a ramp push out. So Karen's not quite ready for it. Flips finds the angle right off of that as well. Heard the shrouded step earlier. It's a great retake and a good setup. A good read off of their own timeout from RQ, and now the attacking operator.
ไม่มันเป็น
And
แต้ม
this is
ของ
where
เล
you
ย
know
แต้ม
Genji's starting to
แต่
feel
มัน
the
ต้องไป
pressure.
นี่ตรงเพย์ออ
All
ฟ
wars fought and won with deception, and RQ is just doing a wonderful job at that.
แต่ออฟมันได้3 แต้มทีนี้
Genji wants to
ก็
get
เหมือนว่าลี
serious,
กนี้
but
ถ้า
I don't
ถ้าได้ที่
know
1มันจะได้อีก
if
แต้
the
ม
operator will be enough. Estrella has been
But the
very
DRX ได้เยอะอยู่
careful
อะ
around this pillar. Flips and Helmi more now. This is going to be a guiding light out. Doesn't find Lakia. Paint shells will push him further back too.
Let's see how much space that Meteor can create. Will at least break 1 trip, but the thing is, the site's still free, cam's still open as well. And Meteor knows this. He knows that his job isn't done until this cam is broken.
He's trying to find it though, but can't. Not yet. Xfero in that little duel against Meteor stays very safe, stays very, very well hidden. And a lot of time has passed now, so what is Genji thinking? The transition over back to A site.
Oh, and I love this position from Jemkin.
Oh.
He correctly reads it. Oh, but he's trying to escape.
Oh.
Okay, tries to play it a little extra safe.
All right, he must have seen where that tracker came from, so knows the camera's up around heaven, tries to bypass most of the trips, and tries to catch the timing onto
Oh,
Xfero,
sees
but right around the edge, Xfero! These cyber cages have been such pesky thorns for Genji. Now they've lost their tip of the spear. Texture tries to throw them off with the paint shells, but can't quite catch the flick with the operator. Karen trying to hold down the site. But unfortunately, it's going to be that spike plant. RQ continuing to press forward. Genji stuck in between a rock and a hard place. They're trying to eliminate that rock. They're trying to watch out for heaven. Able to deal with the first little pebble. Then you've got so much more. 3 players now just right around the site, surrounding them. Munchkin trying to hold it down too, but Lakia with a quick fadeaway shot catches Flips. Don't have to worry too much about elbow any longer. He goes back in to check even more. 7 rounds left in the mag. Tries to go in for the burst. xFaro swings wildly all the way to the side, and it's going to be Munchkin who's unable to track RRQ. Double their score on top of Gen G.
I mean, Jem can land some nice shots from Evan, but this is all up to xFaro. He knew that if they allow themselves to get into these 1v1 situations any longer, Gen G's absolutely got the firepower. So you try to just pounce him. xFaro just opens up his back to go for the pinch onto Lakia. It's a good read. Got the Phantoms trying to go for those wide swings. He's able to get the defuse as well. That forces a timeout out because now you've dropped the operator, and that's 2 tough round
ตัวปาก
losses.
กาและโซโล่
This is what you guys have talked about. The double duelist composition favors, a very explosive play style, favors explosive set plays, but they haven't been able to execute because RQ does such a good job at defending mid, at blocking off garage, or even tempering with that operator. They kind of had an idea that it could have come out thanks to the timeout from before, and then just to play back around the A side.
มันไม่มีคำว่าการันตีเพราะว่าทุกทีมมันก็มีสิทธิ์แซงกันอยู่
Yeah, and in that previous round, so since we're on this timeout, what was so well done is Jemkin's on for a bit of a pick onto Meteor. He doesn't get it. The reason he backs off, I was wondering if he'll just spam it, but they had no information on mid as well, right? They left mid open for a little bit. And so since they were trying to see what their
ไม่
util on
จ
B,
ริง
he
ๆ
backs
RQ
off
ไม่
in
หมู่
case
นะครับ
he
ผ
gets
ม
pinched
ถ้าไป
onto
ดู
Heaven.
สถิติย้อน
xFaro
อะ
gets the neural theft. So it's all
ชนะ
fine and
4 เขต
dandy.
ด้วยนะครับแล้วก็
Almibor's been
ที่
very
แพ้
patient
GE
with
อ่ะ
those
เพราะว่า
guiding lights. Same thing with Estrella
ไม่ใช่ฟูลทีม
with that paranoia and
หมด
until
ยุคอะไร
ถ้าเจอ
forces
GE ฟูล
out
ทีม
nice
เลย
and early from the B side. It's gonna be
อาจจะ
tough.
เป็น
And
ตัว
look
แปร
at
เลยก็
this.
ได้ที่แบบ
Bit of a
ตาราง
hard read from RQ off
ตาราง
that
จะมี
timeout.
ไหนแล้ว
ที่
เนี่ย
It's
เป็น
been
ส
shut
ภาพ
down. They know
จี
A's
กำ
been
ลัง
shut
โดนปื้
down.
ด
Hard B. I guess that's the play, but you got to watch out for those flashes like you mentioned, Will. I mean, look at Astraea's positioning. The paranoia collects, and it's going to be Elmimore now on the sides. Everyone's blinded, but Elmimore finds every single kill. It's all down to Munchkin now on the other angle. He hops over.
เก่าไปเก่าไป
Elmimore unfortunately overstays his
แพ้
welcome
ที่เดอะ
for
วิน
one
เนี่ย
more
ขอร้อง
second. Munchkin will be able to re-peak on this double
ขอ
kill.
เลย
Has
มั
the
ดกิน
spike now.
จัดให้หน่อย
Needs to find a bit of an advantage.
จัดให้หน่อยมัดกิน
Get the spike down if anything.
เก่าไปใช่ไหม
จัดให้ที
Munchkin
อะ
just
จริง
correctly waits for the sprays to dissipate.
ซ่าเกิน
It's a 2v1, but Munchkin, he should have heard where this is coming from. Yeah, so he's checking Hell and Heaven. Wants to see if he can get an early pick. But RQ, the back off is good. Trying to make sure that they stay grouped up.
It's a 2-on-1. Why fight solo?
โอ้ยอย่างงี้
So
ยาก
just
ละ
allowing for Munchkin to... Oh, wait.
ไม่
So
ถึง
you
แต้ม
got Munchkin,
ไป
yeah,
แช
I
มเปี้ยน
push
นะ
all
พี่
the
ยุ
way
น
through, right? So, because unless they're grouped up, buddy, you try to find 1v1s. You got the time to go for the rotates. I mean, Flips, he's holding a good off angle, but I like the idea from Munchkin. You have all the time in the world. No reason to try to rush for the plant.
Good attempt, but nonetheless, RRQ. I mean, it all starts with this little pinch in towards garage, Will.
I mean, Elmimore basically sacrifices everyone, including Jemkin, with that guiding light.
ไม่วาง
Clears
มัน
it
ก็
up.
อาจ
He
จะโดน
does
เหตุ
overeat
โด
a
นลุม
little
ได้
bit for that ace.
ซึ่งเมื่อกี้เวลามันเยอะครับมันเลือกที่จะไปหา1คนก่อน
But at the end of the day, they'll
เสร็จแล้วก็ค่อยวางให้เป็น
win.
1-1
Nice and easy round, 7-3 now. You've got Seekers still online for Elmimore, but the showstopper for Texture. So they don't want that early push. They're trying to make sure that if there was a showstopper push in, that the second line of attack can't approach on that A main. Nice sneak bite coming out from Flips.
ใช่ผมหมายถึงอันนั้น
Just controlling
หมาย
it
ถึง
so well. I
ไอ้
mean,
นั่นแหละ
Gen G has been blocked
คือที่หนึ่ง
repeatedly
สายมัน
all
ก็ได้ไง
throughout this map. A map that they intentionally left open. They wanted to play this.
I mean, when you saw RQ's last split against Team Secret, you think even if they work on it, it looked pretty rough. But they've definitely cleaned it up quite a bit. The trip in mid, it returns after that pistol round and hasn't quite been there for a couple rounds now, so Gen G will have to watch out for that. That allows RQ, after a certain timer, to ditch mid like they are right now. They can start to spread out deeper, and the Seekers are absolutely going to get the read onto this push.
แล้วเข้ามาเฟกด้วย
The guiding like this out, but he walks straight into
ไอ้
the
โดน
poison
ข้าว
cloud.
เป้ง
Good
จัด
punish
เลยวะ
from Munchkin, and
เฮ้ย
it
แต่
gives
มันได้
Gen G the
4
side.
ตัวไป
xFaro just
บ้าจัด
needing to back
เก็บ
off.
4 ใจมา
And now you just have to hold for the retake.
Okay. Meteor goes down on the other side of the map. The boombot clears. Flips coming in with support from Heaven. And xFaro uses the camera. Tries to get a kill through the cage, but instead goes for the spike planter. tries to buy a bit more time for the rest of the team to arrive on the site, and it kind of works out. Flips, repositions back in towards spawn, and gets the timing onto Munchkin. It's all down to this solo duelist Texture.
That smoke is so good because it's making him think it's just heaven. Yeah, you're really kind of open to this B main garage. So Texture, he'll work with it.
Backside, he could actually make it happen. Jemkin will be the sacrificial lamb for the time being. Paranoia out, and he dodges it completely. Paint shells tossed through. Flips has to swing. He goes in for the blast pack play, and
อยู่ดีก็ตื่นเต้นเลย อยู่ดีก็ตื่นเต้นเลย ออกมาทีละคนอย่างงี้
What a clutch! 1-on-3.
Oh, that first kill onto Jemkin. He knew at that point that this was absolutely his round. If he doesn't get that kill, you got to deal with the double peek, and you don't know about Estrella. But as soon as he gets that kill, there's no extra picks from heaven. So you're thinking, okay, Flips was still coming in from Valley, so it's not a wraparound. So where's that last guy? Even able to dodge the paranoia. That's unfortunate.
Oh, the second blast pack.
Yeah, the second blast pack to absolutely ensure it. Huge round, an absolutely needed win from Gen G, as that looks like it might have been a heroic hold from xFaro. He even went for the spike planter. I don't mind it. It's a good call, but it's just not enough.
I mean, a Gen G that actually needs heroics just to turn the map around. RQ is doing a phenomenal job at controlling the map. Texture is terrific, but how long can you keep that up? A 5-7 would be wonderful, but they look, you know, a little bit desperate to need it right now. Still trying to hold off across the map, though. The Trailblazer.
Yeah, it catches Flips. So that gives you a bit of a better idea, right? Because usually that Viper is that extra source of hold in mid for RRQ. So Gen G reads that. You see the Trailblazer come out as well. You've seen the one-way from the Omen. So they're going to go for that 8 push. Now here's the thing for RQ. You've got Showstopper. So I don't know if you really need to stick around here. You can just let the site get taken over.
Oh, he's gonna use the Showstopper for this position instead. But Texture shot through the toxic shot right on Jemkin's face. How does that happen? Now it's down to xFaro alongside Estrella. The front of the shadows gives him a bit of space on the site, but Meteor, the rest of Gen G, they are doing such a good job at holding it. And at the same time, rotations, quick rotations into B. Flips, although
ไม่เนียน
จะอร่อยอยู่แล้ว
โดนพารานอย
คลิปถอดหายใจเลย หัวดูกูมันติดตรงนี้ดิยังไงก็ต้องเดินผ่านนะ
I mean,
โอ้ปิด
that
โคตรบ้า
Showstopper was meant to buy so much time, but now they just walk right into their death in the pit.
ดูดิ
And Gen
อัน
G
ตีโคตรไอ้นี่เลย
ไม่โกงมากอะ
after
โค
a
ตรบ้า
great timeout
ไปซีทีก็ตายขึ้นมาก็
from
ตาย
Coach Solo. They'll stabilize so
เราต้องลุยมาตั้ง
5-7.
แต่ตรงฐาน
Anybody's
นะ
game here.
อย่างน้อยเลือดครึ่งหนึ่งนะ
คือถ้าไม่อยากโดนก็นู่นเลยไปอ้อมอีกฝั่ง
แล้วคิดดูต้องชิปอ่ะ
Magical timeout for Gen G, and it puts Texture into a flow
บัง
state.
คับ
The
โลเลย
rest
ใช่
of
ไหม
the team getting a good play, good read
หัน
onto
มา
this
ดู
hit
เมื่อ
in
กี้
the
ลูก
final
พี่ฟิป
round of
แม่ง
the
แบบ
first half as well.
ลูกปากรอ
RRQ are the ones on the attack next. Slightly more balanced composition, but how do they make that work? How does RQ play the attack against Gen G's
เฮ้ย
defense?
จะยิงวะพี่
I mean,
โอ้
xFaro's
โห
got
มัน
to
เดี๋ยว
do
ว่าไอ้
some
คอนโทรล
wonders.
จีเลย
He's got to be able to put a lot of
กี่โมงวะ
pressure on that
ต้อง
A
ไปอาบ
side.
น้ำ
ไปคอนโทรลจีด้วยกัน
They've
ปะล่ะ
got to be able to capitalize
ไป
on it,
ปะล่ะ
right? Sometimes going with him, sometimes going away.
เปิดหูแล้วปิดไปเลย
Fans asking for the Riot Gun Buddy. I don't know if Jake Sin is here today, but Riot Jaker did say if you find him in the arena, you'll get a Gun Buddy.
If you find him in the arena.
Yeah, it's a little treasure hunt, you see here at VCT Pacific. We've got like merch. We've got the team capsules outside. We've got treasure hunts for Riot Jaker. We've got great matches. We got everything.
Still, though, I mean, the great matches are the thing to focus on right now. Battle for championship points. RRQ really keeping things interesting.
มีแฟนโอ้โหยากเลยน้อง
I mean, Gen G probably don't want to show too many of their cards for playoffs either.
Smoke.
This is completely different.
Yeah, I mean, sure, your seed is locked in, but a loss, the very first loss to RRQ, that would sting a bit. But like you said, they don't want to show too much ahead of playoffs. They're only one match away from Masters Shanghai being in that bye round as that first seed of Group Alpha.
Okay. Start things off slow and steady. Firing off a couple of warning shots.
วอลปิดคล้ายๆกันเลยนะ2 ทีม
Yeah, playing for it to go for that ramp control.
Oh, and they're gonna realize that okay, we can just creep in using the toxic screen, just time it around the spam, cut the audio. So now you save the paranoia as well. It's a good position for RRQ.
Texture trying to jump spot against them. Now he knows. Has to back off though. Munchkin could potentially come up around the ropes.
Okay, so Heaven's empty. So RRQ has to be wary of this, right? Okay, where do you back off into? The Rays backed off, but does that mean there's someone in vents? It's a double drop down. It's a good snake bite.
Yeah, at this time too. Shaves a couple of seconds off the clock. RQ thinking to double back into A. And just as they do that, Karen's right around the corner.
ไม่ใช่ไซเฟอร์เลยวะ
Lips, the guiding light. I think it tags him. That actually works out great for RRQ because it forces the 2 members of Gen G to stay on B.
Oh, there it is.
โอ
And
เค
with the distraction bought away, Jemkin now pushes into pressure.
Ui.
Texture has to come huge with these kills.
ไว้ใจได้ครับ
Karen's down.
โค้ชคนนี้ไว้ใจได้
Texture feels the paint shells, tries to hide back away. Still able to land the second headshot. Elmimore will take him down though. Numbers advantage on the side of RQ until
ทำไม
Munchkin
เจอร์
fires
มันยิงโก
right
ดเก่ง
back with a
พี่
classic as he drops. Spike will
ยิ
be
งโกด
planted.
โคตรเวอร์
Lakia rotating over, but Flips still sneaky as ever. Going in sneaky and beaky like he's going through screens. They're trying to double back, maybe to the top of heaven. Spotting out Munchkin now. Elmimore fires off a couple more shots. Lakia gets the frag. And now Flips
โอเค
just in an undiscovered position.
Good hold from Flips. Like you said, he's considering do I wrap around or not, but it's a 2v2. You're not quite sure where Lakia is. It's a good call to stay patient. Elmimore kind of gets caught off guard by that toxic screen timing. He stays true to his aim, dwindles it down to a 1v1. I mean, this is a great holds from Texture, but Jemkin understanding that he just needs to be the bulldozer for RQ at that point on the entry.
แต่พูดถึงถ้าเป็นมอนนี่โหดจริงนะแทนเอเซอร่าบ้าเลยอะ
They can continue to convert it. Look at the buys coming in
ตามหั
from
วหอก
RQ.
วินโด
Two Vandals, 1 Phantom as well.
แต่ฟิโลแอมมี
They
มอ
want to try to really expand this lead.
ปอนเย็ดเอาฟิปตัดไปก่อน
And making sure that Genji does not
พึ่งไม่ค่อยได้
back up against them. Even if they do take a round or 2, that's the most they can hope for.
ลุ้นอยู่
Especially
เมื่
on
อ
this
กี้
defensive side. I mean,
เติม
Genji
Genji
is
ไปครับผม
spread
เลย
thin
เครียดนิดนึง
across the map. Right now on the pistols. Meteor.
Yeah, Gen G's default, of course, kind of sticking around mid, trying to make sure that they
ไม่
can
ได้หมิ่
flood
น
a
นะ
site with the weaker weapon.
คือถ้า
Meteor's
ดู
gonna
ตั้งแต่
reposition
ต้น
since
ลี
they
กอะ
see the poison cloud drop down
คือ
onto
แบบ
B. Make sure you have
โอ้
that
โหลูก
long
พี่
range
ฟิปแบบ
weaponry.
เดี๋ยวมาก็มาเลยไม่มาก็ไปเลยอ่ะก็วะ
Thinking to route back towards mid?
I mean, I think RQ just want to thin the numbers, right? You hear the classic over on B, but you're not quite sure. Is that the anchor or is that the majority? Because usually it's going to be a bit of a one.
ไม่ใช่เมื่อกี้หมายถึงแบบมีคนคุยกันว่า
So now that they've seen
ถ้า
one in
RQ
mid, they've
ซื้อ
seen one in B,
ซื้
they
อ
say,
มอนมา
okay, if we can regroup A, it should be safer, and Gen G's going to make the
แต่ไม่รู้
call
ตอน
as
ไหนจะ
well.
ดี
All right, you've
ได้
pressured
ได้ดู
A,
บีหรือเปล่า
pressure mid. Yeah, it's just a
ได้ดู
flow chart.
ได้ดูตอนบีเปล่า
This is a group up on A.
And the paint shells. Along with the snake bite at the right time. 20 seconds left for RQ now. They're kind of stuck. They do have the firepower though, so just looking to barrel through now, walking past the smokes. The entire wall of smokes allowing them to snake onto the site. Good shots though. Karen will be able to fight back for the time
ลูก
being.
หมด
Meter fires off the Marshal as well. Picks shot
เฮ้ย
over onto the Spectre. Now
เฮ้ย
trying to get the pressure in. 8
เอาดี
seconds left. And Meter plays up around the side of elbow. They've got it covered. It's got the smoke in and flips alongside Elmimore. The teamwork from RQ will give them that 2-on-1.
So while they win the round, RQ's got to realize, holy, how did Gen G know exactly where to stack? And the timings as well. All utility saved over. Gen G didn't spend a thing. And they start to use the util because they're like, oh, looking at the timer, we might actually be able to sneak away a Thrifty here. And they nearly do. I mean, listen, if Lakia was able to get away with that Phantom, this is absolutely Gen G's round, but it's a good trade back from Estrella. And they'll stabilize with 2 Vandals. That's all they get. 1 Stinger also bought back. So 3 weapons.
โอ้เหมือนกันครับผม
They're also looking at a 9-5 scoreline. RQ just trying to switch up the pacing feet. But the snake bite catches him. Munchkin a little bit more prepared.
โอ้
Potential V split coming through now. Munchkin still eyeing the top.
ตั้งไง
Elmimore will be able to take him down. Texture trying to fight back, but Flips gets the timing
เละเทะ
swing
เละ
onto
เทะ
Karen. Poison Cloud reposition. Yeah, Spike not there yet.
เชี่ย
But they
พูด
do
ขนาด
at
นี้ว่า
least
เละ
have
เทะ
positions held.
โดนหมู
โอเค
กัด
Tries to break
Oh,
both of
okay.
the spins, but Elmi Moore is
โอ้แล้ว
just
เครื่อง
so
แรงจัด
sharp
ดู
to track through. Seekers now goes on a little bit of a trip, so they don't quite know. But at the very least, the Trailblazer will be able to find him. Elmi Moore repeat.
มันเครื่องแรงจัด
And
แต่
it's
ตอนเนี้ยมันแบบ
RRQ once more, doubling Gen G's score. First team to reach double digits on this split.
Why save your ultimate when you can just start to restock it right away?
Oh.
Elmimore sends that Seekers 20 and 11. An absolute 180 from the last showing against Team Secret.
It has just dawned upon me, Will. I mean, not only do you have these top fraggers coming through, the kills, Jemkin as well. It's RRQ getting the bonus. Gen G looking at a 5-round deficit, potentially 6 rounds.
Yeah, it's looking tough. I mean, they're going to have to stick with broken weapons right now. And RRQ, I mean, they look ready for it. The fact that, again, it's happened on Ascent, but Elmimore, he's ready for someone to peek out of the smoke again on stairs. That makes all the difference. Paper thin said on the desk, it's the little things, and it absolutely is. Making sure that you're not entirely discounting things. Don't work off of assumptions. You knew the spike was late. You wait to see, okay, Gen G, they like to flood. There's going to be someone outside of that smoke. It's a good call from Elmimore and crew.
ถ้าไม่ป่วย
Wonderfully
ตอนนี้
played.
สลามไม่ป่วย
On
ก็
to
วิ
the
ธี
next
เป็นหมด
round
นะครับ
now.
ผม
Still, Gen G at the very least, trying to get a good read for things. Cost them a bit of utility, but the Trailblazer will give them an idea that there is a bit of mid presence. So rotations from A site will be called over.
So RQ, this time they're just going to stick with the first contact. Instead of trying to fake it, allowing Gen G to get a read on the flowchart, they'll start to clear, but it's again 30 seconds in. The pop flash, are they ready for the anti?
Swings out off of the flash. RQ still a little bit
Ow.
prepared. They've got enough numbers that they can dodge these flashes or play anti. On the other hand, though, again, the weaponry on the other side just not the greatest. Trying to re-peek out. Munchkin, unfortunately, will bite the dust. It's going to be up to Meteor now. Still
เจ็บหมดแล้ว
continuing
ตัวละ
to
นั
fire
ด
through.
ตัวละนัดเท่านั้นครับ
Fire back. Jemkin falling down to the ground. Xfero now.
โอ้โห
Tries to go out the other side, but Meteor
What a
just
hold.
precise with it.
The sharpshooter of Gen G. When they need it most, he'll always deliver on that jet. And this is RQ just spending a bit too much time. I mean, listen, spending time itself is not always the end of the world, and trying to make sure that you're not going for another rotation to throw Gen G off your tracks, I get it. But man, just no information on exactly what the setup is, and allows Gen G to creep into the smoke. They don't clear it out fast enough.
Really unfortunate for Xfero.
วันนี้ไม่มีอีเมลครับ
The rest of the team as well. Just moments hesitation, and again, but this time going in fast and quick. Texture fires right back with another rocket. That's Jemkin down. Might have ramps, but Gen G, they've got the site covered.
Okay, so you have Heaven Control. This is up to Flips. He has to make sure that he opens up the site once again.
Munchkin just watching the other side. Texture's still online though, and now he gets all the information.
So footsteps heard. Yeah, Meteor knows this.
Just try to walk through. Shrouded steps, bit of a fake. And Munchkin's just continuing to mark this angle. Gets the one and he immediately backs out. Incredibly smart. Snakebite in for the decay as well. Just to burn him down. Acidity stings.
Rough one there. I mean, with only 2 members, they don't want to make both of their positions known, it seems.
มันแข่งเป็นลีกครับอย่างนี้แหละ
Down. A good
มันทำให้
showstopper trade
ทุก
for
คนพัฒนา
Texture.
แข่งเป็น
And
ลี
I
ก
think
อะ
he considered, do I cut off the second line of attack? And he just says, you know what? No one else has actually made it through. Clears out the raise that's already planted in the site. That makes it for a good hold from Gen G. So RQ, they tried to send it. They tried to up the tempo with the showstopper. That hasn't worked. And now the ops come online for Texture. Do they read the timing on it? Yes, they do. Goes for a wide swing.
With that, they get Garage. Potentially looking to over on the B side as well. Trailblazer initially out just to clear the corners or at least push Texture back. He will toss those paint shells in towards back sight. Still though, RRQ, Estrella managing to get up top on top of Raptors, swings back into hell. 2 players down from Gen G. Now looking into defender's spawn, a quick trade, Estrella up on the triple kill. Seekers out from Lakia though, and alongside Meteor, the Blade Storm gets pulled.
ถ้า
Even numbers, even odds
ไอ
for
เจอร่า
both
มันไม่ป่วย
sides.
ตอนเจอ GE นี่คือวิกแกนหมด
2v2. Look at Meteor's read. On the
Extra line
holdout
มันคือ
from
ใครนะ
Xfero. Xfero doesn't have a
Oh,
read
yeah.
on this.
Oh, misses though. He whiffed. Swaps around the
Oh,
classic, but he
Mimi,
doesn't have anything else. And that's gonna be RRQ landing
Okay,
their
block
shots
deck.
instead.
Oh man! In the
เพื่อน
most
ปิดกล้องเหรอ
crucial moment.
กินข้าวอยู่
Oh, the Blades
อยากรู้
betray
พี่กิน
him.
ด้วยได้ไหม
I can't believe it.
Yeah,
Yeah, we've never seen whiffs like that from Meteor,
Not
quite
from Meteor.
frankly. I mean, he's been out-dueled, but not like that. And I believe Estrella
ใครไม่รู้
pulled
พี่
the
จะกิน
tens
อร่อย
here a
แค่ไหน
little bit. Double
เดี๋ยวหา
strap
คลิปพี่
step
จะกินให้
upwards. A couple other members in EMEA loving that as well.
นี่ตกใจ
But it
KFC
works out to
ถ้าไม่อร่อยจริง
perfection.
วันนั้นแคสงานไม่ผ่านหรอก
Helps open up those
อีเวนต์
angles.
เคอร์วิทครับ
Now,
40 ปีที่แล้ว
RQ 1 point away from match point.
พรีเซนเตอร์ KFC เก่านะครับโทษทีพี่ผมอ่ะ
Try to go,
Bye.
okay, just death ball it, right? Genji's always going to go for the split and then rotate off of that first contact. And now, after that, up in the tempo, they'll go for a slow default.
Just trying to test the waters. Trying to push and pull Gen G across the map, and Gen G's default now. Giving them a little bit more space to work with. They have spotted some of these players out, but Elmimore makes it a quick trade. Quick movements back in though. And look at how Munchkin doubles back. Just marking the exit
trades,
still.
yeah, no omen though.
ไม่มีผลครับ
for
เก็บสกอร์
RQ.
เฉย
That's a bit rough. So, I mean, you still have 50 seconds. I would love to see Xfero just move a bit more on the A side, try to pressure that toxic screen. But they're not in position to do it, and now no smokes at all.
It's not quite decisive, not enough impactful presence across the map. So
ดีแล้วครับผมอย่าไปดูเลยฮะ
Gen G continues to just hold steadfast in all these spots. Karen walks away with yet another kill. And because of that, numbers advantage on the side of Gen G. Even if RQ death balls through mailroom right now, they're walking in to players who are prepared. Oh, Meteor backs off. A bit of a early rotation.
Yeah, I mean, they find nothing over by B. So it's just going to be an over-rotation from Gen
He's not
G.
going to know.
10 seconds left.
But they have no idea either. They think the site might be empty. Now a 2v3. Does he get the timing? He does!
Oh.
But Meteor's right there
Okay.
for the trade.
เฮ้ยเจนจีแพ้แล้วเหร
At
อ
the same time, you've
They might
got
be
just the top Meteor off with his health. 2-on-1 where Elmimore is down in the red. Now gets his screen full light.
Hey,
They know that he's
อย่าบอก
right
นะ
around the corner. Goes in for the
เฮ้ย
check, but he crouches. Head a little bit
โอ้
off. Tries to go in for the spray
แต่รู้
transfer.
เข้าหัวเลยฮะ
Almost narrowly.
แล้วอยู่ดีเมทิโอกระโดดลงมาตายอะพี่
By an inch.
Yeah, that's the blow shot, I think. Only 5 HP for Meteor.
ดีนะเรา
That is
เห
rough.
ตุเพื่อน
Absolutely had it.
Forces keeping Gen G in the game.
Yeah, that top off.
ทะลุโล
That's
95
really what
เมื่อ
does
กี้เลือด
it.
100มันไปฮิว
I
มา
mean, Charon, very crucial kills here. Don't quite check this pillar. Maybe a bit of a mistiming there from Elmimore and Jemkin.
ดูทำหน้า
Yeah, but Meteor even knows.
ไม่อยากจะเชื่อสายตา
Really
ตัวเอ
got
ง
away with the skin of my teeth. But look at this. Ults online. Seekers and from the shadows as well for Estrella. This could be an absolute
Lucky
launch. A
and
little bit of a
Lucky
shake up with the default. Then follow the Seekers in from RRQ.
Not quite sure if they're going to be able to pull that off. Again, though, I mean, looking at the firepower and looking at how close they are to closing out
หลับ
this
จริงดู
map.
ดิ
Gen G
ไม่เอาแล้วไม่เอาทรงแล้ว
fighting with fire right now. They
น้องไอ้น้อง
spotted out
ตื่นหน่อย
these players as they try to cross in through a ramp.
อ่า
Supposed to be called out from
ลืม
Karen.
เปิดไมค์พูดคนเดียวตั้งนาน
Trailblazer to check as well.
เจอคุยด้วยเป็นตูเป็นตา
Oh, he's going to get spammed out.
It's okay for now. Oh. Being healed by Elmimore. Now looking for some of these sharp sheriff shots. It's not quite going to happen. Lakia and Texture
ไอ้
locking
คนมา
things
ฮิวให้อย่า
down.
งสูง
Both mid and A ramp denied.
That's rough. Tried to just kind of creep up.
Still sneaking through.
Yeah, get ready for the ults, but
พี่ก็ได้
this
ไม่
is
อยู่ครับพี่
huge. Xfero and
ไม่
Flips.
รู้เหมือนกัน
Xfero can find a kill, but his barrel's going to
น่าจะ
show.
วันนี้ไม่
Just
รู้
wanted
ไม่
to
ดู
make
เฉ
sure
ย
he kept
ไม่
his
ได้พูด
eyes
เด็ด
on elbow. Too many angles to cover.
And the range, you know, it doesn't work out from ramp to screens with these weapons. No.
มึงไม่รู้นะที่
Very
นี่กูก็มี
unfortunate
ดาบ
for Xfero as he had to mark these angles, watching elbow as well.
พวกนัก
Down
โทษ
to
นักขับบัน
Estrella,
กับ
and
ช่องพี่บูม
Gen G
อยู่เลย
look
เดี๋ยว
to
ทีนี้
make this into a flawless round.
พูดในคำเดียวเลยว่าไม่ไกล
Slowly but surely climbing back up.
ไม่ไกล
Never said that
ไม่
for
ไกล
Gen G this year.
พูดในคำเดียวว่าไม่ไกล
They've usually been the dominant force, maybe getting challenged here and there, but they've always had the endurance to try to close things out.
This goes here.
This is a close one. And RRQ, they've lost so many maps. 11-13. So many map threes. 11-13 to Gen G. You have to imagine that in the back of their mind, this is starting to creep up on them. That we have to get over this hump. We have to get to match point. And the big question is can
ไม่
they
เดี๋ยวนะ
keep
แล้ว
on them to do exactly
Picture เล่นอะไร
that?
วะ
Right,
พี่
we'll
ไม่ได้ดู
spot back. It's a good pickoff.
อ๋อ
A good read against the push out. Immediate seekers. I love the up in the tempo.
Trying to go in quickly, but Texture just shuts them down right quick as well. Now behind this toxic
มันเริ่มไม่ไกลจริงๆว่ะพี่
squad going
เฮ้ย
through, and Jemkin
เริ่มไกลละ
manages to open things up. The spike now gets planted. Gen G has to wonder around about their backs.
Yeah, an absolute hard setup from RRQ. They
gotta go
meant
faster
for
than
this
RRQ.
to be the absolute fake.
Oh, okay, a bit of a crossfire setup on the site itself. Meanwhile, Xfero alongside Elmimore slowly but surely making their way, crawling all up through. Xfero has
ใกล้แค่ไหนคือใกล้
regrouped with flips, so this is better firepower. They spotted out Texture, good dig.
Hey.
Texture swings back and gets the headshot anyway. Jemkin spray transfer, gets a bit of a double, then it's down to Karen.
Oh.
Flips.
What fuck?
Clean
Just a
shot.
sidestep, one tap.
Very
Yeah.
clean shot. And finally, RRQ. Those set themselves up for at the very least overtime. You gotta imagine that's a huge burden off their
ก็คือ
back.
เชื่อสนิทใจว่าแบ็คไซ
Now
ด์
it's
ไม่มี
just
ปัญ
up
หา
to
เหมือน
them
กัน
to close it out.
Oh my god.
An absolute fake. I mean, intended from the very get-go, right? Spike was always on that B
นี่ต้องเห็น
side.
ช็อตที่แอมมอร์เก็ต
As soon as they get that kill, it's just
แล้ว
a
มันเดิน
straight
ไป
seekers as well to
แป
really
ดไป
hard
เอา
sell
เอ
it.
ทีมกลับ
It's
มา
a
ทีม
good
เกือบ
one
แพ้
because it would have been a good round to death ball
ไอ้
as
เหี้ย
well.
แช่งให้แพ้เลย
Contingent
ช็อต
on
นั้นนะ
Jemkin getting the kill too, and Jemkin definitely delivers.
เล่นหิวเอทเหรอ
Unbelievable.
อืม
I mean, we talk
แบบ
about it being a chess
นี่น่า
match,
แพ้
but
จัดอะ
some of these players having the mechanical skill to make it happen too.
เหี้ยปืน
Now
มันของ
Gen
อลาม
G just back to trying to defend and trying to control as much as possible. They've got these rifles, but RQ has even more ultimates. I mean, Jemkin might just be able to crack a side open.
RRQ
พี่ดูอันตีดิ
trying to get the read that the B site's generally been weaker as well, but again, Gen G
ต้องเทคเจอร์ค่าหนึ่งอาจจะ
they're
พอ
just
มีอันตี
holding
สู
aim
สี
from
นะ
heaven. They've
แต่ดู
already
อันตี
ditched
ของ
this. They're
RQ
gonna
ตอนนี้
make
แม่ง
sure
แบบ
that mid is absolutely clear.
แม่งเหมือนคอนเฟิร์มไฟท์ไม่รู้อะ
The paranoia should buy him
ถ้า
time.
ได้วางคือจบเลยอะ
Can find the kill. That would be even better.
แฟลายสวน
Yeah, Estrella
วาร์ปขึ้นกล่องขวาหน้า
tries to get information.
Hey, Tom Boy.
There's the showstopper just to collect on the kill, but oh, he completely
โอ้
evades
โห
it. A bit of a trade comes through. That said, still
แต่คาร์บอนแม่งแม่งเป็นคนที่ใช้ชาวสเต็ปแต่ว่าคุมจับ
But look at
ทุ
the
กแมตช์
minimap, yeah.
มันจะมีมุมเก่งของมัน
Sparrow's dug deep, and Jemkin's still on B as
เฮ้ย
well.
พี่ดูไอ้
They could go back at any point.
เมเทโอ
If
เลยแม่งรัก
Sparrow
ไก่
can
เดิน
clear
ตามนะ
screens, that'd be huge. He's waiting for the
Chip high lah.
backup.
เอ้า
จิ๊บหาย
just
ละ
buys a bit of attention
Ow.
and time away.
Oi.
Estrella continuing to collect through with this,
He
the
has
rest
no
of the team.
idea. The thing is they have no idea that Lock is already in the site.
เอ
They
สเตล่า
think
หัน
they've
มามอง
already
หลัง
cut off
ไอ้
all
เหี้ย
the
พี่เตลกู
backup.
ตาย
No. Xfero drops. Hasn't been able to collect on these kills just yet, so they will be able to recall in towards Jemkin. But with 9 seconds left, it's going to be tight. Jemkin has to hold for these rotates. That
Does he have it?
Yeah, I think
หันมาหน่อย
he should have it in time.
No, he doesn't.
Like 0.1 seconds.
Oh,
It took
man.
7 seconds to plant the spike.
เอาแล้วแก๊งเด็กเอ็นพีมาแล้ว
That
เนี่ย
is, oh, you gotta be heartbroken.
มาแล้ว
They still have
ให้เขา
another
10 นาทีไหม
shot. 2 more shots indeed, but I mean, they
แป๊บเดียวนะครับ
had options.
เชี่ยมันหลบว่ะ
ให้หวัดดีทุกคนก่อนเร็วพี่เอ้ย
The fact that he stays
สวัสดี
alive,
กล้อง
make
ก่อน
sure
หน่อยดีกล้อง
Jemkin
ก่อน
still
ดี
cleans
กล้อง
it
หน่อยหน้า
up.
ตรงนี้
But Lockyer with the early rotate,
ดี
that
ค่ะ
was big.
Yeah, and just the stuff that Gen G throws out into the server is incredible.
ไอ้
But
อิงหูฟังเทสแล้วนะ
I really hate to say it, but
Well,
Xfero on
that's
these
yeah.
lurks has not been
How
able
come
to
that
give us
video?
the presence that
ใช้
we're
แบบใช้ได้
looking
เลย
for.
อะแบบ100%.
So it gives Gen G
คอม
one
แม่ง
more
ดูกัน
round.
ยากมากเลย
Two
ราคาดีแล้ว
needed for
จำไม่ได้หรอกแต่ดีจัดเลย
ถ ไม่คือรอจนแบบไม่ไหวจนซื้ออีกตัวมา
So Xfero,
พอซื้อ
the
ปุ๊บ
thing
ใช้ไป
is,
เดียว
is
มา
you're
ตอนนี้
waiting
รอคีย์บอ
for
ร์ดอยู่นะ
Genji to over-rotate. I think RQ, they're trying to get the read that Genji still sticks to the over-rotating meta that they've developed. So what Xfero's really there for is the last line of resort.
โอ้ยเดี๋ยวไปคอนโทรล
Once
จี
you force the over-rotate, then he'll clear the
เดี๋ยว
site.
ต้องไปถอ
They're
ก
not
ที่คอนโทรล
expecting
จี
Xfero to simply
Talk,
open it up like some of the ciphers have done
บั
in
ต
the
ทำดีๆ
past.
เพื่อน
I'm fine with that strategically. But
Yeah,
one
don't wait,
of
talk.
these rounds, you got to go for the earlier peaks like you are right now. You got to put a little bit extra pressure so that change finally comes through. But until now,
ไปด้วยกันเปล่าวันนี้
yeah, I get
ไป
what
ด้วยกันเปล่า
RQ was
ไป
trying
นี่
to
ก็
do.
โอ้ยพอมแพมกันหมดเลยนะรู้สึกฮะ
ไปเปล่าเรื่องลีกวาโลนี่เป็น
เรื่องลีกวาโลอีกแล้วเหรอ เป็นหน้าพ้นเรื่องทารอนกับ
ไม่ทุกลีกเลย
เอาดีทุกลีกเลยเหรอ
แต่คุยเรื่องดรา
เอ้า
ม่า
ชิบหายทิกเกอร์
เรื่องดราม่า
คนตึมแล้วคุยเรื่องดราม่า
มีดราม่าอะไรกันวะ
พี่
จี จี
ทารอนกับซีเคทเหรอ
The rest of the team now from
เล่าให้
Genji
ฟังหน่อยดิ
arriving a
ไปนี่
little bit late.
มันไปอินบ็อกซ์คุยกัน คนไม่รู้เรื่อง
There's the next player down.
เห็น
13
ที่
seconds and the
รู้
spike
มา
gets
แบบ
planted.
คร่าวๆนะ
Elmore looking for the
เอาแบบ
next
วง
one.
ใน
and
เลย
This
ดิ
could
มี
be
ปะ
it.
โอ้
This
จี
could
ว่ะ
be over
ว
for
งใน
Genji.
วงใน
Xfero
ไม่มี
from the
จี
back.
จี
เอาวงนอกเลย
เอาวงนอกคือ
เศร้าเลย
ที่รู้มาคือมันเหมือนแบบว่าทารอนน่ะมันเดินกันอยู่ใช่ไหมเป็นกลุ่มใช่ไหมพี่
อืม
แล้วเขาวเนี่ย
ทุกคนฟังดราม่าก่อน
ผ่านพวกแบบซีเคทอะ
หึ
มันเดินไปผ่านพวกซีเคทแล้วเขาวเนี่ยพวกซีเคทมันก็แบบว่ามองมาที่ทีมทารอนแล้วมันก็พูดเป็นภาษาแบบฟิลิปปินส์นะ
อ่ะ
พูดอะไรเงี้ยนู่นแบบ เหมือนตอนนั้นมีดราม่าเหมือนกันมั้งที่แบบมันเจอเซนติเนลปะแล้วมันเดินผ่านเซนติเนลก็โดนอะไรเงี้ย
เอา
พูดเหมือน
ร
นินทาเหรอ
แบบ
เป็นภาษาฟิลิปปินส์เหรอ
เป็นภาษาฟิลิปปินส์อะ
ใช่เหรอ
ใช่แต่ถ้าเกิดผมอยู่งั้นนะผมรู้หมดแล้วว่ามันพูดว่าอะไร
เฮ้ยมึงฟังออกเหรอ่ะ
เรียนมาหมดแล้วจาบอแปลว่าชักว่าวอะไรเงี้ย
โอ้โหไอ้เหี้ยมันคงจะพูดหรอกมันด่ามึงนะ
เรียนมาแต่คำดีๆ ทั้งนั้น
ตอนแรกนึกว่าแบบเจอในแรงได้ยินคำนู้นคำนี้มาคำด่า
ไม่อันนี้เพื่อนผมสอน
โอ้ฉีกจัดเลย เอ้ยเราเรียนมาทำไมอ่ะอยู่ประเทศฟิลิปปินส์เหรอ
อะไรนะพี่
เรียนมาทำไมอ่ะคำนั้นอ่ะ
ไม่อันนี้คือไอ้แลสซี่มันมาสอน
แต่ซี่คืออินฟูฟิลิปปินส์ที่ไปวาโล
ฟิลิป
ด้วย
ปินส์แล้วมันสอนแบบจาบออ่ะชักว่าวนะ
แม่งเอ้ยเหมาะกับมึงจริงๆว่ะ
เพื่อนมึงนี่แต่ละคนนี่เหี้ยอ๋อ แล้วไอ้ทีมก็เลยถามเมื่อวานแล้วมันพูดเรื่องนี้เหรอ
ใช่
ไปไหน
ชิบหายละ
แล้วเหมือนเจสซี่เขาก็โพสต์อะไรอีกแบบตอบโต้มาอีกมั้ง
เหรอ
เออ
เฮ้ยกูดูทวิตเตอร์ก่อน
แต่
โพ
ขอ
สต์แบบมันโพสต์แบบว่าแบบ Queen of Tier ตอนใหม่เมื่อไหร่จะมาอะไรสักอย่างแม่งไม่สนหีสนแตดเลยเฮียนั่นก็ลุงอะ
ลุง
อ๋อที่ทีมไปบอกว่าอินบ็อกคือคอมเมนต์นั่นเหรอ
ไม่
Queen of Tier ตอนใหม่
คือเขาเหมือนแบบว่าเจสซี่บอกว่ามันก็แล้วแต่แบบทีมทารอนจะคิดแบบว่าแบบพอเขาพูดว่าไงอะไรเงี้ยอะไรสักอย่างอะพี่ยังเรื่องหีก้งอะ
อืม
คือดราม่ามันก็ประมาณนั้นแหละแต่ผมว่ายังไงมันก็ด่าอยู่แล้วปะแต่เจสซี่วาดไม่น่าทำกันปะเฮียผมเจอตอนนั้นมันยังมาทักทายผมในสตรีมอยู่เลยตอนนั้นที่สตรีมอยู่ทวิตนะมันก็พูดดีมากเลยนะน่าจะเป็นเด็กๆหรือเปล่าถ้าเกิดพูดอะใช่ปะ
ใช่
ใครจะไปรู้พี่เอ๋ยโตขนาดนี้ยังพูดด่าคนนี้อยู่เลย
เอาดี
เฮ้ย
ก็มีสิทธิ์อยู่นะไอ้เหี้ยพี่โตขนาดนี้ส่งแบบผู้หญิงให้กูอยู่เลยตอนนั้นนะ
ยังส่งกลุ่มให้อยู่เล
เหี้ย
ย
ในเหี้ยตอนนั้นเวลาเราเล่นตอนคืนนะเองนะ
เฮ้ยกลุ่มแล้ววะ
กลุ่มอะไรวะ
หลุดแล้วอันนี้พี่เอ๋ย
จริงไหมกลุ่ม
พี่
เรื่องจริง
เอ๋ยหลุดแล้ว
เรื่องจริงเลยอะมึงอีกตัวอิงไอ้เหี้ยส่งให้กูเหมือนกันแหละตอนนั้นน่ะ
ได้จากพี่เอ๋ย
อ้าว
ทำเสียงเอาโรคจิตอะ
มา เดี๋ยวผมลงทีมก่อนแล้วเดี๋ยวเล่นอะไรค่อยว่ากัน เดี๋ยวสักพักค่อยมานะครับออกคิดเกมกันอาจจะเล่นเดดไอแลนด์คนเดียว อยากลองดูนะ เจอกันลงทีมกัน ขอบคุณครับแชทวู้ฮู้ขอรันแอดก่อนไป